Hello everyone, welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 81. 81! Crazy, we have done 81 episodes of this super long chit-chat session between DPA's communities, you guys who are more genius and more smarter than me actually. So yeah, collectively we will become super brain and we will conquer the world in a hive mind. So we're gonna drop the link to join the DPA Open Mic. Before I start, this DPA Open Mic is multicast on multiple DPA's platform on the DPA Open Mic channel on YouTube, DPA Open Mic channel on Rumble, DPA Twitch, DPA Telegram, DPA X. And also this week I also casted on the main channel because I didn't post video today because I was sleeping the entire day after doing some errands in the morning and in the afternoon. So yeah, might as well, right? So bring more people into the DPA Open Mic community because it is a very weird place, because to get people to watch random so-called random people talk about geopolitics and war seems a bit new. I forgot to take away that banner. It seems a bit unusual, so but the reality is after doing 80 episodes of DPA Open Mic, I can tell you for a fact the people that come on DPA Open Mic often are just as smart or smarter than many of the YouTubers that I've seen and are better than the YouTube channels. So it's just that people have a life. They don't start a YouTube channel because ultimately YouTube channel is not about how smart you are. Actually, it's about doing videos. Unfortunately, that's the case. It's a video production, so people who can do better videos tends to be able to do well. It's not about how smart you are. So anyway, I'm going to drop the link. The link to join the DPA Open Mic, that means you can come on screen to discuss, to chit chat, will be on the DPA Open Mic channel on YouTube and Rumble. And I'll also drop it on Twitch. So it will be pinned on the YouTube channel. Rumble chat cannot pin, so I will pin it on the Twitch as well. So you can come on and chit chat for those that are totally new to this concept of the DPA Open Mic. So let me put the link to join on the DPA Open Mic channel. For those watching on the main channel on YouTube, you can actually click the link in the pin to join the stream over on the DPA Open Mic channel. And of course, do remember to subscribe, especially on the Open Mic channel. So remember to subscribe. So I've dropped the link to join the DPA Open Mic on the YouTube, DPA Open Mic channel YouTube, and I also have dropped it in Rumble, and then I'm going to drop it in Twitch. So, and I believe I've pinned it as well. So anyone can come on and chit chat. And thank you, Iranian Putin, for giving 5 DPA Open Mic memberships to the members. My understanding of the DPA Open Mic, the YouTube membership is that they will give it to the people who are more active in the live chat. This is like it is how the algo works. So I also want to check, see if this works or not. The text to speech for the super chat. So,
gifted 5 DPA Open Mic Defense Politics Asia membership.
Do you guys hear it? Please press 1 if you hear it. So just to let me know it's working. And hi, Nunia. So, yeah, good. The text to speech works. Awesome.
How's it going today, sir?
Sorry?
How's it going today?
I spend most of my time sleeping. So I do not know what happened to my day. It's gone.
Well, it started out right. It's June 1st. It's June 1st, right? Happy Pride Month, everyone. I'm decked out here with my hat and my wrist whatever strap. I'm ready to go for the month.
Oh my God.
Yeah, well, I'm ready with some indecent exposure. which is a custom for those months.
But we're used
Not his
to
house,
seeing you
it ain't.
naked at this point, right? So it's all good.
Yeah, it's a pretty hot day down here in the winter.
Hello, everybody. Hello.
How are you, Mehdi?
Oh, doing good. Does this sound all right? Can you hear me? Everybody complains about my speaker.
You sound pretty good today.
Oh, all right. Good. We'll see how long that lasts.
So
Until the CIA intervenes.
mhm.
I mean,
So,
if I'm somebody the CIA is focused on, we got lots of problems in this country. They're
Oh, it's
far
right now
bigger
they
than
have an
me.
AI system.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
They don't actually have people on it right now. It's just some AI.
Well, like Betty said, I think there are bigger issues than a couple of citizens just trying to have a chat about things, you know? If that's the problem.
You never
I
know.
hope so.
You know, the story about one horseshoe nail or something like that took off the horseshoe, that took off the horse, that killed the king and lost the war.
Yeah, okay, I got you now. Took me a second.
Gabriel, is it very hot over at your side?
It's super hot. Yeah, I'm working actually. So it's pretty sunny here. But I can cover up if it's, I mean, I don't know.
I don't know what the chat thing. I personally, it doesn't disturbs me.
Nah, it's all good. Whatever, man. Frig.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah. I mean,
There are so
Surprising viewers, so what? Hey, all
Yeah,
right.
it's Pride Month.
Give us a show. We might have a female
Yeah.
viewer or something.
I did want to say I wanted to give Wyatt some props here because there's something he's been stressing in his videos, and I think it's very important that he's staying with just confirmed information. And I know he's stressing it over and over, but people I don't understand this need to beat Wyatt up on trying to keep things as true as possible. So if you're one of those fools out there that think that he should just be reporting anything and throwing it up on the map for clickbait, you don't understand the reason why DPA exists.
For those that are wondering,
announcement done.
my super chat, the text to speech broken. Can you guys hear me?
Oh.
I after I put on my earphone, the thing just went haywire. So give me a second. I will show you guys the super chat first, but later I will do the text to speech. No, naked Jesus. Okay. How the hell do I do this? Okay, I think I know. Hi, Vaughn.
Hey, Vaughn. How are you, sir?
Good.
So what's the fallout, man?
So like, what's the issue? Like, are you having problems figuring out what to talk about?
Well, I was just about to get started with you, actually, and Mehdi. What's the mood going on down south with the whole Trump thing?
I mean, what's there to say until the case gets to a court outside of the state of New York? Trump will suffer nothing but courtroom defeats theoretically until it's appealed by a higher court. So I mean, it sucks. It's wasting his time and money, and everyone knows it's bullshit. But he's pretty much got to go through it. So I'm not going to get worked up about it. You know, I mean, another big day to look at would maybe be the sentencing day, but I can't see him being. You know, I don't know. Some people say they'll never put him in jail, but then again, it's like as crazy as they gotten, they might just do it. But I don't know what'll happen if they do
What
that.
would be
But yeah, I
funny
mean, until his appeal makes it to outside of the state, it's not even worth worrying
Yvonne,
about.
what would be funny
will-
that his first act as
Let
a
Mehdi go.
president would be to give himself a grace.
I will say this. I will say this. At least to the people that are around me, even the ones that are politically not driven by anything, they see this. They know it's just stupidity, and it's further just showing our country to be the disaster it is right now. Because the law, the people that are in charge of the law are the ones that are using the law against anybody that can remove them from office now. So if the law only exists for the public and it doesn't exist for those that are in charge of the law, then there is no law. There is no true justice. And at this point, we are a broken republic right now. And that's how I look at
That
it.
I agree. We have the same issue in France. I think in
Getting ready
every
to free
Western
the
country.
Trump.
Hey, I didn't hear. Hey,
Hey,
Mehdi, before or I almost said spooky, shadowy. What were you asking me before Mehdi went? Sorry.
So I just was thinking that maybe the first act of Trump as a new president is going to grace himself to be free from jail.
Well, I mean, I don't think they could keep him in jail once he got elected because I don't even know how it works. But he can't pardon himself from a state charge. But I mean, this is all like totally uncharted shit. Plus, the whole case is made up, and I mean, like the whole thing, like you don't have to each agree on a charge all unanimously as long as all 12 of you agree that there was some crime committed, then that counts. And I mean, all kinds of shit's going to get thrown out. So, I mean, I don't, you know what I mean? I don't even know if he goes to jail, if he don't go to jail. I don't even know how the fuck you handle it. You know,
How it works. How it
Here's
works.
another thing, though, that it's proving
How it
to the
works.
rest of America is that our jury system itself is fucked up. Because they're allowed to go, each party selects, goes through a jury profile list. They get the ones that they think is most fair to them, and they get an agreement before trial. That shouldn't exist at all. It should be your time to go on jury, your jury duty guy number 5, whatever. You go into that courtroom, you listen to this evidence, you walk out the door, and you find out. The lawyers have
but that ain't never going to happen. They've been like that in a long time. I mean, even if it was a stupid ass traffic ticket, there's going to be some guy that hates speeders and some guys that like them, and
right. But here's the thing, though.
Go all over a sudden, right? This didn't come this change from like perfect judicial system. It didn't just flip in 1 year, right? To be so corrupt, right? It grew into it over a long period of time. It was developed like that over 30-year period, I would say. Right?
I agree.
Okay? That's a big problem then. Everyone watched it and allowed it to happen.
I think it was the same issue way before 30 years.
See, there's a problem there, though. It's
the black and white issue is exactly the same thing. If you are a black guy accused by a white woman, you are dead, basically.
It's not that simple, though. Because I want you to understand. You don't understand it if you're outside the state. When you're elected to office, part of your job is to present that office itself. Make sure the powers that you are given are not subverted or taken over by the executive or the judicial branch. He shouldn't be on there.
Your connection is not good, Mehdi.
Because everywhere.
Your connection is horrible, Mehdi. You froze and rubber banded.
Hey, if I may ask how it works, I mean, because like every ex-president has a secret service with him, and is it if he ends up in jail, if Trump ends up in jail, I mean, I don't believe it. He will. that it will be overturned on the appellate court and so on. But if he ends up in jail, is Secret Service is going with him over there to protect him?
My
Yeah.
understanding is
And
they
what
would
about
literally
security
have
clearance?
to like clear the jail, and it would
Yeah.
only be staffed by Secret Service. Because think about it, there's not going to be a prison cook cooking the food. There's not going to be any prison guards. There's not going to be any prison. You know what I mean? They would literally have to take over the jail, kick everybody out, and have him in his own segregated area. And they said that's going to be ridiculous. But they are saying
It's going to be less expensive to add jail.
Hold on,
to add
they said they do say there's empty federal facilities around the country that they could put him in to hold him if they decided to do that. But as far as trying to put him in a regular jail, my understanding is they would have to take it over, and that would displace the prison guards and the staff and the prisoners. So
they're going to add some luck in the White House. That's all.
yeah, I mean, think about it. Trump's not going to be if he's in
Testing
jail.
the
They're not going to keep him in
TTS.
prison.
Can you hear?
Yes, we can hear.
Oh, yes.
Oh, you can hear finally.
Yeah.
Don't know why the whole thing broke. So I just give me a second. I need to show some super chats. So sorry for that.
Oh, I was thinking
Thank you for
that
the super chats,
you won't
motherfuckers.
you
Thank
won't
you for the
receive
super
any
chats.
super chats. That all the super chats are gonna go to Trump. It's so much, people sending money to Trump. You won't
So,
receive it.
the naked
But-
Jesus is back.
One nickel of every super chat goes to Trump. No.
Why is Kylo Ren
They'll be like, that
reading the
motherfucker's
super
raising money
chats?
everywhere. They said he raised like
Take us
$58
through
million
the Lord's Prayer,
now.
naked Jesus.
Yeah.
That is Kylo Ren. That's exactly who it is.
Where is naked
Anyway.
Jesus? I thought
Moving on, we got
Hello,
big
Pata.
problems going on in Spain today. I don't know if you guys read, but NATO's meeting at that weird Bilderberg group. And that's not
Yeah.
good news. That
Did
can't be
you
good.
say NATO is meeting there?
Correct, sir.
yeah, I mean, really, who cares? I mean, what are they going to talk about? How they're going to beat Ukraine or something, or Russia?
Or how they're going to start a World War III. I don't know, man. So it can't
I mean,
be
if it
good.
starts with, I mean, I don't know.
US equals banana plus republic.
Can't
Well,
take that
Almirant,
seriously.
the Almirant Bauer,
Wait.
they said
I
that
just
they
want to
are
say one
Republic.
thing.
Oh, hell
I just
no.
want to say one thing.
Ron the goat is back.
They are
Wyatt, change the super chat voice back to the one you used last week. This one is horrible. Read the comments. Everyone's saying change it back.
Oh, well, the voice.
You mean
is
they
very
want
strong.
the Microsoft Word one? It's too late.
Yes,
I
this one is
It really
horrible.
looks like Mortal Kombat voice.
Yeah, it's horrible.
It's not that bad.
Going back to Nunez,
People
to
want
what
to-
Nunez just said, I wanted to add that in Singapore, Robert Bauer, the highest almirant or one of the highest officials of NATO, said that NATO changed their their rules to accept cyber attacks.
I am
as
Kylo Ren.
five.
I trained naked Jesus in the arts.
It's actually good voice.
To make cyber attacks entitled to call the Article 5. Of course, Robert Bauer is a clown because you can't just change things like that. You would need to change the contract, the treaty of NATO between all countries to bring that to the idea. But it's like these warmonger people all around that
And to accept the new contract, Turkey is going to ask a nuclear aircraft carrier.
most probably for them.
So who's that? Let's see. I saw that Zelensky was in Singapore begging. You better watch out. Why? You better hide them super chats. You know that's why he's there. He's going to steal them from you.
I look at what he posted on Twitter. So he's going to meet Singapore investors. That is the scary thing. So I'm not sure what kind of investor he want to meet. And among the people that he's meeting, there's one person very weird. He's going to meet the president of Timor-Leste. Who the hell meets the president of Timor-Leste? It's like the most.
He's a Portuguese-speaking country. I'm here. Sorry. Timor-Leste is one of the most poorest countries.
Is he
in the
an
world.
opposition party guy?
Yeah.
No, Timor-Leste is one of the poorest countries in the world. It's very important to meet Zelensky. You don't understand that.
I mean, how tone deaf is that? It's like, I'm going to go to your country and beg for money from other people and meet with the opposition and just disrespect the government that's there. It's like,
Timor-Leste is the poorest country in the world. He's going to ask money from country in the world. This is that guy is just.
We lose him.
Oh, you see,
in 1 year,
Wyatt,
at the speed.
So
he's losing popularity. In 1 year, we are going to have him on open mic.
Sorry again. What do you say again?
At which he's losing popularity. In 1 year, he's going to be on the open mic.
Yeah. Maybe he will start his own YouTube channel to get super chats. You know, who knows, man? Then maybe he'll do impromptu and something. Yes.
Give me money.
So, I want to know.
But isn't Ukraine the poorest country right now?
More.
Like it has a negative, I don't know how much GDP.
The Timor-Leste. Okay, I want to explain a bit on Timor-Leste, but no, I'm very busy. All these super chats are making me so busy. So anyway, the Timor-Leste is like Donbass. You have to understand. Is
US, the banana republic.
Okay, so anyway, so Timor-Leste actually fought a war of independence against Indonesia. It's actually half of an island in Indonesia. So they were previous colony, I believe, of Portugal. Is it? So they fought this war of independence and a lot of atrocities, so-called should be atrocities, because I'm not familiar. And then finally they got their independence. So in a way they are like Donbass. You know, they actually fight for their independence, and then the big overlord, you know, try to crush them but fail. So Timor-Leste got its independence. But you know, Ukraine made them don't make sense. If it's a DPR or LPR, you know, representative going to meet Timor-Leste, you know, maybe that makes more sense to me. So Timor-Leste got their independence, sure, and then they realized that, you know, being your own country sucks because you got nothing. You know, it's like you are in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by Indonesia, and in the south there's Australia, but both sides don't need anything from you, and then they become rather poor. So yeah, that's the situation with Timor-Leste. So for Ukraine president, who is in the middle of a war, went half the globe away to meet with one of the poorest country, which have nothing to do with Ukraine. It's like a Ukraine meet with another Ukraine, but it's just, you know, like, you know, the country at the edge, you know, meeting another country at the edge, which is totally pointless. It's a totally pointless meeting, and it could also mean something. It could, in my opinion, that he wanted to meet with a world leader, but no one wants to meet Zelensky, and then as a result, no, that's the last person the left, you know, it's like, I want to meet him, you know, that's the only one, because also no one wants to meet Timor-Leste president, because what's the point?
Well,
it's a waste of time.
Ramos Horta, the president of Timor-Leste is Ramos Horta, which also got peace with Xanana Guzmão back then when East Timor was just going about to get its independence. They got the Nobel Prize of Peace. So he's a peace Nobel Prize.
So maybe he want to invite him as this guy to go to the peace conference, because the rumor is that everyone wanted him to Zelensky's purpose here is to promote the Swiss peace conference.
Well, he's a very popular figure in terms of visibility. He's well known in Europe. He was during, you see, when East Timor was about, it has a lot to do with Portugal, especially the northern Portugal. And back then in 99, the Portuguese did a lot, and they used Ramos Horta, the actual president of East Timor, as a main figure of peace and love and independence for whole peoples. And this is what he wants. He wants a figure that is visible. East Timor, for most of you guys, East Timor is an unknown country. It's one of the poorest countries in the world. Some people might remember some things from the end of the 90s about East Timor, but most people don't remember anything about East Timor whatsoever. But in Europe, all these old folks, they do remember Ramjorte in its fight for East Timor independence. He's like he's not Xanana Guzmão, the previous one, but he's still the incorporation of that freedom fighter, which actually our friend Zelensky wants to rescue to himself. He is
I have a question, Potter. Wasn't the Timor rebel supported by the Soviet Union?
Yes, and by Portuguese communists. Yes, it was a communist party. Fratilin.
So he's going to ask someone with the support from. Okay, that's so funny.
Yes, it is.
Zelensky don't know his story, basically.
Yes, but nevertheless, you see, Ramjorte is very Portuguese friendly, is very European friendly, and he's letting himself being manipulated in any way. Well, he knows himself better. Probably he's using it for his own home interests. Let's not forget, nobody is a victim. Nobody is a perpetrator. Everybody has interests. Everybody do something in its own interest. So Ramjorte is not a victim here. He's willing to meet Zelensky for his own interest. And Zelensky, of course, needs someone like Ramjorte, like a Nobel Prize, someone that has a lot of visibility, especially with the old folks in the European Union, if I may say so. But it's ridiculous. Of course it is.
That would be so funny if the president would make a speech at the end of the conference about thanking the Soviet Union to help them to free their own country against Occidental imperialism.
Well, unfortunately, you won't do that because that's not true. East Timor didn't get its independence due to the Soviet Union because the Soviet Union was dead back then. And we are talking about 1999. And back then, Russia was a very weak country. They got their help from Portugal. It's very well known, the huge demonstrations in Portugal, in Brazil, even in Australia. And it was that new kind of millennium generation. They actually made it happen. So it's not the Soviet Union. But yes, the communist was the Communist Party, and they couldn't do anything about it.
CIA got him again. So, but I believe if I'm not wrong, Indonesia was under severe diplomatic pressure during those days. So they gave up. Basically, they just gave up. If you want independence, have it now, that kind of thing. And then, so now we are seeing the consequences of having a country in the middle of nowhere. Though it's very hard to survive. So the idea of having your own country is nice until you have to face with economics and geopolitics. So we have a new guy here, the Wandering Hospitaler. Oh, that's a mouthful. Do you mind introducing yourself? You're muted.
Hi there, guys. My name is. You guys can call me Seabass if you like. That's my nickname I had since high school.
Then you should change your name to Seabass. But it's okay. You can continue.
Anywho, I just wanted to come on and say I really appreciate you guys and what you guys do. I've been tuned in for a long time, probably about 6 months into the war with Wyatt's channel, and it's been quite a journey we're all going through right now. I feel like as a collective, heavy times. I just want to say each and every individual that comes on here is a blessing to the world. So that's all I wanted to really say. I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
How do you spell Seabass?
There's like multiple spellings, but you could just go with the fish if you like. Seabass.
Do you mind I change your name to Seabass so that it's easier for us to talk to you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys carry on then.
So
Even
You want to
Wayne,
introduce a bit about yourself?
even Wayne's a blessing.
Yeah,
Come
I
on.
think so. He plays the role of the fool very well. The fool and the hanged man.
I'm not sure that's playing, but anyway, back to Madrid.
Hello,
My
Seabass.
God.
I am the voice in your head. Banana, 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 banana.
Okay, I'm kind of getting used to that now. I'm kind of liking it. I mean, back to the whole Madrid thing. I can only wonder what's going on there, and I don't know if we want to speculate about it. But
What is the significance of the U.S. lifting the restriction on using weapons on RU soil? A real change or only the same as before and just tough talk?
well, I think it's a real change, and I think that's what they're talking about in Madrid right now as we speak. I think they're gearing up to put NATO troops into Ukraine. No? Okay. Vaughn, carry it off.
I think Makayita, do you need to introduce yourself?
Mia
Oh,
Carey
me?
is here
come
before.
on, you forgot.
Yeah, I've been here before.
And he had his hand up. Okay, well, you had your finger up before me, so go ahead.
Yeah, I'll say something quickly. So it's something I noticed. So the permission to use weapons inside the Russia proper is not permission for the Ukrainians to use weapons on Russian proper. They didn't care in the first place. It is permission for the operators of Western weapons, who are Western officials, to now hit Russia. That's the difference. Is that the guys who are operating the HIMARS, people who are targeting all those cruise missiles, like the Scalp and all that, now they have permission to hit Russia. That's the difference, I believe.
I think it's very well known.
Yeah,
Well
I mean-
seen. Makes sense.
Yeah, I was just saying, I agree with saying that makes a lot of sense that they're basically trying to get some kind of permission or amnesty for these guys. And maybe the meeting in Madrid is about how these guys are, because that sounds ridiculous and crazy. And maybe they're like, it doesn't matter how you try to spin this or authorize this or excuse this. This is an escalation, because they've already been shooting stuff into Russia. So it's not like their stuff hasn't been fired, but maybe
Hey,
it is
don't
in
forget,
relation
they
to
shoot
systems
at the Kremlin.
specifically. Well, I mean, but think about it. Maybe it is specifically systems they know have to have at least a few foreign operators on there, because they know there's no way in hell these guys learned how to fire, these missiles in 5 months or 4 weeks or whatever. So that makes a lot of sense.
Czechs vampires have been fired at Belgorod for a few months already. So, what's the permission for? And Storm Shadows were fired over there. Well, that's technically Russia, but not all.
Yeah,
Russia.
I mean,
I think the difference is. Sorry, go ahead, Yuri.
But what you were about your question, what I'm thinking, it's possible meeting about if it's NATO meeting. What really OAM was saying today, it's about they're thinking that maybe Ukraine is actually, because that's their ultimate goal, is to bring in the Western countries in to participate fully, right?
Yeah.
So the Ukrainians, by hitting those strategic weapons, or how to say that, those radars, long-range radars, nuclear ballistic missile radars, is actually inviting them in by doing that, preparing the ground. That's really OAM saying, preparing the ground for them to make them easier to get in and attack. So if they thinking that's the case with Ukrainian, that they trapping them in, maybe they gonna be resistant to it, or
like maybe they're trying to figure out how to diffuse it or keep it from happening. Because it's that, and I do think you're onto something with that.
I think there is a split.
Excuse foreign operators.
I think there is a real split inside of NATO. What is happening is that some countries want.
Oh, you froze, brother. Okay, there he's back. No, he froze again. Okay, I'll take over.
Some countries are saying no, And what we see is this kind of a split. We might see some countries entering into the war, and they know they don't have the support of all the other ones. That's why. Secondly, I also think this is a kind of a new it's a new scene on the theater. It's a new chapter, and you see some countries making all this noise a little bit before the peace conference. Just a little bit before the peace conference. We have we have to question that as well. Go on, Nanya.
Sorry, no, you kept breaking up on us there a bit, Prada. My big concern is, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but the last couple of weeks especially, the level of rhetoric has like risen on both sides heavily. And like when you've got a guy like Putin saying straight up, you fire at us anymore and we're going to fire back, you know, Russia won't back down from that claim. And that's what concerns me. I think if these guys in Madrid think that they're messing with somebody who's going to back down, they're all delusional. And that's what's going to happen. They're going to send some missiles over. Russia's going to hit the source. And then what? And that's my biggest concern.
But we have to question if this is NATO or it's just a couple of countries. And I don't think it's all countries that compose NATO. I think this is the signs of a split. There are just a few ones. So when we are talking about, I don't even believe Spain would engage in such madness. The fact that meeting in Madrid is a fair divers, is a coincidence. There are some countries which we can identify, and then some others which immediately say we are not going to take part on this. There are a few ones saying it out loud. So Italy, for instance, was one of the big important NATO countries or European countries that said we are not going to take part on this. And this we also need to read with what it means. It means actually that NATO is splitting up. Okay, so Macchiadio won, I don't know.
I think it was me.
Yeah, okay.
No, I was thinking in regards to the rhetoric, I mean, I think we all agree that the battlefield is changing, you know, in some ways pretty rapidly, in a bad way for Ukraine every day. And the Russians have the opportunity to create these situations where they can, you know, attack areas and either take it or just use it as a kill zone. And what if the increase in the rhetoric is, and the Russians realize that they're on the cusp of some major taking of land, some collapses, like some really bad things are going to happen to Ukraine, and they're going to be able to move fast. And this NATO, because let's be honest, the guys in NATO, they know the real deal, even if they lie on TV. They know maybe this is they're scared that the Russians are about to have a big breakthrough in some areas or make some big gains, or there's going to be some collapses, because they know what's going on. They hear the chatter, and the Russians are afraid. So they're getting more rhetoric out because they're afraid the Americans or NATO is going to overreact to this when it happens, and NATO's trying to figure out what they're going to do when it happens, and they're trying to be boisterous and loud and scare Putin. But at the same, you know what I mean? Like the situation could be so bad, they both know how bad it is, and one side's, and they're both trying to keep each other from, you know, overreacting, I guess, because maybe NATO knows Russia's going to take advantage of it. Russia knows they are. And they have to calculate the NATO reaction, and NATO has to figure out what they're going to do if some big collapse happens over the summer.
So,
because think about it, they've really been tamping it up, like we're going to send in troops, and all this shit is stopgap stuff to try and hold up the Russians. So maybe there's something in that. I don't know.
So all this, the way I see it, is part of what some people call the escalation ladder. So we knew that, or even the Russians definitely knew that the moment they go into Kharkov, the West would have to react. So this is their reaction to that. And we have to assume that they were ready for that as well, you know. And you can see, so from the surface, a lot of us cannot tell really what's happening unless we are getting some intelligence somewhere, right? So it just looks like the Ukrainians and Russians are just fighting on the border regions. The Ukrainians are falling back, some Russians are getting hit, stepping back, pushing forward. But only the people who know the data within each side knows exactly what's going on. And I can tell Ukraine is in trouble, mainly because I listen to these think tank people. And I love their words because the words that they use are usually what the media eventually adopts, right? So before they were saying one thing about, Russia is getting exhausted, Russia is getting exhausted. So they have changed the way they describe what's happening to Russia. Now they're saying Russia cannot be allowed to win. That's not what the rest of the media is parroting. Those TV generals like can't remember Petraeus and them, when they go on CNN, that's what they are repeating. Russia cannot be allowed to win. It kind of tells me, from viewing on the surface, that the Ukraine is maybe in more trouble than we think.
Chadovi.
Yes, I have the feeling that one of the issues here is that we are making a mistake.
How would Russia respond to banana strike?
I think one of the mistakes we are doing is that thinking that the politicians are understanding what's happening in Ukraine. I'm thinking that most of them understand absolutely nothing to the frontline situation. The military, I think they understand because they are military, that's their job. But the politicians, they don't understand what's happening. Okay, so sometimes a lot of people told them that Russia is going to lose, and 1 year later Russia is going to win, and they don't understand. Basically, they don't have the element to think about that. And the second point I wanted to say is that I'm not even sure that the Russian army is going to make a big advance, even if there is a hole in the front line. Because if you try to pierce and to exploit a hole in the front line, you are taking a risk, and Russia don't want to take risk. That's why even if there is a possibility of a big rush, I think Russian army is not going to take it. They're going to continue the slow grinding because the situation is positive for them today. They don't want to change it.
If I could just respond real quick, and I'll shut up.
Oh, Walkie went away. Why?
Yeah, I think he hanged. Like I realized he wasn't moving for a long time. I was like, why?
Fits the name.
Yeah, he will be back. I think he will be back.
No, I was just going to say, my point with the big moves is I think the Russians may know it, or they're starting to realize it, and the Ukrainians and NATO knows that there's just not any troops left, and that's what I'm talking about. When these big gains come, it's not going to be because they break through and do some old school spearhead. I mean, that might be some things. That might be the start of something. But I think a lot of the big pickups are going to be just as they move forward and realize there's no troops left. They're all dead, or they've left, or they've retreated, or they've deserted, or they've been moved somewhere else. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, I just think those holes are going to get bigger and bigger, and I don't really mean like they're going to go blasting through. I just think it's just going to be the natural progression, especially in the Donbass region, especially if they keep pressure on the north and then down around Zaporizhia. That's just going to continue to pull guys away while they attrit everything in the middle, and that's what I mean. I just figure by the end of the summer, there's not going to be a lot left for them to have to fight with in the middle, so they can kind of take what they want, or they can.
I think they're going to continue to take one village in a week. They're not going to try to go faster than that because they. I'm
not saying they will, but it might just turn into that because if they go to a village and there's nobody there, and then they go to the next one, there's nobody there, and they go to the next one, there's two guys there, and the next one, there's nobody. I mean, it might.
Yes, but they're going to stop because they want to have the support
like that because there may be areas where there's no troops left or very little.
I tend to agree. I tend to agree with Shadovi. I think we saw until now a very slow advancing of Russia in all fields. They wanted to make it slow. They wanted to last it, unless they are afraid that Russia is going to change their approach to the whole situation. And this could also be one of those keys. You see, the West can't afford to have this war lasting so long. And we also should consider that. So it's either they are afraid that Russia is going to change their approach to the whole war from slow to more aggressive, or is the opposite, is the fact that the Europeans, especially the Europeans, but also they understand that the Americans are not going to go stand much more of all the costs and the Europeans want to end the war as fast as it can. Zelensky just gave an interview, and he says the same. The war needs to end the faster that it can, which is very. He says on one side to make a peace deal with Russia is a trap. On the other side, he says that the war needs to end the fastest it can. We don't listen this from the Kremlin. The Kremlin is not saying, like Shadovi was explaining very well, the Kremlin is not saying that the war needs to end today or tomorrow. They are quiet. They are very patient. So Eurotrap is playing with his finger. Perhaps he wants to say something.
I'm just bored.
You're bored. Oh,
okay, the finger wants to go somewhere, so it's like yeah. No, I was just maybe half hour earlier. I read from Sladkov. Sladkov is one of the old-timers military reporters in Russia. He is, I mean, he's pretty important, I would say. Not the most famous one, but with a lot of influence. And he was just saying how his last 2 days, 3 days, going from checkpoint to checkpoint, moving along the front line. And he says, everybody's ready. Everybody is like, have the straight look, everybody's like strung up, ready to go. It's something changed, he says. It's not like it's like everybody woke up from the stupor and now everybody is moving. The officers, the soldiers, everybody is prepared to start moving, and not that they accumulated a lot of reserves and everything, but the whole front line is ready to go. That's what he says. So what that completely means, I mean, it's possibly that they, in my opinion, they should extend more of the front line over there now between where they got towards Kharkiv and between the Kupiansk, between that place, between Kharkiv and Kupiansk. That's where they should go and get more reserves occupied and then move along the whole front line. I don't know if they have that many planes to cover all of the front line with the FABs. I don't know, but this fighter bomber was saying last week about how the 3 squadrons are placed with him over there and where he is, and 3 squadrons are flying all the time. So they're just like 3 sorties a day, 3-4 sorties a day each pilot of 3 squadrons. So that's a lot of planes, 36 planes flying all the time, a lot of movements. I don't know how much they cover, and because usually they use Su-34, and they have about maybe not even 50 Su-34s for that FAB dropping of FABs, right? You could use Su-25, but I didn't see any of them using the FABs yet with the gliding kit. But it's possible. He was saying that it's possible to place the pylons for the gliding bombs on Su-25. That will extend plenty of the aircraft to use it, right? So it seems like something big is getting ready to happen. So it seems like Vaughn.
You're muted.
Maki's next than me.
Oh, I wanted to push back on something my friend Shadow is saying about politicians not knowing what's going on. I promise you, they know what's going on. They are actors. They pretend like they're stupid, but they know what's going on, right? So I'll give you an example. You see how these guys were holding the money in Congress? and we thought it was actually a political divide between the two sides. And then they came back and agreed, and it passed. They were holding it for a reason, and they were going off saying, we don't want war with Russia. They were saying, oh, we're spending too much money. But then they switched. Why? Because they were holding off, because the idea at first was Europe was basically going to take over the Ukrainian war, and they're dealing with the Ukrainian war, and then the US was going to focus possibly on China and or the Middle East. So them withholding aid was trying to basically win, you know, like how you win a baby. So they're trying to win Europe into basically taking over the conflict. When it was clear that they cannot, then they sent the money. But they were not withholding money because they didn't have money. They're not withholding money because the American people don't want money to be sent, right? These politicians go through classified meetings, and they know a lot about what's going on. When they come out in public and say something stupid, they're doing it on purpose. They're just messing with their public and just saying whatever they want to say.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, as far as, you know, something changing, I mean, obviously I think it's going to change. I mean, let's be honest. You know, the grinding, ground and pound doctrine has been enforced for at least a month and a year and a half plus. So they've gotten to the point where maybe they're going to start transitioning in areas to a more mobile move or take more territory because, like I said, there's literally, you know, I mean, it's like a meat grinder, right? You know, you put your sausage in there and you're going and going. At some point, the meat coming out gets less and less and less. So at some point, I just believe in these areas, there's just going to, that's where it's going to happen. You know, I mean, and maybe the Russians are getting ready. Like these guys, are, like Yuri was saying, these guys are ready to go. Maybe they know something. Maybe they know that this camel's about to break in their area and they're ready to, they're pumped and ready to go. They know it's that fragile in some places, and they're getting ready to take advantage of it. I mean, they've got, what, 300 aircraft up in the Kharkov region, 500 in the Donbass, you know, fighters and bombers and helicopters. I mean,
I think the problem is not the speed of the front line and the infantry and the tanks and the armored vehicle. The problem is the speed of the artillery, of the logistic support, of the anti-drone system, of the anti-air system, all the things that not in the front line but behind the front line. That's what
yeah,
is,
but, I mean,
that is very
count
slow
all that stuff ahead of time, and then they're
Yes,
going to
but
send
it's very
drones
slow to
up to
advance
surveil
the
the scene, and then they'll advance with drones in front. If there's a target, they'll hit it. They don't have to have like artillery there all the time. I mean,
yes,
they
but I
prepare
still
the
think that
battlefield. I mean,
every
that's
10
what they
kilometers
do.
they have to stop.
Let's not talk about
Every day,
other.
there's going to be less and less to prepare, so there's going to be less and less for them to deal with.
Right one, but let him talk to the end.
I still think that they have to wait to wait every 10 kilometers for everything to move with them. That's a better way for them to not lose any more soldiers. Each
I mean,
time
did
they
they wait
advance
for
in
the
a village,
artillery
they
to
want
catch
to
up
have
when they
the
ran down the
support
road to
with them.
Okaterney?
You can cascade movement. You can cascade the individual artillery batteries.
Yes, of course. But
yeah,
it
so
takes time, whatever you decide to do. Okay, it's
It
not just
depends
going
on-
on the road and going far ahead. You cannot do that.
It depends on what the response of the enemy is. It all that's why the soldier how the soldiers are feeling is important, because they're constantly have their finger on the pulse of the enemy response. So what we can see in the footage that's been coming out lately is that their movement is ever less impeded. You know, like the footage of Russians advancing has much less artillery showered on them, has much less drones. And so that's very indicative. And also, like, how much troops are the enemy redeploying to reinforce the destroyed positions. And so all that is what permits advance. If the enemy isn't putting... I believe that Russia has been doing a thing that I call like baiting and counterattack baiting. It's like they really like getting into advance into a position and then retreating to a fortified line they prepare behind, and wait for the counterattack to regain the position. And when the enemy doesn't do that, then they keep on going until they find that resistance. And so
I think the tempo is going to be dictated by the how much resources the enemy can bring to bear.
To add to that, it's even the fields are even less mined. Okay, go ahead, Juan.
No, but I was going to say,
Or-
you know, let's
or
say they
Plata,
select a sector ahead of time, 1 kilometer wide and 5 kilometers deep. They'll totally cover it with ISR. They'll target everything they can with rockets or artillery, and then they move up. And if there's nobody there on the other side, they'll probably keep going, like he said, until they hit resistance. And then other stuff moves up. But I mean, honestly, it's not like whenever they're moving, they always have something. They have drones overhead. They have aircraft nearby on standby. They probably got multiple.
Someone is going to make a mistake, and they are going to lose soldiers. They have to be the main objective of the Russian army is not to take territory. It's always been to kill more soldiers than they lost.
I know that. I'm just saying the territory comes by default because there's no one left to defend it, and they pick up the territory. That's all I'm saying.
One half company of Azov fanatic to destroy one Russian column. You have to be careful.
Well, there are signs there. One of them is the previous idea, the objectives of Ukraine, which was supported by the Western sponsors, was going back to the 91 borders. This sounds to be like a mirage. Nobody's going for that anymore, and they are saying out loud. So this is one of the biggest objectives of Russia, which was the Ukraine has to negotiate within the terms on the field, which means more or less that at least Donbass and Crimea are definitely out of the objectives like they had in the beginning. So something changed as well. Now, what they are doing is escalating most of the environment in order to go and sit on the table. Shadov is very right. The position of the Russians is to make pressure in order to achieve a goal. And they are doing it by slowly. And this is very important. It's grinding and grinding. And Ukraine is feeling itself more in bed. I think many Europeans and the US understand that they can't do this for much longer. It's impossible. Nevertheless, if some Europeans want to come into the war, they are going to be grinded as well. And this is the point. Well, it will be a very interesting experience. When body bags will start to arrive to the big capitals in Europe, how do we react? Go on, Von.
No, my other point is
Jesus. Build the ark. Banana.
You can tear down USA in 3 days.
that just totally broke the conversation. It's like Bon.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say, I mean, like I said before, I mean, like we don't really know for sure what's going on, but you know, we all have the OSINT and we try to follow the maps. And I mean, I think we have a pretty good idea what's going on, maybe within a few days of the actual battle, for the most part, maybe a week, depending on what's going on. But like I said, maybe the reason the Western rhetoric has gotten so intense and reckless is because they suspect the Russians are getting ready to do another big push where they just push across the whole front, and they're scared to death because they know they don't have anything left to stop it or very little to stop it, and it's only in certain areas. So they're trying to like bluff the Russians a little bit, and the Russians are like, hope the Americans don't go crazy if they do get a big pickup somewhere or something collapses.
Don't bullshit.
I'm thinking exactly the opposite, Von. I think at this point,
the Russians are like, don't bullshit
to make a big push. I think NATO wants Russia to make a big push and to stop the war. No, the fear of NATO and the European nation is for the war to continue the slow grinding for 3, 4, 5 years. That would be a total disaster for NATO. The slow grinding is a disaster for the Western world.
Stoltenberg said yesterday that we must not let Russia think they can outlast us. So.
He was saying that to Biden. Biden
so that's
should do everything instead of them, right?
That's projection there. Right?
I mean, when I say a big push too, I mean, all I'm really saying is what if the entire front line just moves to contact with the Ukrainians over a period of days all across the entire front? And the Ukrainians in the West know they don't have enough to cover all that, and that's what they're afraid of. Something's going to give.
Von, the Kharkov battle is going to last at least 2 years. When you look at the Bakhmut battle, honestly, that's minimum 2 years to take Kharkov,
at this velocity.
Yes.
Yeah, but I don't think they want to take. I would take.
I don't know why they take Kharkov when they can just go around it and sit there.
I would take Putin's word for some value, and I would say they are not going for.
They are going to make
they have
some kind of pincer around it, and that's all.
Yeah,
I mean, they don't even really have to do that. All they got to do is sit on either side of it within 20 or 30 miles and just sit there. It's a death trap.
You let a one-way out, a one-way in, and that's all.
Well,
you got Kupiansk down south. I mean, once that opens up, there's another little pincher down there where the Russians can kind of hang out 50 miles south of Kharkov, you know. I mean, they don't really have to commit to it. All they got to do is make a space for the dumbasses to go get killed, and they'll come.
But you see, the Kharkiv offensive has not moved for almost 2 weeks.
Yeah, they
haven't done any
advances.
You have to realize that. There is no Kharkiv offensive anymore. This is a myth grinder.
Hey, but guys, think about it.
Everybody on this channel knows that we follow Wyatt.
Think about it.
The Kharkiv offensive is just
if Russia goes slow,
kind of decoy.
If Russia goes slow, yeah, they might be like save resources or whatever. But if we speculate about fast advances, then it's clickbait. You know, it's much more interesting and exciting. So don't talk about how long they're going to take. Just speculate about.
You are right.
You know, like awesome.
Better to have a quick offensive.
No, yeah, in any moment, guys, it's coming. It's like things are really going to heat up any moment now.
Well, we don't know how much Ukrainian army is attrition. We don't know exactly.
No.
So even if they're like really lacking any reserves now in back of the front line, so that will actually enable quick move, right? But it seems like what they see, that there's not much reserves left behind the front line. But I would say they should extend the front line some more before doing it.
I just read this morning they started mobilizing the firefighters and the EMS technicians and people like city workers. They've started mobilizing those folks now, so that's not a good sign. You know, when you need to drag your firefighters to go fight a war.
Well, you know, there's
horrifying.
If you work at the hydroelectric plant, you know they don't need you there anymore. It's not working. So
yeah, there's a hit on Dnipro hydroelectric power plant, and they say it's a critical situation, and they're not talking about electrical production.
I heard something too about like if traffic was stopped because of the strike, so maybe the road over the dam got fucked up too.
Not just that, but the dam, it seems like a critical condition.
So I want to know.
Seriously?
Yeah.
No, I want to let Jared introduce himself.
Hey.
Hey.
My question is to everyone here is
Wait. Okay, introduce yourself first.
Okay, well,
who are you? Where are you from?
My name's Jared. I'm from Australia, so I'm safe from the World War. Maybe.
You're not safe.
Maybe.
Safe. No, you are not.
You're not safe, brother.
No one's safe from the World War. I'm just Jared, man. I enjoy Wyatt shit, so I'm just joining in. My question to everyone here is, I look at this thing and I think, like, you know, the Ukrainians are obviously going to lose, so they're going to have to at some point escalate to something that drags in the rest of the world. At what point? What's the escalation scale that like drags in other countries to fight? Like, they've shelled at the nuclear power plant. They've shelled over into Russia. We've got the escalation of other countries doing their own shit, you know, where they're just firing in missiles. Like, at what point do you reckon that this is the moment where we go, okay, it's on? Like, where do you think it's at? Like, that's where I'm asking the question. Like, where do you guys think it's at? I don't know.
I think we're there. There's an old saying, like, when all else fails, go to war. I think we're going to war. I think that the West, and this is the cynic in me, I'm guessing they're in Madrid right now talking about how do we blow up our societies? How do we blow up our countries? Because we got to throw everything at this thing and then have some sort of regeneration or renewal afterwards. I don't think I'm far off there, you know. Oh, here comes Shadowy. Okay, go ahead, Shadowy.
I'm just thinking about something. If Russia continues the slow riding and avoid any big offensive, the mainstream media, the Western mainstream media, are not going to be able to...
I held the fingers up before you, Nunya. You started talking by yourself.
Okay, sorry. Go.
Fight.
Nunya. Okay, so what...
Sorry, what was that?
Yeah, you're fine. Thank you.
No, I didn't hear.
Thank you.
All I heard was Nunya. I didn't hear what he said.
Yeah, so it was what Western what NATO says. It's in the case of catastrophic failure of Ukrainian army, they will have to defend Ukraine, right? Russia must not win. So what will be the case Ukraine is desperate to do to attract the Western militaries in? So one of the catastrophic failures would be this breach in Donbass. And I'm thinking the Ukrainian military, whatever is left, whatever they have, is actually set up outside of the Donbass region, while barely anyone is standing in a front line. So they will just pull back as the Russians advance, and that seems like a catastrophic failure of Ukrainian army, forcing the NATO to come in. So it depends on the speed of that failure or collapse of Ukrainian army. If it becomes very quick, sudden, just like it seemed to be, and the Russian forces advance too quickly, then that will force NATO to keep its words, not to come out weak and, lose their promises. So if the Russians advance slowly, even though they fainting, even though the Ukrainians are fainting, they wanting to let them in quick to seem like catastrophic failure, it might not happen. So it's what I'm thinking, catastrophic failure, like a huge advance of the Russia. So Shadowy, you go now.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, you. What I wanted to say is that if for NATO or Western European country to go to war, basically in Ukraine, in one form or another, it's if there is a major event happening in Ukraine. If the slow grinding continue to happen and nothing very important happen, the Western media are not going to be able to justify an intervention. That's one of the reasons maybe why Russia have to continue to go slow. And the other idea is that to create a feeling of emergency in the Western media, the only way they have to do is to describe the real state of the Ukrainian army. But to do that, they have to explain everybody in the world that they have just lied for 2 years. So the slow grinding is a trap for the Western media. Because if nothing happened on the front line, on the map don't change, so everything is okay on the front line. What do you need NATO intervention? And I think after me it was Drew or Jared, I don't know.
Okay. I came on to answer Jared's question about
Go for it.
At which point you will basically tip over and then the Western nations will get involved. I don't think that point will come because strategically, the Americans have already decided to get out of Ukraine and they want to try to kick up something in Asia. So your backyard. So you're going to get involved. They're going to use Australia,
100%,
Philippines, Taiwan,
100%,
Japan,
100%,
Korea,
100%.
to start something with China, and then they are going to just let whatever the Ukraine news will be yesterday's news. But then Russia will just take what it wants out of Ukraine. You'll become a rump state or whatever, and then they'll just kind of memory hold that. There'll be no more news about Ukraine. You won't hear it because you'll be hearing about the Chinese invasion forces in Taiwan, or China funding, sending weapons to Timor-Leste, right beside Australia.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. So it's so the only people that can that still want Ukraine to go on are the Europeans because they invested so much in it, and they're screwed right now because they lost their energy source, they lost their food source. It's like they can't really they haven't got anything really out of this, and now they are beholden to the United States, whereas the United States out of this they got Europe all nicely tucked away under their wing. They can't get out from under the United States now, even if they wanted to. Germany is permanently shut down as an industrial powerhouse to challenge the United States. So from the United States perspective, this was not really a win, but not really a loss either. They didn't lose anybody. All they did was send a bunch of old weapons over there, which they can eventually, get back. Even if they don't get it back, the people that made the money, the MIC, have already taken the dollars from the taxpayers and transferred it to the MIC. So from the United States leadership perspective, like they already won. It's the grift has already been done. So I think this US allowing Ukraine to fire weapons into Russia thing, I think it could be a trap in the sense that the US, so this could happen. I'm not saying it will. I'm thinking that the US idea is that Ukraine is going to do something really dumb, right? And then once they do that something really dumb, the US will just go, oh shit, these guys are really, really dumb. All the media reports will come out and say, no, we can't support these guys anymore. They're crazy. We are not going to, this is none of our business anymore. We're out. Don't talk to us anymore about Ukraine, So then that's their way of really cutting it off and saying, no, we cannot support these guys. These guys are crazy. We're not at war with Russia, and so on and so forth. So I think this could be a trap that the US has set for Ukraine. Yeah, maybe. I'm guessing. Yeah. Prata was next, right? Prata.
Oh, you're on mute,
I think it was Jared first.
Okay, Jared. Yeah, Jared.
It sounds good. I've got nothing to say to that. You guys, Prada, you go. I'll go after you, mate.
I pretty much agree with what Drew said, and I think Nuni also agrees more or less. Oh no, he doesn't. Okay, great. That will be amazing. That's how I'll be short. I think we should also consider something else, which is the dynamics inside of the European Union are changing fast. Perhaps what we are seeing is the smoke on for something big happening inside of the European Union. Perhaps we are coming into a big crisis. Big numbers are going to be announced. They are not expected in the sense that people would say that that will bring people to say that we are in a very dangerous situation economically. And I think there is also something in that sense coming in that we haven't been yet expecting. Go on, Munya.
Well, Drew, you had me when you said trap, and I thought I was right on board with you, and then you went 180. Okay, I think what you said is plan B, maybe. I still think plan A is get all those Baltic folks, kill all them first. Like, whoever, like, America doesn't care about the Europeans, doesn't care. Whoever wants to fight, yeah, sure, we'll keep funding it. We'll keep pressuring our satellites to push their citizens to it. That's plan A. Like, this is just act 2 of, three-part act, I guess. Who is next? Jared, go ahead.
Macchiadi, your finger is not visible, Macchiadi. He's been up since after Drew.
Yeah.
No, the Jared has been waiting for talking for a long time now. Jared.
No, Makati, you go. I'll go after.
Okay, I'll say something real quick while you decide who talks. About what Shadowy was saying. That maybe Ukraine can sort of start accumulating its troops. It's true that if Russia grinds down slowly, it can avoid a reaction from NATO. But then on the other hand, and that goes to what someone else was saying, that NATO would go on further if they had the capabilities. What if Ukraine starts retreating and rearming and training and accumulating force? Would Russia just leave them retreat and regroup and reforce, or would they have to advance forward to continue to attrit? What if Ukraine stops letting itself be attrited and starts retreating? And maybe we've been seeing that with all the Russian advances. Maybe Zelensky and Syrskyi were honest when they said we're going to go on a defensive posture. So in that case, in case that Ukraine started to retreat and accumulate strength, then Russia would have to advance to continue the meat grinder, the war of attrition. And on the other hand, I want to say that people think that Russia is less of a concern to the USA than China, and that USA should forget about Russia and start focusing on China. But the truth is that China is the economic rival of the USA, but Russia is the military industrial complex that rivals the USA's military industrial complex. So it's just as important in a different aspect. So who is the deep state? The deep state is investment funds and the MIC. And so the investment funds are worried about China's lack of cooperation with the world financial harvesting, the world financial harvesting. China isn't available for that. So it's destroying their capacity to harvest the world. And the MIC needs to sell more weapons, and Russia is basically co-opting the market. Besides humiliating them. So those 2 points I wanted to add.
So
your fire burned down.
I wanted to mention that. So I think a lot depends on European capacity, and like everybody else, I think we were all fooled as how economies work. We really ate up the whole thing about GDP, about nominal GDP. We ate all that up, and it's understandable. I think some smart people fell for that as well. But what we're seeing, and I didn't understand really what it means, but there was a time where there was a Kenyan foreign minister, his name was Simon Gary, back in the day, and the British had pissed him off. I can't remember what they had done, but somebody had made a statement about Kenya helping Sudanese people hide their money or something, right? So and he said, what do we need the West for? We needed them for loans, but now they don't have money. And that was back in the day. And I thought about it, didn't make any sense. Like, how can the Europeans don't have money? I mean, these people, they're rich. But slowly we are all coming to understand that things are not what we thought they were. If North Korea can manufacture 1 million shells and Europe is struggling to reach half of that, then I think we have to rethink what we actually thought about how industry works, how governments work, and actually what the hell is money. Like the US tried to give Egypt money to buy, what were they trying to buy? I think they were trying to buy
Pyramid.
artillery shells.
Pyramids.
And they were trying to buy artillery shells, and
for
the Egyptians said, no, we don't want money. Instead, hey, can you guys give us like F-16s? Because the dollar money itself right now is valuable to individuals. Like if you got $1 million, that would be very useful. But to countries right now, the dollar is not as valuable as it used to be. So yeah, I'm kind of starting to think very differently about how the world economy works.
No, Macchiati, money is still money, but F-16 is more important because
The F-16
doesn't matter how much money they have. They can't buy just F-16, because for you to buy a F-16, you need to go a lot of process. A lot of people need to approve this and that. And I don't think the world is ready to see Egypt with F-16.
But hey, boss, I have a very quick question for you. Do you know which side your camera is?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Well,
Okay.
I kind of see it as being like a classic battle of, capital versus commodities, right? So capital will only get you so far. And I'm reminded by the old Star Trek episode where Captain Kirk is on that planet fighting the green monster, and he's surrounded by all these diamonds, and he's like, oh,
Fox is the only BBC we trust.
Oh, yes.
And he's like, I'd trade all these diamonds in for a good solid blaster, so I just popped in my head for some reason. Go ahead, Jared. And yes, he is the only BBC I trust.
Yeah. I look at Europe. Okay, I'm from Australia, so I look at Europe as like, man, they're like an old museum. Like, why do we care about them so much? And I'm from like, the Asian area where I just see like 80% of the population. So it's just like bizarre. It's just bizarre to me the way we're like.
Because the most intelligent people live in Europe.
Well, they don't, right? Like most.
I know, but that's what they say.
That's what they say.
And those, don't forget, it's the better artist to live in Europe.
No.
It's because of the Western burden.
It's not really. It's like it's America. It's America, and that's about it. I don't see that we're witnessing when people say that we're witnessing a dying empire, and they kind of lay it on America's doorstep. It's not America. It's Europe, right? Europe's the place that's dying and losing power. France, England, they're all losing power. It's not America, it's not Australia, it's not New Zealand, it's not Indonesia, it's not any of these other places that are gaining. We're gaining power. The more that Europe collapses,
yeah, but
we are gaining power.
Jared,
Yeah,
sorry
go
to
on.
interrupt.
Go on.
Your country is on the wrong side of the history, because when this thing finish, Australia is gonna be losing out because they were because you are supporting Europe, you are supporting United States.
I agree. No, I agree.
No,
with that.
those.
And
Australia is going to be a Chinese colony, that's all.
I'm not talking about the people.
Australia is on the wrong side because it's on the south. Australia isn't in the north hemisphere, so it's on the wrong side of the world.
But Australia has
You're an Anglo-Saxon country, man. You should be in the north, like Britain, Canada.
Australia has resources.
What are you doing? Either you're Anglo-Saxon or you're a global south. Pick one, for God's sake.
Well, Europe is
Australia
not
has resources,
collapsing.
right? Like we have coal, we have iron, like we have the fundamental resources for. Like I just look at this stuff and I go like, okay, we have the resources. Europe does not have the resources. Europe wants Africa because they have the resources. Like it's like plain, like it's so basic. Like there's nothing more complicated than like you want the iron, go to Africa, and it's like, well, okay, like anyway,
Africa is not for sale anymore.
Hey, but can I say something real quick?
Have a lot of silicon,
Exactly
right?
right. That's why Europe's fucked. That's why Europe's fucked.
I think it's really interesting
You
how
also
like
have,
Australia
silicon.
Australia is the last country. Is the last colony that was like under the Commonwealth, because it's like there was a lot of colonial projects, but after Australia, the British decided that it was a bad investment to colonize, like to ethnically cleanse. And so they said, no, let's just leave banana republics and then harvest all the resources. Like Australia's too expensive. We have to treat the population like if they were people. So let's not do that again.
Maybe we'll put that up to a granted debate. Like we'll put that to a granted debate.
To respond, to push back a bit on this, why are we talking about the US empire collapsing and not the European empires collapsing? The European empires have already collapsed. It's already collapsed. So right now, so the one empire that's still, all powerful right now is the US empire. So that's the one we're seeing in the slow motion collapse right now. The British Empire is gone. The British Empire is gone. The Portuguese Empire is gone. The French Empire, still a little bit left in Africa, but mostly gone, right?
Well, the French, right?
They just got
Question
so,
the French haven't gone, right?
I think what we have to look at is that Europe is not collapsing in any time. The problem is that some of our politicians are scared and don't understand. It's like they want to get out of the rules of the game that they created themselves. The rules of the free market are there, and they just have to accept if there is new competitors on the street, new boys on the street, this is okay. And that's where they actually are getting scared and are trying to get out of the game and playing a new neo-colonialist game, which is not going to have any success. We know that the Africans are not, they know how it works, and they are saying no to it. And they want a more fair game. And the game where they were forced to pseudo market rules, to give actually the best deals to Europeans or to the US, to the bigger Western corporations. Those days are coming to an end. They are not gone. They are coming to an end. Fortunately, we still don't know. Perhaps they will be just substituted by new Chinese corporations. We still don't know. But at this moment, the Africans are raising their voices everywhere. The new president of Senegal just went like nobody else did
Okay, Prata is gone.
Okay.
I just... Oh.
Prata, you are breaking.
And just to finish, I want to say is that the problem is that Europeans are getting, they are obsessed with this idea of secured supply lines. This type of neo-colonial thinking is over. Nobody is going to accept this.
Thank you.
Secured supply lines? What does it mean? That all countries around these supply lines have to supply the Europeans whatever they want or don't? They are crazy. Yes. They are lunatics. Go on, Drew. Sorry.
Yeah, I just want to say there's a difference between where we say collapsing of Europe and collapsing of empire. The empires have already collapsed.
Oh yeah, yes, of course, they are collapsed. Yeah, I'm talking
still,
about
fairly okay for now, right? For now, yeah. So we're talking about the collapsing of the American empire, not necessarily the collapsing of America. Separate things.
Yeah. Understood. Sorry. Go on, Shadovi.
Yes, I wanted to add something about Australia, that tried to be neutral, but of course, when they decided to not bout French submarine but bout US crabs, basically, they have lost their neutrality. Sorry for them. And about the power of Europe in the world, don't forget that in the United Nations Security Council, there is 3 European countries, 1 American, 1 Asiatic country. Okay? If you count the number of nuclear warheads in the world, most of them are in Europe. If you count the number of license brevet, I don't know for forgetting the word, most of them are in Europe and USA. China is beginning to gain a lot of power on these topics, but they are not yet there. So Europe has still a lot of power.
And most of the English writers in the
I
West.
just wanted to add something. Sorry, excuse me. About colonization, you're absolutely right. The first version of colonization is over in the 60s. The second version, where the European country have military bases everywhere, it's now over, at least for France. Now we are in the third stage of colonization. We are colonizing African country, at least we tried, with your large company. Okay? Basically the military, the French military are kicked out of the country, but the French companies still there are in the country. A lot of times that's like that.
What about out in the Pacific, the French colonies out there? What are your thoughts on that? Shadowy.
If you think about Niger, the most recent example is Niger. Niger, there was a lot of French military base in Niger, and since the new government, it was basically 1 year ago, they kick out the French military of the country. But you have to understand that the main issue with Niger was the uranium production. It was really important for France. And there were 5 major mines in Niger about uranium. 4 of them are depleted, so there is still 1 of them. And they had to stop production, not because of the government, but because the stupid European Union decided to impose an embargo on the very special chemical in Niger. So they had to stop production because of the European nation embargo, not about the government. So basically, they were going to continue to work as usual.
Okay.
Yeah, I was about to add something on that and say that, if you have the 4th poorest nation has a ton of gold and a ton of uranium, something is wrong with the way the world is organized.
Yes.
Something is really wrong. Like something is not right.
Yes.
But
And that's not going to change.
Yeah, and I also wanted to bring up something I saw yesterday that I think is very interesting. So India withdrew 100 tons of gold from the London Bank, and they made it sure that they had their people make it clear that it has nothing to do with the sanctions on Russia or whatever. But I know for sure it has a lot to do with that, or it partially has something to do with that. There's no way I would trust my gold in London. And remember, they pay rent for that. Like you literally pay them like millions of dollars for them to hold that gold for you, which I understand it's security that if your government is overthrown, somebody can take that gold. But again, if your government is overthrown successfully, well, then you need to be overthrown. So I don't know why you have to go hiding gold. But that is a very important development that I think I needed to point out.
These are very important news, just like the ones that we heard about that China is taking billions and billions, $52 billion of the Euroclear Bank in Europe. And these are signs that something is going to happen in Europe. 100 tons from London, that's an immense amount of money. Most countries don't have.
CIA got him again.
Fucking CIA.
I heard.
This is the result of
so many people. Like when you look
about the West,
when you look at mining for gold, I mean, there's so much energy, so much human labor is expended to dig the gold out of the ground.
No.
just in order to again place it into the ground,
No.
right? Isn't
Not
it
really.
waste? Isn't it such a waste? Like you expend so much to dig it out of the ground, refine it,
No.
block it, and then hide it in a bunker somewhere in the ground.
No.
What's the purpose of doing that? I mean, right?
They have robots to do that shit for you now. Like Australia, all our mining companies.
Martians, yeah, they do have robots to do that.
That's kind of it's as simple as that, right? Like you can have robots fucking do it for you, right? Like it's kind of as simple as that. Like
Hide it under the ground or dig it out of the ground. Which part?
Dig it out of the ground. In Australia, we keep it in the ground. Like we purposely keep it in the ground just to like keep it there. There are like huge coal mines in Australia. Well, coal mines, huge gold mines in Australia where like we just don't mine it because we keep it there in the ground, safe. And I'm not saying that like arrogantly. I'm just
You
saying,
mean
like,
you don't trust the London banks?
No. We literally keep it in the ground just to keep it safe.
Or
Like,
maybe you have Fort Knox in USA if you want.
No, you must remember the Gulf War, right? United States, those soldiers went in and carry all the gold mine. Remember the photo? But if it's inside the ground, right? The US soldiers cannot carry it and go. They need to dig it first.
Yes.
So it's a smart security, mechanism.
But mining's like simple, man. Like it's like you have like. So I'm from Australia, right? So you see like one person like lives in New South Wales, and they do like a 10-man they have like a console where they sit in front of fucking 10 computers and they fucking mine all kinds of minerals. It's like that's where we're leading to in the future. It's like you have to.
And for cobalt in Africa, they use 12 years old children.
Well, we're not that, right? We're not that. Like, that's the problem, right? Like,
Anunnakis
what's
created the men to dig the gold
with
for them, right?
What's cheaper, right?
So the technology have evolved to the point where you don't really need the person who is very good at controlling the excavator to be there. Because now they have 4G. You can just do remote. It's FPV drones. You don't need to be there.
And I don't know the answer to this. I don't know the answer. Like, because mining was like a core foundation of human civilization. I don't know what the answer to this is. Like,
yeah.
I'm
sure the people who play Minecraft know a lot about it. So for sure,
a lot of civilizations were based either on the production of food or the exploration of mining
and
for
food
other
too.
civilizations.
Yeah, for sure.
So this is, and we see
Can
now.
can we talk about something?
Someone was talking about gold, but that this is also important to note that there has been a renaissance of gold around the world. The price of gold now is extremely high, and the mines for gold exist
I have a
because there
question,
is
Pata.
a need.
Is the price of gold high or the price of dollar low?
Gold
is high.
Gold high.
Gold is high.
Gold
That's
got
the only
high.
question
for
I have.
gold. And that's the only point.
I think the initial value of gold
Of course,
is
Real Madrid
the
win.
first metal.
That's not a news.
First
That's
metal
a
that
news.
was used to shape. I think that's
Okay, let's talk about
where the value
football.
of gold come from.
Yes, I agree.
The
Let's
first
speak about
metal
Real
that's very
Madrid.
visible.
Real Madrid.
Bilderberg is rooting for Real Madrid. That's why they're winning. It's Bilderberg there. They win. They're rooting for them, right?
It's the Blanca Casa. They are winning. That's their thing.
About analyzing gold is that we see that Western countries don't care about gold. It's not that they are emptying their treasury.
Okay, 100 ton of
This
gold.
analysis is
How
very
much is it?
short.
How much is
The rest
100
of
tons
the
of gold?
it's the rest of the
Can
world
someone
that
calculate
is
quickly?
actually increasing. It is the rest of the world that is actually increasing the amount of gold in their reserves. Why are they doing this? And this is important to note. It's not gold by itself. It's what people
It's miniature. It's very miniature amount. 100 tons of gold that India pulled out from the London Bank. How much is value? What's the value?
The
problem is not the value. The problem is the symbol.
It doesn't mean if you understand. If we understand the meaning of gold,
it's
if we
minuscule.
understand the meaning, okay, you can talk about the 100. What does it mean? 100 tons of gold in the whole amount of reserves of the yes, it doesn't matter. But if you look at, that's not the point. If you look at
the problem is that gold is a safety net. I think
how
that,
much each country has, how much each country has,
just
how much each. Let's not talk over me, please. How much country? How much gold each country has? 100 tons. It's quite a lot. It's like most countries on Earth don't have 100 tons of gold. Of course,
but
it
also
is
depends.
Very little. No, Mr. Gerald, don't talk about other people. You're just cutting the voice of other people. This makes the arguments lost and lost. We know that. Okay. So the thing is that 100 tons of gold is quite a lot compared to other countries. It is what it is. But the point more important to notice is not even the 100 tons of gold, which is quite a big amount. It is they are taking it. Why did they have that amount in London? What was that amount doing in London? Because.
And we lost him again.
Okay. Let's move on. Let's move on.
I've got a question for Drew.
Time between and that was the point. When they take that money out of London, it means that London as a marketplace for exchange money doesn't play the same role anymore. You guys are talking over other guys all the time, and this makes conversations really difficult.
Okay,
hey,
we
all have
we all have something to tell you. We want to listen to you, but it's very difficult because every 30 seconds you cut out for 30 seconds, and then every 30 seconds you cut out for 30 seconds. We can't understand what you're saying because you are talking and you cut out. So
I think he's trying to solve the issue.
Yeah.
Anyway,
he went to the backstage. So Prata, if you are listening, Prata, you are actually keep getting tagged by the CIA. So every time you talk 15 seconds and CIA got you, then you just froze there for 10 seconds, 15 seconds. Then when you come back, we already try to fill in the blank. Yeah, so he's now in the backstage. I think he's fixing his stuff.
Hold on. This is a black hole already. Please, let's move on. I came here.
That's very racist, okay? You cannot be racist to the whole.
You wanna go into white
hole?
BBC.
I'm black.
BBC want to go into white hole? What are you talking about?
I came here so you guys can talk about Trump. This is important. Come on.
We already talked about Trump, dude.
Nah, that was 5 minutes.
Yes, we did.
That's 5 minutes only.
Okay,
let's move on. Vaz,
I've got a question for Drew.
Let me finish my point, and then we'll move on.
We got Leo.
Leo,
long time no see. Long time no see. I just popped in recently. I'm actually here because I saw the thumbnail and the title of this, and it's pretty. So don't worry.
That's going to be the joke of this episode.
Leo,
all right.
You have to go
so,
again.
Hello?
We couldn't hear you.
Yes,
you
continue.
froze again.
You froze for a second.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I just popped up because I saw the thumbnail and I saw the title. And I think the issue is something that I'm actually pretty concerned about. So my first question is going to be, one question is going to be an actual personal concern. The next two are just out of curiosity. So the first question is, what are the signs that I should be aware of that show, okay, something is escalating in the South China Sea. We should probably prepare already to tell some of our relatives to get out of the Philippines. And the second and third one are, a few streams ago, actually many streams ago, Wyatt said that China's economy cannot survive the kind of impact that sanctions from the United States and United States satrapies threw on Ukraine. And I wanted to know if Drew had an opinion on that. And I guess the third one is, should anything escalate in the South China Sea, are all the countries going to get involved, or is it going to be like Ukraine, where every country kind of just fends for itself? And that's really it.
Drew, you go. Man.
Okay, so I answer first, so then you can fight it out later. So the sign to whether to run away, in case you are the type that you want to run away, is when there is a skirmish in the sea. So tentatively, both sides is very they're holding back. You know, China, of course, they have overwhelming numbers. They are using water cannons and whatnot. And your president, the Filipino president, made a very good comment in the Shangri-La dialogue today. He basically, retorted back against a Chinese general that was asking a question. He said that what happened if one day the water cannons killed a Filipino sailor? Is that a red line? So I didn't hear the whole answer, so I only saw the quote. But I think that's a very good question, because where is the red line? And the moment once there is some kind of firefight, because the war will not just suddenly break out in a massive big war. It's not going to be like the Russian invasion of Ukraine. That kind of like sudden big force come in. It's going to be a trickle and then get bigger and bigger and bigger, because China don't have the kind of military capability. Even like United States, if you tell them to invade, let's say, Yemen today, they will still take a long time to build up that force. So China will be the same thing. If they want to subdue Philippines, it will be a huge build up. But even China would not dare to really try to conquer Philippines, because even for the Japanese, Philippines is one hell of a big headache. It's like trying to conquer many islands of Afghanistan. It's untenable, which is also why Philippines have a weak military, because even Philippines cannot deal with the rebels, the militants, the Islamic Jihad, all these terrorist group, a communist group, they can't even eliminate them. So don't talk about Chinese trying to conquer Philippines. They know the limitations. They don't even dare to go for Taiwan, because it's the same problem. Taiwan is just one massive big island of Afghanistan. It's super mountainous, super difficult. So the chance of war is very low, but there will be a high chance of China giving up. So if United States becoming super weak, and no one is going to do the good counterbalance against China, China will start to use its military to just enforce that South China Sea is theirs. And that's what Singapore is afraid of. So which is why Singapore constantly trying to get partners in, Europeans in, the Americans in, to try to do this counterbalance. Because if that happens, Singapore loses South China Sea as well. And this big concern for us as well. It's a national security, national interest problem as well. Then and then what was the third question? The third question was the sanction. So my opinion about sanctions is that before the Ukraine war, China will die against the kind of sanction they throw at Russia. But today is not so sure, because now they have Russia. So which is why you see China's behavior. They hug Russia very tight. Even Xi Jinping literally hugged Putin, and then Putin was shocked, because Russia actually don't want to be so close to China. But then but China is taking this advantage, in this climate, to hug Russia tightly, because Russia is that security, that insurance to protect China from any form of sanctions, because Russia has survived the sanctions. So if they have Russia's support, they have all the resources, all the supply, all the gas, all the petrol, China don't need anything else, generally speaking. The only weakness is these minerals and petrol and gas. So if they have energy secured, they have some of these raw material secured, I don't think China is lacking anything. I mean, food and everything, they can actually find a way. Maybe they have lesser meat to eat, because they need to import a lot of wheat to make grains, to make food for the pigs, for the animals. That's the only food related weakness that China have. Which is why they have diversified greatly. They have invested a lot of money in South America to make them replace United States. So the effort is doing pretty well. Have not fully replaced the United States yet, but it's gaining a lot of steam, and but it's very weather dependent. So when there's a drought or a flood, then they have to buy US grain again. So that's the thing. I think the second question I forgot about it. I don't know what is it about.
It's fine. It's fine. I don't think it was that important anyway. Also, just for the personal record, no. Just to put it on the record here. No, I wasn't saying that if something bad happened, I was gonna flee the country. I'm not like Denis Davidov or whatever his name is. I just have family members who I know should not be here during times like that, and I'm just looking out for their safety. That's really it.
Yeah.
Anyway, I also asked this to Drew because I remember Drew saying incredibly salient points because he seems to be the local expert when it comes to China. So I just wanted to hear his opinion.
That's comrade Drew. You.
No. The question of whether your family members need to flee the Philippines, I don't think that will ever happen, because you need to understand why. You need to understand why China is in the South China Sea and claiming so much of it. They're not so much there to grab at the resources. They're not so much there to claim more territory. They're there to claim a buffer zone. It's the same reason why Russia is there.
Ukraine.
They cannot afford a U.S. allied base, and there are a lot of U.S. bases on Japan and Philippines, and they cannot afford to let them those U.S. bases encroach towards China. If they start building U.S. bases on those islands, instead of mainland Philippines, they have much lesser time to respond if something goes wrong. So they're not there to. So as long as the Philippines doesn't do anything silly, China's not going to respond. Likewise, you can see this. Why do you always see in the newspaper that China is using water cannons against Filipino fishing ships? Where are the Filipino military? Where's the Filipino military? Why aren't they using water cannons at each other? The Philippines doesn't want to antagonize China. China doesn't want to antagonize the Philippines. But occasionally, what you get is an NGO in the Philippines that organizes all this. It just happened like last week or last month. They organize all these Filipino fishermen, and then they sail towards the Chinese ships in the shows that are contested, and then they get blasted with water cannons. So then they take the videos of them being blasted with water cannons and then show the world, see, the Chinese are evil. But it's the NGOs that organize the fishing ships to go to antagonize the Chinese. So it's not the Philippine military. It's not the Philippine Coast Guard. The Philippine Coast Guard and the Chinese Coast Guard, they know how to behave with each other. So you never see any kind of antagonization between the two of them. So this whole idea of whether you should run from the Philippines, I don't think it will ever happen as long as the US doesn't put nukes in the Philippines, or the US doesn't start building military bases towards China. So that's why they claim that much of South China Sea. They know it's ludicrous. They know it's not the 9-dash line thing. They know, but sure, they would rather have that than to have war, right? So the question about whether China will survive the sanctions, you have to look at the quantity of China's balance of their GDP production. So 75% of Chinese GDP produced is actually locally. So it's nothing to do with their imports or exports. They generate like 75% of everything they produce locally. So if they lose the trade to the US, like immediate cutoff, I think I covered this in a couple of open mics ago. All they lose is about 6% of their, I think it's 3 or 6% of the GDP. I forget the number. So it's a very small percentage of the overall GDP, even if immediately they cut off. But of course, black markets will happen, and there will be people trying to circumvent the sanctions and whatnot. So that 3 or 6% is actually going to be a much smaller figure. Just look at the sanctions of Russia. The trade is still going on. It's just going on. It's making one big round and going around. So they would sell to factories in Vietnam and Thailand. Thailand would then sell to Mexico. Mexico would then sell to the US instead of the cost will just go up in trade. So China won't collapse because its trade will happen. All these sanctions are just more administrative work to prevent direct trade. right? All the indirect trade. There's no way for you to control that. So yeah, it's and China is in its, even if it loses all trade to the US, it's a small percentage of them, of their overall economy. So yeah, I don't think that will happen. You must realize China doesn't just trade with, like, it doesn't have many large trading partners. It has many large trading partners. It trades with everybody, like everybody in Southeast Asia, everybody in the Middle Asia, everybody in Africa, everybody in Europe, everybody in South America, everybody trades with China. So if you remove even the largest trading partner, which is the US, it doesn't really that much of an effect because it's a global trader. Yeah. So yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's really all I wanted to ask.
Shadowy.
Yes, I wanted to add
We got an intro
two
too.
things. First, I think one of the main issues for China about energy is not really oil and gas, because they have Russia. It's coal that come from Australia. It's a very nice coal mine in Australia with robots. And the second point I wanted to say is that if there is a hot war for a few days between some player in the area, I think it would be dangerous if you are in an airplane exactly at the bad moment, at the bad time, or in a ship at the bad place. If you are in a city in Philippines, I think there is no issue, except if you are just at the outside of a military base, maybe. And if China win more and more influence in the area, the difference is going to be this one. Before, you were buying high-tech product from USA built in China, and after that, you are going to build Chinese product built in China. That's going to be the main difference.
Shadway, isn't Russia the biggest producer of coal in Europe?
Yes, but to ship coal, you need to transport people, you need ship, basically.
Yeah, you have the best, but China doesn't need the best, just need cheap.
Yes, and coal is very heavy.
Yeah.
So by train, it's not a good idea, basically. It's very difficult
Australia.
to move the large quantity of coal by train. So you need ship. So maybe the North Sea trade route, but
this is how Australia managed to like withstand China's barrage of tariffs on us. We said, "Fuck you! We're not giving you anything until you do the coal reliefs," and they capitulated at some point.
Is Australia saying that, or United States saying that for Australia?
This is the only thing. I'm not saying that we are strong. I'm just saying that we have minerals, right? We have minerals.
Jared, you should have about
Australia is just like Canada, you know. It's like some people, white people that speak English, you know, commanded by the United
people
States.
who speak English.
White people that speak English,
Yeah, you
Australia
should
and
get
Canada,
immigrants.
depends of United States. Whatever the United States say, you two gonna do. You two do it.
Oh no, I agree with that for sure. I agree. We have a low populations, right? So like it's
Yeah.
just a matter of reality.
Both countries so big without people. Australia and Canada very big without people.
What's
I
your
think
country?
you have your country. I think Australia go about 25
Right.
million,
And what's your
and
country?
Canada about 45 million.
38.
And what's your country?
38. You see, even
What's
less.
your country?
My country is Angola.
No. He's from UK.
And
yes,
what's-
he live in London, please.
I'm
And
from
what's
Angola.
the last
He's a British.
He's
Boss,
British.
What's the last invention you
be
made?
serious. You are British.
Nunia and Jared are more British than me, you know.
No.
They
what?
said
I'm
same
pretty sure
thing.
that you
You're a little-
support the soccer
You're British a little bit.
British team.
No,
And you
You're
made-
more
you made
they
Angolan.
said the same thing.
What year did
I
you make
don't.
the moon landing? I'm sorry.
Impossible. No,
You know.
I watch EPL every beginning of the match. They actually kneel down for you. You know, they kneel down and like. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
no,
I'm confused.
No
Like,
racism.
what's going
You're
on here?
British, just a tip, you know. Rest of it is Angolan. So
Just a little bit.
Uh,
Yeah, just a
just-
bit.
No, there is
Yeah.
no little bit. There is no little bit. I'm full Angolan.
What country is that?
Angola. Is
What country is that?
You missed it.
In Southwest Africa.
Hey, Voz, on the disc on your wall, how many of them are from British musicians?
Where?
The
Guy's
disc
in
on
his
the wall.
basement with fucking records in his fucking wall.
The record on the wall, yes, I don't know the word. What's the name of the music band? I'm pretty sure it's British name.
I don't know.
We're waiting.
No, my Euro next, right?
Yeah.
Yes, you're
Yeah,
right.
yeah. I finally get why Wyatt is seeing China as very aggressive. I mean, look at it. They always have like a weapon that's changing strategy. Like they have the sticks and stones against the Indians, water cannon against Philippines, deadly balloons against Americans. I mean, what's gonna be next? Lego machines against Japan, maybe.
No, for Japan, it's big robot.
Godzilla,
Giant
Godzilla.
robot against Japan. It's always giant robot.
But they can use Lego.
They also fly drones into South Korea. Then also fly FPV drones and those.
Hey, they use the
those
FPV drone
quadcopters
to spy
Taiwanese
the Japanese
airspace.
aircraft carrier.
Yeah,
So what's the point? Sorry, what's your point? They don't use
really-
guns, and they don't use guns doesn't mean that is not aggressive.
But why?
We
That's the
Chinese
question.
people, technically Chinese, we are not stupid. No,
Okay.
we are not dumb.
If you water
We know how to know.
This was a
push
joke.
the
This
boundaries.
wasn't your
Yeah.
attack on you, man. This was a joke. You know.
So
Deadly
Wyatt,
balloons,
question.
that's-
So China has
Yes.
not expanded in hundreds of years, right?
Okay.
So I don't
But
see
I
the
wanted to say
direct
something
threat or the
serious
traditional
about.
threat, right?
I wanted to say
Hey,
something
both of you
serious.
talking to it at the same time. Not
Okay.
here.
It's
I
like
didn't finish,
it's
yet.
like you're basically rebel provinces that don't want to be reunited with the motherland.
Who's
Yeah,
who's
I
that
want-
province?
The Chinese diaspora throughout Asia.
Please, let's
You have to
move
be careful
on.
with this
Please,
theory.
let's
Oh,
move
In
on.
Europe, it makes a world war
antagonize
peace.
him. You're antagonizing him like China's
No.
diaspora.
Okay.
I just want to explain. Chinese diaspora, when they move overseas, especially when you go into the second, third generation, those people are already indigenous to like the land that they have settled down. Like we are all born. Like I'm born in Singapore. No, my mom born in Malaysia, but then it's like I do not know how many generations back. So we have no affinity with China except that it's cultural and historical. Like the Chinese people is there. We watch shows and movies about the history, the Han Dynasty, Ming Dynasty, whatever. Fight with the barbarians in the north and whatnot. So we link to that sense in terms of language and culture, but the country is two different things. Like I always say, People's Republic of China is not Republic of China, is not the Qing Empire, is not the Ming Empire. They are all separate countries. So they can say that just like Russia say that they inherit everything USSR, but they are not USSR. The Republic of China say that they inherit everything from the Qing Empire, but they're not Qing Empire. But they can claim whatever they want to claim. That's why they draw the border based on the Qing Empire's maximum border, because they want to claim everything. Because they are aggressive. So People's Republic of China is the same thing. They take the same thing.
I didn't get to say anything but a joke. Okay, I didn't finish.
Oh, that's not. So you
when
are supposed
I
to say
finished, I'm
something
gonna-
else. Okay.
Yes. I wanted to say a strategic picture how I see it. Like it's chronologically as we know it. It's not because depending how quickly we get the news. But let's say what happened. So
Let's talk about Ukraine or Trump. Gomo is in ML.
Yeah. So it's first those radars that are oriented towards the Iran, towards the Middle East, towards Bahrain, where there's U.S. bases. Those long-range radars, it actually could be used to warn Iran about possible ballistic missile attack, right? So, but if the U.S. was planning attack on Iran. Okay, let me talk down. And this is the possibility, right? It's not very clear, but so if that was the thinking of the China and Russia, that the U.S. is getting ready to attack Iran, so China goes and activates over there to Taiwan in order to misdirect U.S. Navy, right? So if there's something happening with Taiwan, U.S. Navy will be preoccupied over there, not being able to be split between Middle East and China and Taiwan, right? So that's when everything calmed down, because this is the messaging, how I see it, right? And then it goes back to the talk about introducing the military, Western military, and allowing the weapons to be used against Russia. So this is the game, the messaging between them, all three powers, right? Between Russia, China, and United States. They're triggering each other and threatening and all of it. This is how I see this strategic, big picture strategic game, right? That they play in. They don't wanna. They didn't want U.S. to attack Iran.
Okay, so I want to push that a little bit. Just like Ukraine is actually not that small little chihuahua that is very weak. Like they are one of the biggest military in Europe when Russia invaded. Taiwan is not a weak country. Taiwan is a very freaking powerful country, militarily speaking. If you look at their navy size, they have 4 destroyers, 22 frigates. They are not a weak country. So they have a much bigger navy than Singapore. So the idea that you need US Navy to come and support Taiwan, in a sudden war, not necessarily speaking, because Taiwan basically is like a massive aircraft carrier that have planes hiding in the mountain, like G.I. Joe. They are not a weak country. The fact that they still want US support because everyone needs a big brother. So China cannot, because China is a big brother themselves. So but the thing is that if United States start a war with Iran, United States will not be able to support Taiwan at all, because Iran is not a weak country as well. Iran is also a freaking big country, freaking powerful country. So I think if they do start a war with Iran, then they are stupid. Like United States is like stupid, really stupid, because you can't even finish your Ukraine before you go and eat another Iran. Don't be so greedy.
Yeah, but they are stretched out in Asia and in Middle East and in Russia. So, but they haven't started it yet, and I guess there's some like rational minds in the USA that are trying to hold back, because if you listen to the politicians, they want to go at them everywhere. They want to fight in China and against. I don't know if they can't make up their minds, or they just think that they can take on everyone.
Yeah, Nonya.
It's all bluster, basically, and that's why when I think, and I've been consistent on this, I've never thought that there would be a war in Asia. At the end of the day, the United States will get its vassals and will push them as far as they possibly can to the benefit of the United States. The idea that the United States is going to shed blood in China or Russia is folly, and it will not happen. But I think for sure they will continue to push their vassals to do the dying for them. They will continue to fund those vassals where they can. Now, here's where the problem lies. America's ability to fund this is rapidly declining. Hence, their power is rapidly declining, both economically and militarily, and I would also argue culturally. So, unlike China or unlike Russia, whose populations are firmly behind their governments, you look at the West and find me one population that is on board with their government right now. And I'm not talking about listening to the politicians. I'm not talking about listening to the media that's in their pocket. Go talk to the soccer moms at your kid's school. That's where you learn what people are really thinking. You know what I mean? Go talk to the people on the street. Talk to your coworkers. Nobody is on board with any of this. And that's why any sort of mobilization efforts will fail. The propaganda has already failed. And that's why, like I said, the U.S. will keep pushing the vassals to their benefit until either there's no vassals left or the vassals wise up. Go ahead, Jared. Or Drew, sorry.
No, Drew.
Yeah.
Hold on, Drew came in, just came in. Sorry, Drew. Yeah, maybe you can add your answer to what I'm about to say, Drew. To what Wyatt was saying earlier, the same thing I said about Ukraine. Oh, Ukraine is powerful. Russia cannot do nothing to Ukraine. I think Wyatt is also doing the same thing with Taiwan. The same way Russia is just across the border from Ukraine, and it can go back and forth and just bomb the living crap out of them. I think it's the same thing also, a mistake also with Taiwan. Taiwan is just across the sea from China. No matter how powerful Taiwan is, they are dealing with somebody maybe 10 times or even 50 times their size and everything. So to hit China or to hit Taiwan will not take long, no matter how powerful they are. He may not be able to seize it, but to get them to do anything reasonable damage to China, I don't think they can withstand a full-scale war in China for more than a month. Yeah, Drew, go ahead.
So I came on to, I think, disagree with Euro's assessment that if the US wanted to invade Iran, China would attack Taiwan to redirect their navy. Okay, the China doesn't do alliances. Iran is not China's ally. Russia is not China's ally. They don't care enough to get their own people killed to save Iran, right? So they will not. And there's a very different level of thinking here. China genuinely believes the Taiwanese people are Chinese. Those are their own people. They are going to try to prevent their own people killing their own people as much as possible. So this whole idea of them invading Taiwan and attacking them and both sides suffering massive losses, they know this is exactly what the US wants. And this is the one thing they want to prevent. And so they...
I say it's messaging. Well, how did you turn it into... I said it's messaging. How did you turn it into
attack? That's what you said, that they would say they would want to attack Taiwan. They will never say that. They won't
That's the
even say
messaging.
It.
That's what I said.
They don't do messaging. China doesn't do bluffs. They don't do messaging. They don't talk to the world.
What's a surrounding... What's a military exercise around Taiwan?
That's messaging. Yeah, they don't tell you they're doing it. They do it. They did the military exercise. They don't say we're going to do a military exercise. They do the military exercise, and then they show you that they can surround Taiwan. But I tend to agree with Wyatt on where if China tries to invade Taiwan, that China's going to suffer a huge amount of casualties. I mean, there's a land bridge between Ukraine and Russia. Not so much with China, and there are, as much as China has missiles pointing at all Taiwan ships and ports and whatnot, Taiwan has missiles pointing at all of China's ships and ports and whatnot. So a naval invasion is going to be extremely difficult. So the main thing that China will do is blockade Taiwan. So they'll stay at a distance so that they have enough reaction time for the anti-missile systems to react to all the missiles that will come out of Taiwan to shoot at their ships, and they'll just blockade Taiwan. That's the plan. And then they'll starve them out. So they don't get Chinese fighting Chinese. That's, they will get to a point where they kind of just blockade them, and then Taiwan will sue for peace, hopefully. And if it even gets to that point, they're trying to prevent it getting to that point. Yeah. So
it was Jared.
It's a blockade. It's a blockade on the blockade. My question, it actually goes to Taiwan as well, but this is for Ukraine specifically, but open it up to Taiwan. Is how much do you think that racism in the broader sense is taking place here, where and I just see the Ukrainians talk about these Russians as orcs and fucking peons, and you just go like, you guys have like the human beings who have intelligence of their own. Like, I just wonder what the point. Like, they are their own intelligent being making their own position, and we just denigrate them. And I see the same thing with Taiwan and, fucking China as well, where we just go, oh, Chinese are dumb Chinese people, and you just sit back and go, what the fuck is happening? Like, how are we this like racist? Like, it's just bizarre to me. It's such a shitty question, but like, I just look at that.
No, but it's interesting because there is a very pervasive attitude. It's like when the war in Ukraine started, there was a bunch of like titles and that were like now look, there's white people getting killed. It was something like that. There was a bunch of like articles that had that sort of title, like, oh look, now there's white people dying in the war. It's not the same as the wars we always see every day.
These are people like us. They go blue eyes, blonde hair, and they are Christians, and they are dying.
Yeah,
that's what they say.
Really crazy.
Yeah.
Really crazy stuff. And you see that attitude all the time. It's the same thing that, well, Brian Balearic says it all the time. Like, like our technology and our tactics, our doctrine are always going to be better because we're us. Like they don't say it.
Yes.
That's why it's the Western burden. It's not the white man's burden anymore. Now it's the Western burden. Like we have to go out and spread the gospel of, like this universal morality and hegemony that's going to bring peace, everlasting peace to the world and whatnot.
And if I can interject for 1 second, it's just like, it's fucking like, the Italians, the French, the Germans saying like, oh, we'll train the Ukrainians on how to fight. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, who the fuck are you? Like, it's just crazy shit. Like, what the fuck? Like, you guys have no war experience at all.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm just talking.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing when Singapore invited the Filipinos over to Singapore to for training, urban training, and then the Filipinos sent their veteran soldiers that fought in the battle of what's that?
Yes,
Marawi.
the tone was very Islamist. Yes.
And then these people fought in the real battle, and then they try to learn. We try to teach them about urban warfare. Like I also find it very difficult to appreciate. So not to mention West NATO powers training soldiers for 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 1 month, and then expect these people to beat the Russians. It's like crazy.
It's like 6 weeks right now. It's like 6 weeks, and it's like, who the fuck are you training in 6 weeks? Go fuck yourself. Like, you're dead.
Can I take a
They're
stab?
training them in English. They're training them in English.
And in English. And in English.
To learn language. That's what they make to westernize them. That's what they train them more than anything, right?
Can I take a stab at this?
Yeah, go.
Well, I think, in and of itself, calling, somebody an orc or whatever, I mean, that's what militaries do. They find names for each other and they call each other. That in and of itself is not too bad. But I think, Jared, more broadly speaking, to answer your question, being somebody who was born and raised in the West, as were you, it's a racist society. And it's not that well, I'm sorry, we are. And it's not that we're, outwardly racist, but I look back now and I just think of, like, I'll just give you an example, like news coverage, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, go on.
We'd get the news fed to us by the NBC, ABC, whatever it may be. And if there was any sort of story about Africa, it was always, and it was always quick, like with 30 seconds. That was max. You guys got the entire continent got 30 seconds. And it was always something really quick, like, and in Nairobi today, 40 of one tribe killed this other 4, and it just sounds like a complete mess down there. Those Africans, boy, they just don't know how to do anything but kill themselves. Like, this was the kind of like impression you got walking out of that. This is bred in our system. Okay. Now, I will say, you go to, anywhere in the West, very multicultural. You'll see a lot of black people. You'll see a lot of, brown people, whatever. So we give ourselves a pat on the back and we say, how great are we? Like, I've got a friend who's black. Isn't that great? And I'm not a racist. And we think that
checkbox.
Checkbox. We're not racist, but the system is. The government policies are, right? And that's the problem.
Everybody watching the DPA open mic, come join us on the open mic. You 100% check all the checkbox. A Slavic friend, a black friend, from Africa. You will get everyone.
If you noticed, they stopped doing it. Ukrainians stopped using orcs. Even they got instructions from their
that is true.
military to stop undermining. I would say to ridicule Russians. They got scared, right? They got scared.
Well, it's not just.
Now
not
they're
just
forced.
That,
they're forced into the respect. They're
it's
forced
not just that
into
though.
the respect. Actually,
they got like it's you get confronted with reality, right? Like you get like, how do you explain the fact that orcs are beating you on the front line? Like, you tell everyone these guys are fucking cowards and they all want to leave the battlefields, and then all of a sudden they beat you and you have to do some fucking shush campaign. Like what the fuck is happening there? Like, it's crazy. Like that, like racism. The racism of this war is crazy to me. Where in Ukraine specifically, I'm not talking about the wider world, but like clearly Ukrainians have a racist view of what the Russians are, and they perceive them as less than humans, and like
all wars are the same. I think in every war, racism is a common thing.
I fully agree.
I mean, even in normal societies, it's the same thing as well. Like for
we agree.
Come on, boss! Don't interrupt the commander.
No.
Come on, boss!
We agree
interrupting the commander.
Talking about racism on this program. Come on, guys.
So even among Chinese. So even among Chinese people, there is also racism. Even though we are all the same race, it's like we always like the common perception of Chinese are like they are all third world villagers. They are like those people who are not so sophisticated, not so civilized, and that is the common belief. And of course, it's starting to change because we realize that the modern China cities are way more advanced than our own cities. So that is kind of like cognitive dissonance. And if you look at the Indian movies, it's the same thing. You have the North and the South Indians, and then but some of these epics, the South Indians are always depicted as the evil people because their skin tones are darker. Then racism is just everywhere. To me, racism is not a problem unless you're an asshole about it. Because it
is a problem, right? Because if the Ukrainians are actually talking about. Okay, I'll wait.
So that's them being asshole. For example, we can recognize everyone is of different race right now. So we are racist already. We cannot be race blind. Race blindness is bullshit. No such thing as race blindness. Even babies can recognize different races. So racism is a normal thing, but don't be asshole about it. In war, we just curse at our enemies and think that's a very normal thing.
It's not just war, because the Ukrainians are specifically saying that they are the unique race and they are different from everyone else. And the difference is that we are not Russian.
But that is the propaganda, right? So I don't think the normal Ukrainians think like this. That's what I think.
I agree. and that's why like the Donbass isn't doing like back of the lines attacks on the
So
Russians.
yeah,
Right?
so I think it's primarily different in many levels. Like for example,
it's deep. It's deep.
Most of that is obviously the government of Ukraine trying to build up more patriotism and have people go fight and whatnot. But
correct.
No, Ukrainians are definitely assholes. I've met them in the world. They're definitely assholes. No question about that, right? They walk around like they have a chip in their shoulder. Like back in the day, they used to if you met them in the U.S. or in the Caribbean, they used to pretend to be Russian. But then after the war started, now they don't know what they are. So now, if you have to cast at Russia to get along with them, like literally, these guys, man, in Mombasa, in Kenya, they were trying to ask me why do you Africans like Russians like that? I'm like, dude, I don't want to start that bullshit with you right now, But that's technically like ingrained in them, and and that may actually be a society that doesn't know where it sits. Like they don't have a long history, and so they're trying to figure out where they sit. And their main identity at this point is being anti-Russian. So they don't know what they are, but they know they don't want to be Russian.
Yes.
And then the other layer that you actually see, especially in the West, of that is actually very interesting. So it's basically people who have been trained to think one way. So most of it is what now they call exceptionalism, right? So they believe nobody else can do something good. It's actually funny. There's a Facebook page that actually talks about architecture, right? And they were not getting a lot of views, but then they started showing Chinese architecture and they started getting a lot of views, but most of the views were hate, right? So everything Chinese, all these Americans would jump in there and say, oh, they copied that from us. The moment they post something absolutely uniquely Chinese, like a bridge that nobody else has ever made, or type of, man, these guys go nuts. So because they can't say that the Chinese copied that, because that bridge is definitely unique. They go on everything else. And it's something, and that is ingrained in people. And so one of the problems is it makes people really underestimate the enemy, because a lot of people say that out of hatred, but a lot of them actually believe that nonsense. For example, people keep saying, I see all these people on Reddit, they keep saying, oh, China cannot fight because they haven't fought in so many decades. And I keep telling people, I'm like, listen, nobody knew how to fight until the Ukrainian war. I think the only people who had a good idea of what a war in the future would look like were the North Koreans. They're the ones who knew it was going to involve a lot of artillery and it was going to involve a lot of men, right? But everybody else, even Russians themselves, they got taught a lesson on that. I mean, think about it. Like I saw this video of the Chinese of a factory of drones that makes drones. Like literally, drones are making drones.
Yes.
So I would not really underestimate those guys. There's this belief. I've seen this even with a lot of Z pushers, where you assume the other side is stupid and incompetent just because you don't like it.
That's that
It's
racism.
a very bad way of looking at things. And I hope the governments and the militaries of these countries don't think in such a stupid way as the average citizen does.
This is also why in my reporting I get a lot of hate. Be it Israel, Palestine, or people don't like the reality. Sometimes reality sucks, and then people find it very triggering. Be it the Ukrainians when I talk about Russian victory, or the Russians when I talk about Ukrainian success. I talk about the Palestinian leadership, doing the wrong things and causing more death, but people get very triggered. And then when I criticize Israel, then they didn't come and praise me. I find very triggering as well. So the reality is Ukrainians actually go back a long way. Do you know that Jesus is actually Ukrainian? You don't know, right? But we all know the truth. Jesus is actually Argentinian. So, Shadow V.
Yes. I wanted to add a comment to what said Drew about the embargo 25 minutes ago. The embargo about Taiwan. If China decides to make an embargo on Taiwan, it's not even going to be a true embargo like USA made about Cuba. It's going to be just these things. If you want to send goods to Taiwan, you have to pass through a Chinese continental port. And the same thing for the airplane. You have first to land on a Chinese Chinese continental airport, and then go to Taiwan. they don't need to make a through embargo. They just have to block weapons, basically. And that's all. I'm pretty sure that there is not a lot of military industrial company in Taiwan. So you block weapon for 20 years, and that's all.
For 20 years.
In the context of racism, right? I think they have watered down racism to be anybody expressing their opinion, whether it be fact or not. I think this is where also you have come down to be. If I say I love my country, oh, you are racist against other countries. If you cannot compliment yourself anymore, then some other party, some other person or people find offensive. For me, racism is when you leave your country, invade another country, you kill them because of who they are. But if you're in your country, there's nothing you can say that would be racist, in my opinion. If you wake up from your country, you cross the border, go kill other people in their countries because of who they are, to me that's racism. But if you're in your home country where you are, you can say whatever the hell you want to say against any other person else. That's how you feel. Because at the end of the day,
I don't think, bro, you can say that because if in your own country, let's say in Kenya, right? If we started denying social services to the population of Indians, because Kenya has a lot of people from India, if we started denying them social services because they're Indian, that's definitely racist, and it's not right. Obviously.
Okay, yeah, true.
It's going to happen in France soon.
Again, yes.
What about India? What about Islam?
Sorry for cutting you guys off, please.
Yeah, you can call it. You definitely can call that racism. But at the end of the day, you are home. If they don't like it, they can go back home. Yeah, they can go back home.
No, most of those Indians are born there. Like,
okay. You Come on. Kenyans, or you call them Indians. If you call them Kenyans, then they're not from Kenya. But if you call them Kenyans, then of course they have, like every other Kenyan, they have the right to every sentence. So they're Kenyans or the Indians, they can be both. So what are they?
No, they can be both. They can be both. For example, Kenya has 46 tribes. Each one of them is recognized. Each one of them has their own language and their own.
I know this. Hold on. Okay. Let me ask a question.
And so are Indians. We are all Kenyans, but we do have tribalism, right? You have one tribe that may treat somebody wrong because they're from another tribe. We have to call it tribalism because you're treating this person bad because they're from another tribe.
Let me ask you a question. Then. Let's say Okisi deny or Kalenjin service. Is that racism?
Say that again.
Let's say Okiki deny or Kalenjin services, as you mentioned. Would that be considered racism?
That's tribalism, and it's still as bad.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, okay. Again, I'm not saying none of this is good. I'm saying what I'm trying to say is, so if the same thing applies to India, you call it racism, but it applies between a Kalenjin and Kikuyu, you call it tribalism.
Yes, because those are different tribes of the same race, and that's a separate race.
Okay.
From those things, by the way, I'm not saying those things are important. They're not important at all.
You're calling nationality. You're calling nationality for a race, and that's what I'm trying to get at.
So this is why. So this is why I say racism is a natural thing. Everybody recognizes race because there's a human. We need to recognize different people so that we know who is part of our tribe. But the racism that the woke crowd or the Western political correctness thing, that racism is actually just asshole, being an asshole. So you can be an asshole to a different tribe. No, just like I say, no, the Chinese overseas see Chinese differently. No, we are all totally the same thing. No, we are all Chinese. But the thing is that just because culturally we just listen at the accent, we know that it's a different people. We have a different impression of them. So just like you cannot say that racism and tribalism is two different things, yet they are the same thing. No, we just recognize different tribes, different races, but it's how we treat those people. I think that's the thing. It's about being an asshole or not being an asshole.
So, Marketti, what I'm trying to say is, the Indians are Kenyans. You call them Indians. They go at the national level. They are considered one of the tribes in Kenya. That's how I see them. They're either Kenyans or they're not Kenyans. So in Kenya, the same way you have the Kikuyu, you have the Indians, you have the Kalenjin, you have the Kisi, you have the other people, the Go and other people. So I see the Indians as part of the Kenyans fabric. If you take them out, you say they're Indians, then you have created another division between them. So that's not
none of your business. It would be awesome if by the end of the open mic, Gabriel reveals that he was launching drones for answer a la Baby Huey's.
Well, the thing about it is, is that so they are culture, right? And even if, let's say, Indians, or right now we have a lot of Chinese who have migrated to Kenya as well. You know, let's say you deny them services, right? Even if they were considered part of Kenya and you wanted even to call them a tribe, it will still be as bad regardless of the name you have given it, right? Whether you call it racism, tribalism, it's still as bad. And the problem is those divisions have been created by somebody negative, right? The person who is targeting somebody is a negative person. But we also have to recognize these differences because these differences are awesome, right? I love Indian food. I love Chinese food. You know, I want to recognize them as different. But if I recognize them as different and then hate them, that is a problem. If I try to make their lives difficult, if I try to suppress their businesses, at that point, you can label it whatever you want to label it, but it's still a bad thing to do.
Yeah, so it's just being an asshole. So that's my point. If the Chinese that moved to Kenya for after 2 generations go back to China, you see how the Chinese there will treat him. They will not necessarily be positive. It might actually be negative because of the accent. You know, like he's some weird accent. Like he behaved differently.
It's the same thing. It's everywhere. It's the same thing everywhere. The moment you look different, you sound different from your own tribe, they question you. Yeah.
Shadow V, because Shadow V raised his finger for like since like half an hour.
I have a cramp on my finger.
Also Mark F, man. He's been.
I wanted to add something about the racism things. We all know here that the human race is only one race. Because the definition of race is when you cannot have grandchildren, basically. And we know that it's not the good word. But if we are speaking about xenophobia, basically the hate of the strangers, that's happened every time, everywhere for all human. It's instinct things.
Come on,
and if you don't like the people from the other village, you don't like the people for the other area, of the other region, of the other country, of the other continent, of the region, it's always the same story. And you are right, Makadi. It's a very sad thing every time, whatever the reason. The xenophobia is a strong evil that every human has to fight against.
No.
So
I don't think. Okay.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I want to change topic. So no, Gabriel.
Yeah, come on, please.
Yeah.
My only reason for bringing this up was
just to finish.
Clearly, the Donbass is clearly a racist topic, right?
No.
That's my only reason for bringing it up.
To finish the topic.
We got into Africa.
To finish to change the subject. I'd like to
change.
Okay,
I'd like to give a thought about there's a bunch of things about.
Is in an identity crisis. Their sense of self is being challenged. Unfortunately, I believe there are those who would rather burn it all down than to acknowledge the equality of others.
Yeah, that's my point.
I just realized I give
let me just say
the pretty girl
I want to say something about the
very
racism.
super, very the chat voice. Iffy is girl.
Okay,
but they got a very chat
sorry,
voice.
Mark.
Sorry,
Sorry,
Gabriel.
what
Do you want to
was
finish or?
There was Mike.
Yeah, I wanted to say something about I want to say something about the difference between xenophobia, tribalism, and racism. Because we all have xenophobia to a certain, and it's healthy. It's necessary because it's a defense mechanism. I think the problem comes in a philosophical level where it becomes like a weakness to the own race. You know, for example, we all can be racist among each other and make fun of different traits or stereotypes of our races, and that has nothing to do with racism. It has nothing to do with recognizing the physiological differences between each other of us. But there's a strategic weakness, like in the disregarding the other because
Should
he's
have
inferior.
recognized Gabriel was going to take the piss out of this session when he undid his man bun. Now it is just a cartoon of how to not do a conference/discussion.
For correction's sake, this is not a conference discussion. No, this is an open mic.
Yeah, I'm not so sure what you want to say. But the difference between racism and these other forms of rivalry or differentiation is like a fundamental weakness. It's a level of insecurity on your own group that challenges your perception of the other. And it's usually mixed between a sort of terror, panic, or phobia and a sense of superiority that we can see in Ukraine and in Palestine, and we see it towards China, and it's like just piling up in strategic errors that come from that disregard.
Okay, then can I ask a question then? Because back in Uganda, when Idi Amin basically asked the Indians and the British to basically get Uganda citizenship.
I think your chat, Paul, wanted to speak.
Hold on. And I want to ask, give her the questions. So when Idi Amin kicked them out.
Yes, but Paul wanted to speak.
Was that racism?
Let him finish quickly.
That's a genocide. That was a genocide.
I'm already talking. So
yes, that was a genocide.
Because he asked them, okay, you are here, you control about 99% of the economy in this country. Either get citizenship or leave, and they decide to leave. So was that racism?
That's a complicated subject, man. Like it is.
Hold on.
No, it is a
racism.
complicated subject.
That was a genocide.
No, it is. No. I mean, yes. If you targeted them not because of what they're doing, but who they are, obviously that's a problem. But the whole thing with Idi Amin and them controlling those businesses, that's the British who put them in that position, first of all, more than anything else. Now, for you to tell them that now they need to be more charitable, you're giving so much burden on one group. That's the job of the government, to basically balance out, let's say, poverty levels. Let's say your own people are not being allowed into schools, certain schools. It's up to you to basically balance and make sure everybody has opportunity. I don't think it's up to the Indians in India to start stopping doing business.
No, these were people in Uganda. These are people in Uganda, living in Uganda for generations, and they refused to be identified as Ugandan citizens.
That was the first Indian generation in Uganda.
Hold on. They all refused. They refused to identify as Ugandan citizens. They refused to basically integrate the Ugandan society, but they control about 90+% of the economy and everything. He asked them, either you integrate and you are here, you make your money here, or because all the money they're making, it lives in the country. So they make a whole lot of money, but nothing stays in the country. They go back to where they come from. Either you become one of us, or you leave. And they say, and they decide to leave. So
Momini.
That's why I said it's a complicated.
I'm sorry.
It's not complicated. It's a very
no.
I'm sorry, but like I'm not sure.
Sorry for cutting you guys off. I think I'm about to say something right now. Let me just start by saying, guys, I say something before. I say the moment you point a finger to somebody, say that person is racist. Now you become a racist person. Nothing like racist is a characteristic of human being. Okay, we all try to dominate others. You know, everybody want to be the top shot. Okay, that is a characteristic of human being. That is how we all behave. You guys was talking about Ukrainian. No, everybody do the same thing. Nigeria do the same thing in America. French do the same thing. Everybody want to be the top. Okay, everybody try to dominate others. That is how human behave. It's not racist. Yes, we have a different color. That is not because of that. Now people are not using it. Oh, because somebody says something, because maybe you was going, somebody said, oh, you push me. Oh, why you do that? Why, this is characteristics of a human being. Sometimes, because I'm black, something like that is characteristics of a human being. That is how everybody do the same thing. It doesn't matter if you're Chinese, Indian.
Mike, your mic is not good. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, you got him.
All right, Paul, go ahead. Paul,
about to see.
Paul, you're mute. Go ahead.
He's in
Damn, Sia.
Can you hear me? I'm about to respond to what Drew said earlier because I couldn't catch him to respond back to him about the Chinese and the Taiwan. I said over and over, Chinese is not going to attack Taiwan, but this is what there might be a force, how will I put it, force attack that will force China and to attack Taiwan. Okay, don't, because we keep saying it's not going to happen doesn't mean it's not going to happen. See, China has learned from Russia the mistake Russia made earlier in this war, because Russia was treating Ukraine as a family, as a brothers, as they are part of them. Okay, could not make them to fully go all the strength, because if Russia go all strength, they could have finished Ukraine as quickly before they even get all the weapons. They could have finished them faster because they don't want to get them angry. They still see Ukraine as a family, as somebody that they understand each other than any other Europeans. Because Russian understand Ukrainian and Ukrainian understand Russians better than any European. Okay, due to that, there was forced their end like, okay, this is our family. We don't have to attack them with the full strength like the way they was doing that. That's one of the things that even pissed off Prigozhin, that they have to go with the full strength. The Russia is still holding back. Like, no, this because when the reason why the Prigozhin was mad with the pick his own guys to go and get angry with all those General Gerasimov or whatever, because he was asking for bomb to bomb entire area. That is what the Prigozhin asked for. Asked for them to send a plane to bomb all the area, whereby all the general in the Russian refused. Like, this is our people. You can't destroy these people. And Prigozhin's like, these people are killing them. They have to destroy them with everything they got. Why the Russian refused? Because they was seeing Ukraine as a brother. Like after the complaint of Prigozhin, 3 days later, what the Russian did, they flare everything with flame. They flare everything out, right? When they see how much Prigozhin guys they was killed. Now, see how the Russian is fighting the war. Now they are throwing everything. They don't hold back anymore. They are, but it's already too late for them, because if they could have done this earlier, if they have done this earlier, they could have finished Russia. I mean, Ukraine, they could have crumbled all their strength completely, like no holding back. The other thing is that, like I said before, we are already in the Third World War. We just kept counting down the days the nuke is gonna go off. Right now, we should all counting down, because anybody say this is going to be nuke, I think it starts to clear, because all these children.
Did you already prepared for the nukes? Did you have your stats?
Of course.
I'm in Australia, man. I'm in Australia.
I'm counting down the hours right now. I'm counting down
You're
the hours.
counting.
Right
now. But you don't need the. You don't need to go close yourself.
Only way.
You can do that every time.
Yeah, let's go, Paul. Let's go, Paul.
The only way we could afford all this right now, the only way we could afford this war right now, is to change all these children that are ruling the whole country, the world. The person that could have, at least give you a little bit sense of.
Paul, did you have your stats for under the cellar? Paul?
No, I'm not under the cellar. I want to say something. What do you say about the declaration of the Chinese? They recognize the as their own allies.
Yeah, that was amazing.
Of the Minister of Defense of the
Yeah. Wait a minute. Ukraine. No, China don't have an ally. China do not have an ally. That's a fact there. Okay. China do not even. They don't see the Russia as an ally. China.
Well, technically, they are allies.
Look at what
No. See,
technically,
China
they are
hold their
allies.
begging to the West. This is the thing.
And China.
Papa Wyatt, come in, Papa Wyatt.
China is not Russian ally. No.
They officially are. They have signed
No,
the
they are
paper.
not. They are not allied.
The Collective
Okay,
Security
you know
Treaty.
better.
Period.
You know
Wait,
better.
wait.
Like
Paul,
decide
I didn't hear your question. What
China
did
is
you
going
ask,
to ally
Paul?
too.
I'm totally
And
lost.
China
Who
is
and
not
who
going
is
to ally.
ally? I'm lost. Who and who is ally? I am trying very hard to understand, but I don't know what the hell is
That's what I'm
happening.
asking. That's what I'm asking. What
China and
Paul
who is
meant. What
allies?
did he mean, Paul?
China is not
Russia.
allied to Russian. They are not.
Oh, so it's
That is
Russia.
true. That is
The
true.
defense minister of the Chinese army recognized Russia the allies against the
No
evil.
Threat.
They just did it
No,
today.
they are
Mike,
just
Mike,
I
friends.
think, Mike,
They
Mike, I
are
think
just
you are trying
friends.
to be. I
They
think you are
did
trying to
today.
be over realistic. Yeah, I think you are trying to be over realistic. There is no country allied to another country. 100%. Every country will try, most and foremost, if their elites are not so corrupt, will try to protect its own interests every time. So this is well known. This is no excuse. The story about allies, friends, like live in peace and in European Union. This is just for people like normal people to listen. We know very much that on the end of the day, what's interest in each country is the interest of their elites. Now, look at China and Russia. They are allies in certain matters which they decided themselves that it's in their own interest to combat in that direction. And we know that, and let's not close our eyes and also make ourselves like invisible to the fact they are alliance in this world. They are not 100%. They are not for all the matters, but in sometimes they are allies. And China is allying with Russia in many aspects, and so is India, and so is Brazil, and so is many other countries around the world. It's not that it is in all spectrum of life, but in some matters, some very specific matters, they have interest. They have allied their interest towards a certain goal, and I do following this goal. Sorry, wait, you have your finger. You should
I think
talk first.
So I think what Paul is
What about Germany and United States?
no, that one is
If
a master and slave.
I could say China is more. China is sorry.
Mike,
China is
wait
more
is
allied to
speaking.
United
Wait
States
is
than Russia
speaking.
right now.
Hey,
Wait
Paul,
is speaking.
Okay, what?
No, so okay, wait.
specifically did they
Mike
say
is trying to
against
say
the
that Russia and China cannot be allies. So, but that is unrelated to what Paul is trying to say. So, I think what Paul is referring to is the People's Liberation Army of China. Basically put a statement out saying that they're going to work very closely with the Russian military to implement some kind of consensus between the two head of states about strategic communication, coordination, deepening trust in military field, and jointly implementing this thing called the Global Security Initiative. So far, there is nothing on Global Security Initiative, what it means and what it entails to. So they say that they are planning to together defend international justice and impartiality, which is a bunch of bullshit. So you're not going to see Chinese and Russian military go and invade some other country to impose justice like the United States. This I don't believe that's the case. I cannot envision Chinese and Russian military dropping paratroopers in Gaza and start to fight the Israelis. No, that is nonsense. So, but it is interesting that the PLA say these things out. And this is actually one of the things I wanted to talk about because I saw this and it's very interesting. So who is FCS?
I believe that statement is in reference to what's going on in Israel and Gaza. I believe once that peace agreement is reached, I can see the Russian and Chinese taking initiative to basically be the
peace troop. If they put in peacekeepers, I believe peacekeepers. I can.
Yeah.
In fact, Indonesia has already. So wait. So Indonesia the president have declared Prabowo. Basically, he has declared that Indonesia is ready to send a huge military force, peacekeeping force for Gaza. Once they have the peace treaty, around at least 1,000 troops.
Okay, and the reason why I have not done previously because the U.S. always refused that offer. But I think after this war, if there's any consensus for Palestinian statehood or anything, they'll take advantage of that movement to now physically have this guy's presence there to prevent this war from going forward. Because previously, that's the only region that's always fighting and have no UN presence because of Israel and America always refuse the presence of the UN because the Israeli always want to take more land. Obviously, so if you have UN between them, they can take more land. So I believe the way this war have turned out, eventually
You are totally wrong, homie. You
once
forget
this-
Lebanon.
There is only one
Lebanon, there
country.
was a lot of blue helmet.
Hold on.
The French blue helmet died in Lebanon.
The blue helmet is between Lebanon and Israel. It's not between Gaza and Israel. The blue helmet is between Lebanon and Israel.
Yes,
they never allowed them to enter Gaza. They never allowed them to enter West Bank because of the same reason. Because again, if they are there, you can push. Israel will probably push against them, but it'll be more difficult to push against them than push against regular Gazans. But I believe after this war, I can see, as I said, Malaysia and Russia and China probably trying to be the footholds.
The situation is just too explosive to go there.
So
it would be crazy.
So because it's interesting because this global security initiative, I've never heard it before. This is the first time I saw it. And it also reminds me of the Command and Conquer Global Defense Initiative. So who knows? It could be actually similar that they actually form a military and international peacekeeping force.
I have a
Doesn't
question.
that look
I have a
like to the
question.
first chapter of the NATO rules?
I'm not sure.
The NATO constitution, the NATO rules, there is a lot of them. And I think at the first one, the introduction, it really looks like that.
And Paul.
What I wanted to say, I don't believe that China is an ally of Russia. I don't say that. I say maybe now China and Russia want to play a part in the geopolitical game. Maybe they want to give weapons to some states.
Povo, yes. 20 mins west of DC and ready for 2 months exterior rads, if hopefully not full war and no instant suns touch ground. Just air bursts, please. Do not wake the baby.
Holy shit. That's a nuclear strike he's talking about.
Maybe they're gonna deliver weapons to
Is there
some.
any significance to the ceasefire meeting?
Maybe they're gonna deliver
This is
weapons
annoying.
to.
This is annoying. This super chat thing is annoying.
Hey, man, it's money.
I know.
Hey, let Paul finish. Let Paul finish.
No.
I'm sorry.
Maybe they
We love the super chats. Keep them coming. They're great topics. Thank you.
Super
Thank you for your
chats,
super
Mr. Paul.
chat.
Now you guys let Paul finish.
It's the voice, the voice of super chat is not the money they pay.
Oh my God.
Paul,
finish.
Let Paul finish.
Maybe they want to deliver weapons to some part of the world who are in tension with the U.S. allies and with the let's say like in Africa maybe or in Syria. Maybe they want to deliver weapons, and this is the first step. They want to show you if you don't respect the human the international law, we gonna respect that pact and we gonna deliver weapons.
So I'm going to answer first of all what the chatter asked. She asked about the CSTO meeting, and I would have to say it's actually very, very important because I think there's a connection between all these trips that Putin is taking. Like I think he's going to Kazakhstan or something like that as well. It may have a connection between that and the West escalating at the same time, and them planning to recognize the government of Afghanistan. Those two countries that Russia keeps talking to, Uzbekistan and them around there, it has a lot to do with that. So just to add just a little bit, so these countries, whether it's Russia or it's China, they work on what I call an escalation ladder, right? Even their relations, they keep them in check to keep them as a deterrent towards the West. So if you do this, then we will do this. So even Russia putting out there the fact that they're going to recognize Afghanistan, it's basically part of the escalation. Oh, you did that? You did this about F-16s? Well, now we're going to recognize Afghanistan. I think same with the relations between China and Russia. I think if it was between both presidents, they would move faster, but they know they have to keep playing this balancing act. And it seems, so the CSTO meeting, so there's a high possibility that the recognition of Afghanistan will also increase like trade and traffic between Russia and Afghanistan. And there's been speculation that we may see Afghans fighting in the special military operation, but who knows?
I wanted to say that Lavrov go to Kazakhstan and Putin go to Uzbekistan, and they also go some diplomat to Tajikistan.
Yeah. Okay, I think you guys were wrong about this CSU. This is what I think is happening
No,
right now.
they are not wrong at all. They are very well informed, and I think
That
it's
is what I'm
important.
trying to explain to you.
What Macchiati said goes completely
raise
with
your
all
finger.
the news. Go on, Shadovi.
The finger.
Yes,
What I was
wanted
saying
to
is this:
I agree
they were
with
trying to create
Macchiati.
headache.
Mike,
They were
please
trying to
raise your
create.
finger if you want to speak.
Hold on, Mike.
Okay.
Hold on. Yeah.
Sorry, Mike.
So, okay.
I just
Shall
wanted
we-
to add
shall
about
we-
what saying Macchiati. I totally agree with you. I think after the Ukrainian wars, or for the end of the Ukrainian wars, one of the main points of interest of the Chinese diplomacy / military and Russian diplomacy / military is going to be around the Caspian Sea, basically on the west, Azerbaijan, Armenia, Georgia, and on the east, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Kazakhstan. All these countries are going to be a main focus for diplomatic and military interest in the next decade, because basically they are at the crossroad between China and Russia. And if there is a problem with the sea, they have to increase hugely the railroad traffics, and they have to use this country to do that. It's very critical for these two countries that the whole area is basically without Western or NATO opposition.
Yeah.
That's all about it.
Well, I would like to make a comment about.
Hold on, Prater. Hold on, one at a time.
Go on, Macchiati.
Hold on. So, no, concerning CSTO meeting, Martin, is all these countries meeting up and discuss this thing. I think it's more of a elite luncheon than anything really valid come out of it. It's just a bunch of rich, elite, a bunch of head of states meeting and talking. But there's one-on-one meetings when they visit each other. I think they get more done there. They get more, that give you more hint what they're doing than what doing this public gatherings. Because that public gathering, they know they can discuss nothing really critical over it because somebody's listening to everybody over there. So they knows that. But in the context of the Russian and someone mentioned the weapons earlier, one thing I'm also noticing is now the Soviet weapons that were there from the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s is almost depleted all around the world for Ukraine. If this war ends, Russia going to have a lot of money coming in because they're going to have to resupply all these countries that basically give their weapons to Ukraine. And that will be a high demand for weapons. And also the West, I think, know this very, very well. And I think Russia is trying to make sure that all those connections, and I think that's also China is also trying to take advantage of. Like working with Russia in that sphere, it will be it'll be more lucrative for them to try to rearm those countries that are basically giving up their weapons for Ukraine. Yeah, but sorry, Prata, go ahead.
So the meeting in itself doesn't mean much, but it means in terms of visibility. Well, NATO is also having their kind of secret meeting now in Spain, but nevertheless, something Macchiati said is very interesting. First and foremost, we have news that Russian Federation is going to take the Taliban out of the terrorist list. One. Second, Uzbekistan is actually the most important, it had become the most important trading partner for Afghanistan in the last year. They supplanted Pakistan as the main supplier of the country. They have a train line that goes deep in, deep, it's like a few kilometers into Afghanistan, and that's one of the main transport lines. Through that transport line, merchandise from China can arrive and have some trains arrived from China. So we can see that China is actually, and Russia also in their interest because of what happened, that terrorist attack. We know as well that in Tajikistan, a lot of fighters from Tajikis, from Afghanistan, have been coming into Tajikistan and are making a lot of trouble in the mountains. This has been always a very conflictual area in Tajikistan, and now we are seeing those effects. It's not perhaps it's not a coincidence that almost all the attackers of the Crocus terror attack were actually from Tajikistan. Well, of course, they are easy people to control, manipulate, especially because they are so poor people. But they also have the problem of Islamization of Central Asia that nobody wants. No single government in Central Asia or in the Caucasus that wants to have Islamization in there. So it's important to somehow contain and engage Afghanistan in all matters. And this is important to take into account. Also, the stabilization of Afghanistan is a slap in the face of the US. And we also have to see that. They were there 10 years or more and did nothing.
20 years.
Yeah, it did nothing. 20 years, and they did nothing. And now China and Russia come, and things get better. Actually, we have different Taliban nowadays. They are more engaged into making money than into religious stuff. But nevertheless, it's a slap in the face. Go on, Mike. Give us your end of the world perspective.
Thank you. Thank you. This is what I'm about to say. FSC. I will say you was wrong on what you just said about Russia is going to resupply ammunition, weapons to the country that gave their weapon back to Ukraine. See, one of the reasons why Russia lost so much in this war is because of the weapons the Ukraine was using. Because since Ukraine are used the same weapon as Russian, it's more difficult Russia to differentiate who is who. And for you not to differentiate who is who, make it more difficult for Russian. And they don't want to have a friendly fire or what else. So this is one of the reasons why Russia lost a lot for this war, because of a weapon that the Ukrainians were using. That's why the West are running all over the world, buy the same weapon to fight, because now it's more difficult for them. When the Ukrainians start switching to the Western fully weapon, it will be more difficult for them now. But that is one side. The second thing about the Afghan,
to enroll into your thought.
That problem has been solved already.
You see all the stockpiles of the Western countries are reduced. The US will be producing for the Western countries for a long time. In Russia, will be producing for the whole world. There is space for everybody. There is space for everybody. The US
what I'm saying
military
is this.
complex is too expensive and will be, through corruption, all types of corruption means, being supplied in the next 5 to 10 years, just European military. Nobody else.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong.
I'm
saying is this. That's what I'm explaining to you. The reason why it's more difficult for Russia to fight Ukraine, because when they both use the same thing, you don't know if it's a friend or foe. Okay,
no,
when
Mike,
you can differentiate between
you are
friend
the one
or
who's
foe.
wrong there.
No, Mike, you're wrong.
Why?
You're wrong.
Can you please
Completely
explain
wrong.
it to me?
Can
you please explain to me?
That issue of recognizing who is who on the battlefield was an issue at the beginning. It got resolved. First of all, the moment the front lines were defined, that became less of an issue. Secondly, their uniforms are different now. Thirdly,
the premise it doesn't matter. The premise persists.
No, Mike, if you're talking about tanks, for example, if you're talking about tanks, now even tanks were not an issue. Like it's easy to see who.
Yes. Tank, jet, everything. They sound the same frequency. They sound the same. You can't tell who is who. It's more difficult to tell. Yeah, you don't want to have a friendly fire.
Wait.
You guys have to be the front to understand.
Wait. This is like football. Both sides play with 11 players. It's fair. If it rains for both sides. If it's muddy for both sides. Both use the same weapon, they face the same problem. So you can say that the Russians have it difficult to do ID of the targets. It's the same for the Ukrainians. They will also struggle with an IDing of targets. So it's a non-issue. No, it's a non-issue. It's a problem, yes, but which is why we have one of this very famous footage where a group of Ukrainian soldiers all standing around, seeing a tank rushing towards them, and they thought that it's their own tank, and then all of them just died.
Right.
So it's a problem for both sides, because even if they draw the cross, draw the Z or whatever thing that they draw on their tanks, you still need them to come quite near before you can actually see the X or the Z.
What?
No,
And don't forget, most of the
okay,
kills are
this-
made by
this
artillery
is-
and FPV drones today. So
thing
it
is-
doesn't matter.
Mike, you're putting
Okay,
it
this
as if
is-
it's a strategic problem. It's not. It's not. It's not a
Yes,
problem.
it
that-
is.
No,
It's
it's
the
a
most
small
problem that
issue.
people
It's
are
an issue,
facing.
but a small one.
And
My
this is
position,
the thing.
my
It's not a
position,
small one. It's a bigger one.
my position is not on the war
It's
front.
not
My position
small.
was after the war, all these countries that have depleted their stock of Soviet era Russian style weapons, they're gonna need a restocking. That's my position. My position is not what's happening.
Yeah,
at war.
but Russia is Russia is no longer selling back because now, okay, you see the weapon you sell for somebody, they use to kill your own guy, and you're gonna sell them another one again. No, it's not gonna happen. You're not going to do that again.
About?
In fact,
What are you
you
talking
listen.
about?
I
How
was
do you
reading
know
the.
that? Did
Listen,
you
I was
saw
reading
the
new
military
CNN.
affairs in Moscow? Did you saw the
I was
military?
reading
They
in-
were full of people from all over the world to see Russian weapons. What are you talking about?
Yes,
You
they
are-
want
I
to see,
don't know-
but they
why
are
is
no
that
longer
important
selling
to
it
you?
right now.
Look,
Listen,
Mr.
they're not gonna
Bayer.
sell it.
Look, Mr. Bayer.
They are not. Who do that? Who do that?
Many
I don't know what you're
militaries
reading,
around
bro.
the world
Mike,
have
I don't know what
depleted
you're
Nigeria
their
is
reading.
stock.
saving
All right,
Russian airplane.
everyone, shush. Who's manufacturing the weapons? Is it Russia or is it Ukraine's manufacturing what weapons? Like Ukraine? Who are they producing?
No, we're talking about all the jets, all those
All the tanks,
T-90s, all those things.
So
Everything they're similar.
Okay, and Ukraine produces how many of those?
No, it's all the weapon they awards they shared during the
And how
Soviet
many does
era. Okay,
and how many does Ukraine produce?
it's not about produce.
Nothing.
It's about
They don't
what they already
produce
have.
anything.
They
Hey,
used to.
Nothing. It's nothing.
They do. They
No,
still
wait.
produce some things.
Okay, stop. Everybody stop. Wait, everybody stop. Mike, what is your point? I don't understand the point of what you're trying to say.
Yeah, okay. That's what I was trying to say is that I was responding to what FSC said earlier that they're gonna after this war, Russia is gonna resell the weapon to all those countries that give their weapon to Ukraine. I say no, it's not gonna happen. When you give your weapon to the Ukraine, you no longer be a friend. You're not gonna have access available to buy anything from them anymore. That's it. Period. But what other thing I'm about to say right now is that about the Afghan. Why the Russian is going to Afghan? You see, right now Russia is about to create headache for US. Okay, and that is what they're going after because the glove is off right now. Since now they are now give go ahead to Ukraine to bomb Russia, his glove is off right now. What Russia want to do right? What the Russia is going to do right now?
Russia is going
What
to
the
lose the war.
What the Russia is going to do right now?
I know what's the problem already. Okay, Mike. I want advice for
I'm
you.
haven't finished.
Don't no. I know. I'm trying to understand why every time you talk, it's always become very confusing. Because right, you will finish a point, you don't let people react to your point. Then after you add one more point about something else, and then the whole conversation become very murky because like you talk about the response to FCS, about after the war, the Russia will sell arms to those countries that gave up their weapons to Ukraine. So you finish that point, but then no one have the chance to react. Then you add another point about Afghanistan. So now everything become messy because I was trying very hard to try to understand what the hell is the conversation about. No, because previously you're talking about the Russians have trouble identifying the enemy, identifying the Ukrainian tank. Suddenly you're talking about selling tanks or equipments to countries that give weapons to Ukraine. I was like, what the fuck is happening? So this one, I think it's just a matter of habit. You have to let people answer. Then you say, I want to raise another topic. No, after this conversation finish. If not, if you keep jumping around, what happens is that nobody knows what's happening. Like I'm listening attentively. I also don't know what's happening. So yeah, just advice. But of course, it's the open mic. You can do whatever you want.
No, what I was doing is that I was all this is just responding to all the questions that everybody was saying earlier because I was responding to FSC about the Russia is not going to sell their weapon back again because the reason why they won't do that that would make the explanation about it, because the reason that if you give your weapon, it's more difficult for Russian to identify who is who, because those weapons is become a headache for Russians. Okay, that is why I'll just
Okay,
go
well,
along the way
hey,
there.
hey, Mike, just so you
Yeah.
know, they're not going to sell their weapons to the NATO countries that gave weapons to Ukraine. They still make plenty of stuff. They
I
still
would like a
sell
closed
their
caption
T-90
for
tanks.
when Mike talks.
They still sell their T-90s. They have lines that manufacture for export that they don't even count in the yearly production for Russia's tanks and other IFVs. Iran just ordered like so many Mi hits. They're supposed to start getting those next year. I mean, I don't know what you're worried about Russian production for and Russia finding customers for their weapons. I mean, there's countries all over Africa that are buying weapons right now. They're not going to sell it to people that in NATO, so I don't even know what the point is.
No, you're right. What
I
I'm
agree,
saying is
I
this. My
agree
point
with
is
Mike.
this.
I agree with Mike. I don't think it's
No,
gonna
my point is
sell.
that
Russia is not gonna sell
they
anything for these so-called collective West.
Or another
But
habit is another thing is maybe don't go back to the old topics unless you are ready to really let this
okay.
conversation go
Let me
big.
just
So
change
if
the
you keep
topic.
jumping to a respond, what happens is that we are lost. So like I don't even
Okay,
remember
sorry.
what was the topic we are talking about before you came in. Like I'm totally like gone. Like it's all gone.
So
No,
right
maybe
now,
choose one topic, then we can all talk together rather than you respond
Yes,
to
so two
all the
people
things that have
there,
happened
right?
over the past 3 hours.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, because
Okay.
if everyone that came in talk about everything that happened over the past 3-4 hours, then we
let's do this
will be
old
like
school.
always
Let's do
lost.
this old school. You know, let's do this old school. When someone asks a question, start from shadowy and go around. It's
Yeah, that's
easier
gonna
that way.
that's gonna fall
Mike,
apart very quickly. Trust me.
I want to intervene and tell you something. You have right in one thing. The weapons are a system. So because the Ukrainian army use the Russian system, they are very difficult to integrate a large pool of weapons, different weapon in that system. We Romanian we use radar from the Soviet Union, and the radar is very good. So this is the problem with different weapons. This is the only problem. And about the Russian do not sell a weapon to other country. This is a mistake because S-400 is already brought back by the Turks. Turkey take S-400 from Russia, so I don't think this is a problem. The Russian sell weapons.
The reality about
Algeria
arm
too.
productions or to buying tanks and some advanced weaponry, there's only a few manufacturers in the world. Let's say you want to buy a main battle tank, you have American. Nobody want to buy British. Nobody buy French. Germans are Leopard tank. No, a lot of people buy Leopard. Very few buy Abrams. There are a few. The Saudis and whatnot. And then now who else? You only have Russia. And then in recent years you have the K2 tank, which is from the South Koreans, which is now getting very very popular. So this is the few. And then nobody is going to buy North Korean tanks. So
Are they not selling
The Russians are-
Chinese.
The Russians
Chinese-
are sorry, go ahead.
Nobody want to buy Chinese tanks so far. I mean, they buy Chinese other stuff. I haven't seen people buy Chinese tanks. So I'm not sure if they sell it actually. Because the problem with China is that if they sell their own design of tank, then it might go one round and reach America. And then America can discover the secrets and realize it's just a metal shell or whatnot. Who knows? Mike.
Actually, it's very interesting you say about leopards because the production of leopards is very limited, and it will be even more limited because the iron production in Germany almost disappeared. I think it's Belgium now that is
Later's
getting a lot
people
of.
have good rest day. Slava Ukraine.
Fuck off.
It's not about the tanks. If you have a tank, you must have the logistic for the tank. the
Oh, yes.
That's it.
you cannot imagine an army who has different tanks, Soviet tank, Germany tank, French tank. So this is a nightmare for logistics. So this, Mike, you have right. They have many problems because they have logistic for Russian tanks.
Yeah, speaking of
I
weapons,
was saying something earlier.
with javelins and NLAWs, is it that they have run out or is it that they're ineffective? Because I haven't seen a lot of videos of javelin and NLAWs of late.
Because again,
probably ran out.
They left, they left out in Mariupol.
No.
There is a lot of that shit in Mariupol. A lot.
They don't make enough of them to just freely give it to Ukraine just like that. Yeah, the Americans may have a better tanks, but they don't make it cheaper and they don't sell to everybody. This is why the Russia have to fill in that gap. So yeah, the American may have the NLAWs and the ATGMs will be in the beginning of the war. This is the same reason why they are so expensive and they don't make much of them. So and you come down to Africa, an RPG will go a long way any day than an NLAW in Africa. So this is what I'm talking about. You go, and even just Africa, most places around the world, they'll rather buy 10 RPG rounds, or maybe even 100, than buy one NLAW for a tank. So you see, when it comes to our price differences, this is why Russia going to end after this war. I said Russia going to stack up, going to rearm the world with previous with our Soviet stuff, because the whole war is basically used to Soviet warfare. Basically, majority of the world fight the Soviet war machines, not Europe and America. America and Europe doesn't need Russian weapons anymore. But I'm talking about the rest of the world. When I say the world, I don't mean America and Europe. They're not the world. They're even 5% of the world. So they claim to be the world, but they're not the world. I mean the rest of the regular human beings that don't fight with or Abrams tanks, that don't fight with animals.
So Vladimir Putin called the global majority.
Okay. I want to say something about the weapons, about the javelin. I think the Ukrainians have a lot of weapons, but the US say they do not have weapons because they have prestige. If you watch on the Telegram the video when with the trenches in Ukraine, all the soldiers have a lot of weapons, javelins and so on. And I think this is a way to put it. Our weapons are better, but we don't have a lot of weapons. So I think this is something of bullshit made by the US. They are good, but not that great.
They only got issued so many weapons, so many thousands of javelins or whatever. They've used a lot of them up. A lot of them have been destroyed, and the Russians have captured shitloads of them. I mean, they've literally captured like warehouses full. So, you know, it's not really a matter if they're ineffective. They just don't have enough, and they can't keep their hands on them anyways. So, and half the time you see those guys in the trenches, they're dead, and their shit wasn't even fired. So, and that shit's probably all damaged.
Well, this production, this ability to produce military equipment on wartime actually tells us that nobody is really prepared for a big war, and the Russians are having such a production that will enable them to actually even go beyond the Ukrainian war. Not very much, but their population doesn't allow that in terms of numbers. But the thing is that European countries and even the US are not prepared for a big war. Their amount of their military production capacity is more limited than we ever thought about, and this has exposed them. Actually, this discussion about the ability of sending ammunition to Ukraine in the amounts they wanted, it tell us that they are really much weaker than what we thought. Amazing weapons, very, very expensive, very high tech, but when you need it, you don't have it. Go on, Shadow.
I wanted to add an anecdote from France about the circulation of weapons in Europe today. 10 years ago, there was a major escape from jail that was planned by a very important criminal, and they used RPG and AK for the escape, and they killed guards and so on. Last month, there is another thing like that, and they killed two jail guards too, but they use AR-15. Today in France, it's more easier for criminals to find US weapon or NATO weapon than to find AK for AK.
Hey,
So do you tell us about corruption in Ukraine?
No, I think that NATO decided to sold weapon to French criminal.
Wyatt, I have a question for
It's
you.
a joke. It's a joke. Of course,
Something
it's
I've
a
been
from
wondering.
Ukraine.
So, what do you think about Russian personnel reserves? Because I've been watching these, and I know people say don't listen to him, but I listen to everybody. There's this Alexei Arestovich, right? There's a YouTube English channel where they actually have it translated, right? And he says a lot of things. Of course, you don't know what his agenda is, but he mentions that both Russia and Ukraine, as it stands, do not have enough reserves, let's say, to make a major push from, like, let's say, Sumy or whatever, right? And of course, he means unless Russia does a mobilization. Do you think that in terms of men, that Russian reserves right now are all committed and cannot be used for, let's say, an offensive?
I think Von was first.
No, I was asking Wyatt.
You're talking about Russian reserves or Ukrainian reserves?
Russian.
I don't think Russia have a reserve problem though. Like,
I don't think so.
So on top of so you have to understand what happened in the Russian military. So they have the mobilization, the partial mobilization. So that raised maybe 300,000 troops. That is to fight the SMO. Then they also announced that they are expanding the military by 1.5 times. So they used to have a 1 million army. They're expanding to 1.5 million. And I believe that this 500,000 is not the same as the 300,000 that was already mobilized. It's a separate thing. Which means that their military size is probably closer to 2 million. If you add in the volunteers and all the other units that is not part of the military, like the guards, the border guards and whatnot. So I don't think they have a reserve problem. It's more a matter of, like, they just don't want, they're holding back, because ultimately you have to look from the Russians' perspective. The macro situation is not good because they are facing down NATO. Ukraine is just a sideshow. From the scale of what Russia is looking at, you have to look at Russia like a massive country, which they are, or like China or United States. They are looking at very big pictures. Then Ukraine is just one country. It's like if China were to go to war somewhere, maybe they have some skirmish with Afghanistan or what. That's just one country. They have still a very huge border with a lot of superpowers facing them. Russia is the same thing. They have NATO on one side, China on the other side. Although China is not a threat right now, but then you have to also understand United States is across the Arctic. Although we look at the map, right, it looks like they are very far away, but actually they are very close to each other. If you turn the globe, they're actually very near to each other. So fighter jets and bombers can just fly across the Arctic. So Russia have to have a posture, of a defensive posture that is very aggressive, very fierce. That no one dare to mess with them. So they cannot commit all the military into Ukraine, and they have no need to. Ukraine is already losing the war just by fighting this attritional warfare. Like I said, Ukraine is on the wrong battle strategy if they really want to win the war. They shouldn't be so impatient. They keep sending troops to conquer or to hold grounds which cannot be held. So they keep entering the kill box and they keep dying. So that is nothing to do with maneuver warfare. Maneuver warfare is you retreat, you draw the enemy into a weaker position, then you surround or attack them. Ukraine is totally not playing maneuver warfare, so it's totally nonsensical. Whatever is happening right now, all this, the NATO or the pro-Ukrainian, they're talking about maneuver warfare. We have the NATO tanks coming and everything. They're not operating in that kind of strategy. So the Russia is basically slowly grinding away the Ukrainian army, and we totally can see it happening. Like, Russia is not even, they only push really hard at Avdiivka, and even that they already break through by so much. All the other fronts are not really pushing, but they are still taking grounds, little bit here, little bit there, slowly. So Ukraine is struggling for sure. I don't know who is first. So Vaughn.
It was me. Yeah, I was just going to say they don't have a reserve problem. I mean, it's just people
some of these guys get kind of doomerish because the Russians won't let like balls to the wall and go after everything. And if it slows down, they get bitchy. Because I mean, I think last year they recruited 385,000 people, not including conscription. So that, and they were unless something's changed, they're still pulling down 25 to 35,000 volunteers a month. So I don't know. I don't know where people get these ideas in their heads that the Russians are running out of people that are willingly wanting to fight, let alone conscripts.
Yes, I wanted to add something to what said Wyatt. That very few people understand about the Soviet and the Russian doctrine about warfare. What I'm going to say comes from a general, old general, with a Swiss from the Switzerland army, who is called Jacques Beau, and he was basically part of the team who created the NATO doctrine against Soviet Union, and then he went to Ukraine in 2014 to help them to create the army who is basically fighting today. And this guy told us these things. For Russian, when you have one front line, it was they call an operation. When you have several front lines in the same theater of operation, it's still not a war. It's another word. I forget it, sorry. If you have several theater of operation, then it's a war. Okay? And you have to understand, for the reserve of the Russian army, it's the same thing. You have the reserve of the tactical level very low. You have the reserve for the front. You have the reserve for the theater of operation. Basically, that would be from Finland to Turkey. And you have the global reserve, if they have a true war, with multiple theater of operation. And they have reserve at every level. And that's why I think that's the main issue with between Gerasimov and Prigozhin, because Prigozhin wanted for his front line reserve we were dedicated to the theater of operation. And he was asking more, but it was not the decision was made by the headquarters to keep the reserve at another higher level and not to be used at the frontline level of the Ukrainian war. Basically, they are keeping reserve against maybe an aggravation of the situation if Baltic states try something stupid, or if, I don't know, North Korea decide to invade Vladivostok, or I don't know what. That's something that people don't understand. That's why Russian calls this operation a special military operation, because for them, it's not large enough to use the word war. That's all.
Virgin.
Hey guys, can you hear me? I have a new microphone.
Yes.
Yeah. Just now you were on, and then you like you have a like a not moving still for like a full hour there. It took me a while to realize that.
Shit happens. Probably the bad internet connection. This is a good question regarding the Russian troops, because not a lot is talked about, because most people think it's not an issue. But if you remember that when the Russians had to withdraw from Kharkiv or Kharkov, there was this argument that a lot of Russian professional troops didn't continue their contracts, and so they didn't have the numbers to keep the area. And we keep hearing that Russia gets a lot of volunteers, and this mobilization of the 350,000 or something. The question is, are these also contract people? I guess it's so. And there has been also a lot of times it had been mentioned that Russia has something around 100 to 150,000 troops somewhere in reserve waiting. But since this mobilization happened, it's already 1.5 years. Wouldn't these contracts have ended, and are they continuing them? In which rate are they continuing? Maybe not all of them. So it's not so sure that they have so many troops, in my opinion. They might be limited as well.
From my reporting, my observation was that the contract finished. So because the contract troops have only 1 year contract. So I think, if I'm not wrong, it's like half a year to 9 months was training. And then they have another 3 months, like something like operation or exercises or whatnot. Then they will just go out to the civilian as reserves. That's my understanding. And so this group are the unlucky ones. They got mobilized into a war, and then they just entered Ukraine and do whatnot. But when the contract finished, so all of them left Ukraine, which is also why during those days there was this very very weird reports. There's footages coming out where you have the Donbas people traveling across Zaporizhia towards Kherson, and I was like, why the hell is the Donetsk People's Republic militias going towards Kherson? So unknown to me then was that Russia is going to withdraw all their contract troops out. So for one period of time, there was actually no Russian troops, like maybe minimal. All the contract troops that invaded Ukraine was all out. So the whole front line was defended only by the militias and the maybe the Chechens, maybe Wagner, then maybe the volunteer forces. So you heard a lot about the Bars 13, defending the Liman, the Battle of Liman. Where they are holding the front, they are the last to withdraw. It's because there was no Russian troops. So which is why when the Russian mobilization finally happens, then you hear stories about the Russians mobilized troops didn't even train, immediately sent to the front. The pro-Ukrainians are very happy. They are talking about it's a scam. All these mobilized troops didn't even get trained, immediately sent to the front. It's because they're struggling to they need to hold the front. The entire front line, along Liman, the entire Kharkiv to Luhansk region, that front line was collapsing. So Russia was quickly sending troops to plug the hole first. So there was a lot of mess during those first few months because even maybe the commanders do not know what they are doing. And they are not fighting the weak Ukrainian troops. They are fighting the foreign legion. They are fighting the best of the best in Ukraine. So after that, after they managed to hold the front line just east of the Zerabets River, that's when they start to have the rotations. Then they start to have the trained soldiers coming in, and you can see the same thing happens in the Kherson front. What happens? For those that forgot, there was a Balaklia offensive. The Ukrainians, in the media, they call it the Kharkiv offensive. The Ukrainians launched a massive attack. They broke through Balaklia, and then behind there was nothing because there's no more Russian troops. They only have the militias at the front line. They broke through, and then the whole front collapsed. The next month, the Ukrainians started the Kherson offensive. That's when you see all the Humvees doing the raiding. They drive quickly through the front line. They try to break through. At the beginning, it was successful because at the beginning, it's the same thing. They only have the Donbas militias holding the front. But then by that moment, the mobilization has already started and the VDV started to come in. And when the VDV went in and defended and got the second line of defense, that's when you saw all the news about all the Humvees getting blown up. They let the Humvees go through the first line, and then once they go into the pocket, and then they start to get destroyed from all sides. So that's when it happened. So since the VDV came, the whole front line got stabilized in the Kherson front until Surovikin asked for ordered the mass withdrawal south of the Dnieper River. So the Ukrainian offensive was successful. It is a military success, but the context was that there was actually no Russian troops over in those areas. In fact, the whole of Ukraine, there's almost no Russian troops. So that was, it gave the Ukrainians a false sense of success and a hope that in this war. So it's inaccurate. They thought that they can make it work and end up, it's a tragedy because they really believed that they were that good. So in fact, they was actually not.
I would say they're not that good.
No, it's because they are equal in force. Generally speaking, they are both regular armies. So the thing is that when regular armies meet each other, it usually will cancel each other out. So when you have the Ukrainian regular army fighting just militias don't have the kind of training and firepower to defend. I got to drop.
Oh God.
I was going to
Okay,
say
Dan's on, so let's let Dan talk. He's usually only
I'm
here
just
for a
gonna
minute.
quickly talk about if you guys can hear me, I'm gonna talk about the amount of recruits that come in through Russia in every place. If you're gonna go to the dentist, if you're gonna go to the church, there's recruitment papers everywhere here. All right, this is like and I'm talking about Siberia. In Siberia especially, there's recruitment papers to take your kids to school. So you can imagine the amount of people that are recruited maybe every month. Also, when people talk about mobilization in Russia, actually, they have former, like, I guess you could call them veterans or prior service people that they can call upon. If they were to mobilize, they would have another hundreds of thousands of people. And I just want to hurt some of the pro-Russian people's hearts, but like Ukraine also has men, but there's a difference between mobilized men and forcefully drafted men. And Ukraine, I've mentioned, has still fight in it. So it has about another 500, 600,000 men that they could go send to fight. And that just means that they have population that's older than 18. It doesn't mean that these 18-year-olds are ready to fight or would be willing to fight. Both sides have people to fight. Russia just has better quality, better caliber men. I want to also note that Ukraine has lost 3 to 4 major cities, like population wise, since the conflict started in 2014. This means that their population has declined by a lot. And I'm talking major cities like population wise. Ukraine has lost many cities, over hundreds of thousands with population. So that really hurts their ability to fight. And every day, more and more Ukrainians are trying to leave. Contrary to popular belief, Russians are not flooding out of Russia anymore. You know, it's stabilized and the men are staying here to fight. And I also mentioned that Siberia has what the rest of the world doesn't, has a bunch of fighting men. I don't know if you guys know history, but the Soviet leaders of the old times applauded the Siberian people, people that come from like, I guess, Mongolian genetics. I don't know. So they're really, really willing to fight, and these people are very poor compared to the rest of Russia. So going to war really helps. That's all I had to say. Thanks for you guys have been doing a great job. I like to watch in the mornings now that he's doing them in horrible time zones for us people.
Hey, and Dan, I like your
But
sweater.
joining to that, what I'm going to say is that the financial compensation that the Russian army is offering is so big that many people actually, if they do 1 year, they get so much money and they have so much social facilitations and financial securities that they actually don't need have their life secured. So many young men, they want to marry, they actually go to the war and they get a paid house, probably even for free. They get a lot of money. I think their compensation goes around 1 million rubles per 6 months. If I'm not mistaken, that's around 10,000 euros. So it's a lot of money for Russia. But I'm saying plus the salaries, because the salaries are also very high. It's over 2,000 euros. They pay per month.
Oh, sorry, Von, first.
And when you're finished, you'll have free almost free loans on the bank from the banks. You have priority to have social housing. It's
Wait, that's
very
a law
appealing.
in Russia. Social housing is law. Everyone gets one if you need one.
No priority.
No,
priority.
but he's talking about the benefits, and Prada's right. I mean, you know, Russia like doubled their budget. They're flushed with cash from all the oil sales.
Yeah, I know that, but I'm just saying about the social housing. Everyone in Russia,
I mean, they have priority.
I think you guys have a different definition of
we
social
know.
housing.
It's a socialist country. They're all going to get houses and health care. But because they serve in the military, they're getting preferential treatment. They're getting special loans. They're getting special access. They're getting first choice. They're being incentivized to fight. And when they come home, they're being incentivized to, settle down and raise a family. And it's obviously working because they're getting tons of people in there. And I assume they're going to resettle all these places at some point, and they got to rebuild it. So, these people will have jobs. They'll have a place to live. They'll have a new adventure to begin. And then think about it. It's all young men, the new families starting out. It's perfect. I mean, it seems like it's going to work out pretty good for these people. I mean, yeah, you might get killed, you might lose your leg, but at least your family's compensated well. I mean, I really have to give them credit that they really, from like what I always thought about the Soviet Union and the Soviet Army and how shittily they treated their soldiers, to see what they do now. And I'm sure there's problems. I'm sure there's plenty of shit going on you don't hear about, but I give them credit. They really seem like they turned it around, and they really make an effort to create that culture for the soldier to thrive in and then take care of them and their families.
But it's more than that, right? Like they get what they conquer in Ukraine, they get to keep, right? So that's money right there. Like the minerals, the ores, they the gas fields, they keep
But
all that.
that's
shit.
like down the road. That's like down the road. I mean, we've
That's
talked
enough
about
for
it before. I
Russia.
would assume.
No,
But I mean, I would assume too.
Russia doesn't need that. They
It
have
does
so
for a
much
war.
of it. No, they need so much of all of it. There is no need. Of course, you would say those resources are not going to be explored, which means that the Russian resources will be more valid. Then I would agree with you. But they are not going to explore these resources just for the benefit of getting enriched by them. I
What's the
doubt.
population they gain?
Again?
What's the population they gain?
The population they gain, that's a really good value. That's something
value,
Russia
right?
needs. But we were
Yeah,
that's
but I mean,
we were talking about minerals, and if you're talking
It's
about
everything.
yeah,
The
but
cost-benefit analysis works out in Russia's favor here. They gain 20% of Ukraine. They get all this resource that everyone says is the most valuable part of Ukraine. And then they get, a couple major cities. That's 5 million people, 6 million people, 7 million people. Like, they get all of that shit. And
people is the most valuable thing they get. That I give you right.
You're right.
Yeah.
That's something Russia really needs, and that's really valuable. And I don't want to be racist. They are Slavs, so
Yeah,
that's the point.
so they literally gained about 5 million people. They literally gained about 5 million people.
So they
that's a lot.
win, right? They're gaining population whilst gaining resources, whilst gaining it's just how do they're winning this thing on every possible metric.
I mean, there shouldn't be a problem with the Russians integrating the territory or the people because they have the money.
Yep.
They have young people that want to resettle. I mean, hell, they even have commercials like, "Hey, when I'm done fighting, I'm going to go live in Odessa or whatever." So obviously, there's some kind of program there for that. So I mean, it's going to probably just be I mean, obviously, it's going to be horrible for a long time with all the bombed out shit, but at some point, it'll be kind of a renaissance possibly for that area with all the people and the money floating around and the resettlement of the area. But that might be 10 or 15 years.
And right now when I think of it, Virgin.
Yeah, the issue with people is probably the most important for Russia. Ukraine, when the Soviet Union collapsed, I think 12 million Russians were living in Ukraine, and a lot of them have been returning or going to Russia since then, just like from the other ex-Soviet countries. But these people that they gained, they are already Russians. They are not foreign people. Because those who would not like to stay in Russia probably would leave these cities that they gain. So though Kharkov was almost a 2 million people city, or 1.5 to 2 million, I think more than half will stay, but a lot of them will leave as well.
But I from what I heard, half of them left to Russia. There is about 3 million Ukrainians in EU, but there is about 5 million Ukrainians in Russia. I'm not talking about people in Crimea or Donbass. I'm talking about people that were in Ukraine out of this place where war. When they find out they had a chance to leave, they left to Russia.
Yeah, the question is how many of these are native Russians,
Oh, okay.
They are close, but or very similar, but some of them are truly Russians, just with Ukrainian citizenship.
Then can you see? So why would they identify as Ukrainians as Russians when they are claiming to be Ukrainians, refugees living in Russia?
Do the Russians care, or is it more the Ukrainians care about if the Russians pledging to be Ukrainians.
No, I get where I'm coming from is the same thing that's creating the issues in the Donbass area, because they may be speaking Russians or they may feel comfortable in Russia. I remember even back last year or so, there's a lady that went to EU. She ended up crossing into Russia. This is a Ukrainian lady from the west of Ukraine. That she ended up going back the other way and cross into Russia. She said it was better to be in Russia than to be in the EU. Yeah. So.
But there is a lot of Russians, a lot of Ukrainians moving to Russia from the European Union, and actually the fact that some European countries are threatening to actually conscript men sent to Ukraine back. Many are now going to Russia, and if you guys don't notice, heard about, Russian actually closed their frontiers to Ukrainians. In order for Ukrainians to enter Russia now, they have to go through a kind of a center. They'll be questioned, they will be searched, and they can't just enter in Russia through 2 points, to Estonia and through the Sheremetyevo airport in Moscow. These are 2 points. So they are trying to limit the entrance of Ukrainians now. But coming back also for what Von said, the integration, we have seen, especially if you guys watch those videos of bloggers in the occupied areas of Ukraine or the new territories of Russia, one of the very interesting things is more and more every day, more people feel comfortable with the new powers and integrate, and they don't want to go back. They feel they are earning more money, social services are better, everything is cheaper, so they don't want to go back to Ukraine. And they also know what will happen to them if they ever go to Ukraine. This is also another big problem. And about the big cities, it's also interesting to know that many of those areas that was conquested by Ukraine, which was Kharkiv and Kherson, which Wade was talking about, many people, nevertheless, that the front collapsed, many people left for Russia in a worry. They didn't want to live under Ukrainian occupation. So, go on.
Yeah. Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I was just going to say real quick. I mean, with the, I would assume after the war and during the war that Russia will have a very thorough vetting process for anyone that resettles occupied territories. So I wouldn't even really be worried about that, because I would assume that's going to be extremely strict, and because they're not going to let people in that cause them problems 20 years down the road, or some bitter widow or kid or something. So I mean, it may be taking a while to get figured out, but I would assume that those areas are going to be pretty heavily controlled about who they let in and out and want to resettle and put in charge. Because, I mean, that's why they got this problem in the first place. So I would assume they're going to make sure they can mitigate that again.
And by the way, something interesting I noticed too is that there are a lot of Ukrainian soldiers who have absolutely refused to go back to Ukraine as an exchange. They have refused. And and you get that in the local news in Russia, but the Russian government doesn't flex it, which is quite interesting. Like, if the same thing was on the side of the Ukraine, they would flex the hell out of that. But for some reason, Russia's propaganda is quite interesting. And
it might just be, hey, real quick, it might just be because they don't want their guys punished because they're not being traded back. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think so too. And then the last thing I wanted to mention was there have been a lot of doubts about the Ukrainian total population, like how many actually were there at the beginning of the war. And some people calling BS the 48 million number, that was being brought up. There's some doubts about that. So yeah, just wanted to mention that.
Well, of course it is, because that's almost the population in 91. Ukraine has been losing millions and millions of people over the years because it's the most poor, it's the poorest, the most corrupt, it was one of the most violent countries in Europe.
It still is.
It still is. It still is.
Voz, it's your turn, I think.
They have a war going on. Shadowy, go ahead.
Voz? Your turn.
Okay, you can go. You French.
Okay, I just wanted to add something about what said Prata about the control of the Ukrainian coming in Russia. I'm pretty sure that a lot of Ukrainian is going to regret to have 88 tattoos or some kind of strange Scandinavian symbol tattoo at the airport. Because I'm pretty sure that's a serious issue for the border immigration police. But and another thing about the problem of the civilian that could happen after the wars in the occupied territory. I think that's one of the reasons why Dushan should go slowly to let the civilian, the pro-Ukrainian civilian time to flee. You know, to push away all the problem. Basically, to push away to your European country, of course, because they are not going to stop in Lviv or in Ukraine or in Kiev. They are going to flee directly to Paris or London.
Yeah, that's a big point. That's a big point.
Yeah, Ukrainian population has never been more than 44 million after 1991. Never been more than. And trust me, when they lost Crimea in 2014, I think Crimea alone, that was just 2 million.
They probably have lost more to immigration than to the war itself.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Like, if you're young and you want to make money somewhere, you're not making money in Ukraine, right? You're fucking off to either Russia or into fucking Europe.
Yeah,
and making money there.
that's what they did. That's why they most of people left for Russia, because trust me, these people love live on benefit. And
like, what university is in Ukraine? Like, name one university.
There was a chance live in the EU,
Mm-hmm.
a charity, or in a country that they're gonna treat you like a proper people. And the ones who went to Russia, they are laughing now. You know why? Because the ones in Poland are about to go back to Ukraine. They're gonna send them back. The EU is trying to make that a law.
They haven't sought out the legal loophole yet, but they think that they're going to train the Ukrainian refugees.
They're talking about it.
Everything to send these people back. Yeah,
they're thinking about sending back, but the thing is they cannot send them back yet because they haven't sought out the legal problem. It's the same thing as they want to take the it's the same thing as the Russian money, right? The Russian reserves and money that they frozen, they want to take the money, but they haven't sought out the legal problem with it. No, they cannot just take it. Same thing, they cannot just send the people back. So because if they can, okay, I tell you this, because this will link to another topic. If Europe or any European country within the European Union can just send the Ukrainians back to Ukraine, which means that they have no more excuse to send back all the so-called illegal immigrants or refugees from Middle East and Africa back to Middle East and Africa. How do you going to come up with that excuse like, oh, Ukrainians have to go back to Ukraine, but you are Libyan? No, sorry, we cannot. We have to keep you. You know, you're a poor guy. You know,
Right.
You need some love.
One MP from in European Parliament, he said we go about 200,000 here, and we need to find a way to send these people back. Military men, more than 200,000. Military age needs to be sent, and Poland is in the same way say yes. But there is one country say no, Ireland. They say no, fuck that. That's no. That's why.
Hey, Virgin, speak up.
Point with immigration. The point with immigration is that people are not just valuable for Russia. They're also valuable for especially Western Europe, which has a bad fertility almost everywhere. And these people from Ukraine are, blonde and blue-eyed, like these reporters said in the beginning of the war about the refugees. He was shocked, not the usual Arab refugees. And they are mostly welcome, I think, in the Western world. And they will be maybe pushed back, but only for the reason to join the war, not for any other reason, because people are, I think, valuable also for these states. The issue with them being mobilized, I don't see it happening anywhere except maybe in Poland. Because what I have seen in European news, no one is talking seriously about it except the Poles and maybe the Baltics.
They cannot do that.
And regarding, sorry, to finalize this point, you know, these guys with the tattoos with the Viking motifs and Hindu motifs, they will have no problem in Canada and in Western Europe.
The thing, it will be illegal to do that, something like that, because you can't send refugees to a war-torn country. It's illegal. So the European Union, I don't know how our Poland or the Baltics are thinking in doing it. Legally, it's almost impossible, and they will have problems in doing it. But then we have these world rules-based order, like the West likes to call it. The rules are invented as they please. Exactly. So as they please, they invent new rules. Also, the utility of immigrants, of Ukrainian immigrants, it's very different from country to country. So in Poland, most Ukrainians found a work and are working. They don't. It's very difficult to live in Poland out of social compensation. But in Germany, for instance, which is the country that receives most Ukrainians, officially 1,300,000. There is a very, very low percentage of them that actually found work. It's around 10%, if not less. Most people live still after 1 year, still live out of social compensations and benefits. So, yes, and some countries were able to occupy this population and gain with it. Some others didn't, and this is also one of the big problems. And again, the refugees. One of the reasons, and I've been repeating this, it's something they don't talk much, but time to time, you read some reports from the state, especially the German state, or from journalists, which is the fact they are scared about the second wave of Ukrainian refugees. They are expecting, if the fronts collapse, like if the Russians arrive to Kiev again, 5 million people could leave Ukraine in a hurry, and they wouldn't know how to deal with it. They have been testing different approach to it. One of them would be to close the borders, but how can you close the borders with millions of people coming? Are you going to shoot people? How are you going to do it? You see? So they are really scared if this happens. Go on, Macchiari.
Yeah, no, mine was up. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Sorry.
No, go ahead, Macchiari. Go ahead. You're on mute. You're on mute.
Yeah, I was going to actually mention that first, those Ukrainians who went to Europe, they are not going to go back. Even if right now the conflict ended, they are not going to go back. All these people who are waiting to leave that godforsaken country
it's done.
for a long time. Like, these people are not paying their pensions. These people, their social services sucked. Like, literally, I mean, they are not going to come back. Even look at countries like Latvia and them, like those Baltic states. It's crazy. Half of their population has left. I have never heard of those kind of numbers before. It's crazy. Half of the population has left. And so I sit back and I wonder, so how do they run their country with half of the population in freaking Germany, right? Well, their main income is NATO. Their main income is NATO. Literally, the military and everything. That's these countries technically. I don't mean to piss off anybody from the Baltics, but man, those countries are no longer countries. They are some little ass provinces right there.
Yeah, but yeah, just to get a quick comment on what you're saying. So, if you have half the population in Germany already, again, this is a country of maybe like 4,000 people. So if 2,000 people leave, again, they're not plenty in that country. So I understand what you're saying. So run the country, they may have a bigger land space compared to that big population and land space. They're a tiny country, even more tiny population. But concerning what Prata was saying about the Ukrainian going back to Ukraine, I think that fear is not the population, because population-wise, many Africans cross Europe every day more than Ukrainians cross the border to Europe. I don't think the population, the fear. I think the fear, because over the years, how much they radicalize the Ukrainian population, and that population is a very angry population. And you guys basically help destroy our country. So they are the population you want to have among your people and piss them off because they know how to fuck shit up. And I think out of that fear, they don't want them around. They want to make sure they go back as far.
You know what they're going to do? They're going to go to Russia because they speak Russian and because Russian is going to welcome them because Russian need workers.
And it's a very entitled population. They're walking around the world thinking that everybody owes them something everywhere, man.
And this is why the Ukrainians that went to Russia, you didn't even hear of them because they're all fully functional. I watched the RT documentary. One of them actually went out there and fully just have a regular job and fully blended in with the Russian society, just living her life. They're moving around. Not in a refugee camp, any or government-run business. You actually basically working and taking care of yourself. But yeah, so I think our biggest fear of the Ukrainian is not because of population. Oh, they're gonna come flood our country. But also to what Marquette said earlier about population-wise, I think I thought about this one. If you have 48 million people, 5 million is in Russia, 3 million is in Europe. That's the 8 million. The 40 million, you can't tell me they have to send back the 3 million from Europe to go fight in Ukraine when you have 40 million people staying in a country that can fight. So you can't tell me half of the 40 million in the country, they're all underage to fight. No, you could have at least, at bare minimum, you could have 10 million manpower to fight if these are real numbers. But come down to that population numbers, I believe if they do survey every country, if they're able to, this population numbers they give the world, I don't even think even close to their true numbers, because some of us will travel a lot, and some of this country want to give that population numbers, and you travel through the country, I can guarantee you that even half of that number doesn't live in this country. One of these countries is my country, Liberia. They say population 5 million. If you move around Liberia, you get to know that nobody lives in this country, just a bunch of wilderness. So I think the same thing goes for Ukraine. That 48 million people, I think it was a stretch. I think the most maybe 20 million, or even then, I'm pushing it. I'm thinking I huge stretch.
I wonder how many of them are in the United States from your country.
Very few. And this is why America is good. America is good at basically letting you fuck up the country because they're so far away. Before you get to them, they're already with you out. You take 10,000 EU, you take 40 million. So this is why I say America have the advantage.
It's freedom, baby, freedom.
A lot of these Ukrainians went to Canada. Actually, I think
that's why I love the ocean.
No compared to nobody. They could have created take 5,000 and give you 10 million. So we'll take some of them too. Now we'll take some refugees in our countries, but no, you have the majority of the burden. But I don't think Europe is afraid of the population to take care of the population. I don't think that's a fear. Their fear is having these radicalized Ukrainians in their countries that can basically.
But I also think
because this one they are not going to go to Russia.
The fear is if it happens. If 5 million people arrive in a few days, they wouldn't have where to lodge people. They wouldn't have where to lodge people. It would be a chaos, and they are not prepared. They were prepared for the first wave. It was wanted because if that amount of people didn't left Ukraine, war would be much more difficult to do. It would be much more difficult for Zelensky to wage war the way he did.
Yeah, 5 million in one country, definitely. But if 5 million is coming in and they spread them around Europe, they can handle it. Again, I'm telling you, like roughly about 1,000 plus Africans get into Europe every day. Of course, that's not 5 million, obviously. But if you count that number, they can add up very fast.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the Azov battalion to set up shop in Germany. Though that would be interesting to watch.
But I think it's already done. I'm sure they have a lot of friends there.
FCS. but you know that we already have a huge housing problem in almost all countries in the European Union.
That's the problem, right?
Oh yeah.
A huge. So 5 million now. Oh my God! In a few days, like in a week, 5 million people. You don't have where to lodge those people. It would be a humanitarian catastrophe.
What?
But
Sorry.
There is a lot of Arabs and Africans in German, so
You lodge the Africans in a state on
people and give them to.
The problem. The difference about the Arabs and other people is that, okay, sometimes they are obliged to stay in these social benefit schemes, but the guilt for that is that the blame for that is actually the states themselves. Most of these people actually wants to find a job or find a work or start a business. So actually, on the end, especially the Arabs, are very good into finding a job or starting a business. So that's not the problem. So if you look at the statistic actually for Ukrainians, as I said, depending on the country, but most of them are in Germany, their integration in the workforce is very low. So this is a population that you are just paying to survive every day.
Yeah. But in the context of the ones that are stuck on the social, welfare.
You always blaming the Middle Eastern that always live on benefits and stuff. Arabs, in UK, just I think on Monday or Tuesday.
The opposite of that.
On Monday or Tuesday, they found a group of Bulgarians that were cheating on benefit. More than 50 million. That's what they got from the government.
Voss, that's a human nature. Anyone that can abuse the system will abuse it.
But always when they talk abuse the system, they always pointing finger at Muslims.
I think the reason why Prata is now I think Prata is now 100% hitting upon a point. Most of these people that come from these Middle Eastern countries, they are coming with almost like 3 deficiencies: language, culture, and religion shock. So they have a very long momentum to fully blend in. Or Ukrainian language is different, but culture and religion almost a very similar copy and paste in both areas. So they can easily blend in quicker than somebody from Sudan or Libya or Syria, because they're coming to a complete different culture. So the language barrier alone, when I came to the state, I can't speak in English, obviously. But of course, since in America, if you any other country you don't speak English, so they want to test you first before they put you into the schools. So, but of course, how to get some ESL classes, then they figure, okay, he don't belong here, so they take him out of the ESL classes. But so the same thing goes to Europe. So can you imagine if I didn't speak English, how long it was going to take me to basically learn the language before I could even get to start my education and move forward? So yeah, I'm not giving an excuse for them, but I know that people in that fabric that I think there's a very good percentage because of these 3 things: the culture, the religion, and just the language that just completely turn them off and it takes a while to adjust to it. That was
real quick before Drew goes, I was just gonna say the reason they probably get targeted is because that's probably the largest population that's visible that comes in illegally and it gets on benefits. So that's probably why people bring them up most. I mean, it's not like there's shitloads of Bulgarian immigrants versus other immigrants. But yeah, everybody's stealing.
Yeah, Drew.
Okay. Vaughn, we can't hear you anymore.
Vaughn, your voice is broken up. He walked away.
I'm going to say something a little bit controversial, but hopefully don't get a lot of hate for it. To answer Prata's...
That's normal, right? That's a normal Drew talk.
It's very normal.
That's so wrong.
This might trigger a few people, but it is to answer one of Prata's throwaway questions just now, like what's the solution for all these immigrants? And I think there are 2 sets of immigrants. One is from the Africa and Middle East, and another set is for Ukraine. So for the Africa and Middle East immigrants, it's quite easy. What you do is along the borders of the countries with immigration problem, you take all the empty containers from the ships and you build these large compounds, and you put in each one of
Build a
them one
wall.
bed.
Build a wall.
No. You put in each one of them one bed, one some nearby some toilet facilities, and then when the immigrants come in, you redirect them to these living facilities. So you will feed them, you will give them a place to stay, you will give them security, you'll give them like a fan so they're cool, but that's it. That's all they're gonna
We
get.
tried that in
Because-
France. It's a disaster in 40 years.
Okay.
Yes, but
be
you see,
I already told you, in 40 years,
finish.
it's a total disaster.
Shadow,
Let
you
me
did not
finish.
say it's
You-
been done in France. You were saying it's been done in other countries before
let,
they get into Europe.
let me finish, because the reason these people come to Europe is varied. There are some that are genuinely running away from persecution back home, and those are the ones that you want to protect, right? And those are the ones that when they're living there, you need to send them to the court and let them talk about their case. But for those that are coming to Europe to feed off all your tax money, the people who basically back in Africa or Middle East, they hear all these guys say that, oh, you go to Europe, you're gonna have a great life. You don't have to work. You get all this free money. You just have to pay me 10,000 rand or whatever currency they have to send me there. Those guys will come and realize, hey, no, this is not the case. I'm being put in a box. I can't even leave this compound, and they will ask to go back to wherever they come from, and you send them back. So let me finish. The number of the problems will get lesser, and that's not it. Those guys that go back to their home country, they will tell the guys around them, this is bullshit. You don't go to Europe. There's nothing there for you. All you get is a bed and bread. That's it. You don't get to go around Europe. You don't get to go shopping. You don't get money paid for you by taxpayers.
No.
You don't get
No.
shit. So
It's the shopping that fucks it up, right?
Hold on, Jared.
Drew, some
fail.
of these
So they
people,
will-
some of these people don't
Jared,
get.
hold on, Jared.
any bread.
Hold on, Jared. Hold on. So go ahead, Drew.
Yeah. So that's for the Middle East and African.
True don't understand European values. Banana.
Like I said, it's gonna trigger some people, and I guess you're gonna trigger the Europeans. I know Europeans.
Yeah, banana
So this is
Well,
this
yeah,
is how an
but-
Asian would solve the problem.
No,
right?
Drew, that person
For
is
the-
being
for the
sarcastic.
for the
That's
Ukrainian,
Drew.
for the
Drew.
Ukrainian, for the Ukrainian refugees. So same thing, but if they can't send them back to a war zone, right? So, but these guys, they let them work and let them participate in the economy. So, if they are blonde hair, blue eye, and the populace actually likes them to be around, just integrate them into the country. Give them kind of pseudo citizenship. In Singapore, we have this thing called a permanent resident. Give them permanent residency, then they can just stay around and have kids, and so you will solve the demographic problem in a lot of European countries as well. Why not? It's So I think
The answer.
So let me pick who are going to first. Shadowy.
No, my hand was.
I think Shadowy was the first one. Okay, one of you decide. You guys fight.
I was the first one.
Okay, go.
Drew, what you're saying, that is, if the people coming in, if it wasn't a cause of the EU, again, for every action, there's a reaction. The reaction is these Middle Eastern Africans showing up to your shores. They can easily do that and they can even send them back if they want to send them. They can even completely stop them. But if you stop them, you lose more from where they are coming from than what you give them when it comes to your country. They know very well if they don't let these people come in, they can stop them. They can really stop them, because when it comes to that European value, that's nonsense. That human right, they don't care about none of this shit. As long as the reason why they cannot do it, because the country these people are coming from, they have more to lose in that country than they give these people in the country. Because example, the Syrians, if you kick back the Syrians, most of them are not going to fight against Assad. They're going to join Assad now and make sure that, okay, this is a Syria that ruled under Assad, and Assad doesn't like your interest anymore. If you push back the one that go back to Sudan, now all your interest in Sudan now is, okay, we went to Europe, they came and they brought raw here, we went to that country and they put us in the sea and put it in hot containers. So they lose more in the countries in this country than that's what.
Let me just respond to that. Whose interests are you hurting in is Syria and Sudan. Is it the Europeans' interest or is it the Americans' interest? Because
Both
the
of
ones
them.
that are kicking it,
Both of
it's
them.
the Americans.
No, it's more like European.
Americans are the ones that are invading Syria. The Americans were the ones that are creating shit all over Africa and pushing the immigrants all back to Europe.
Okay.
So
Just 2 days ago, it was America and the UK bombing Yemen. This EU
UK
country,
is not Europe. UK is not EU.
It's in Europe. Right? Those countries, there's not EU, but it's Europe. But I'm talking about those countries. They may not be in the forefront. Wherever America goes, look behind them. There's 1 or 2 European countries in the back foot doing the same thing. I mean, they're never the one doing it.
Which African country is Spain involved in right now? Which African country is Italy involved in right now? Which African country is Greece involved in right now? They are the ones suffering the main bulk of the immigration because they're
Not
south.
Greece. I can tell you, Italy is involved. Italy is well involved in Africa, in North Africa, and in East Africa, and Spain is still involved in Central and West Coast of Africa.
So send them back to the countries where they're not involved in. Sure.
They're involved. They could have just happened. I think the coup in Equatorial Guinea. Spain and Portugal was involved in that coup.
Yes.
Don't send them back there. Send them to Sudan or send them to Ethiopia. All these guys, when they come across, they throw away their passports. You don't know where they come from. Send them to a country which is.
So the cheapest way, don't invade their countries. Leave them alone to fend for themselves.
Yes, but that's already happened. They've already been invaded.
Problem all started with Libya.
Shall we?
Yes, I wanted to add something about the immigration issue in Europe. I don't know for the country, but I know about France. In France, there is no immigration issue. You have to understand it's not a problem about immigration, it's a problem about suburbs. Basically, if you look at the population
What you don't understand is that EU politicians are not able to do what you are proposing because they really believe in European values. Banana, 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 banana.
Yeah. I say I'm not European, so this is an Asian solution.
Yes, but
Shall go ahead.
Sorry, but this thing is just
Drew,
horrible.
I
I'm
don't think
sorry,
you're
but
getting
yes, but it's a bad idea.
That person is being sarcastic. They're not going against you. They're being sarcastic.
True rapping, fight the power. From King of New York or New Jack City movie.
Don't worry, my skin is very thick. If you look at the comment section, there are at least 2 or 3 guys that keep saying that I'm a China shield, that I don't know anything, These guys are just trolls. They don't even dare to come on. They don't even dare to come on to show their face, and they're trolling in the chat. So you just
They will troll you.
Shadowy, let Shadowy finish.
So about the immigration, in jail population in France, you have a lot of people who came from immigration, but you have to understand their grandparents are French citizens. When your grandparents are French citizens, that's not an immigration issue, okay? It's a suburb issue because these guys, they are all at the same place in the very poor and very bad suburbs, and they basically become criminal and problem for society. But the problem is not from immigration, it's from suburbs. They are already in France for 2 generations. So stop with this immigration bullshit, at least in France. For the other country, I don't know. I'm going to give you the statistical numbers. In the 70s...
Yeah, I just want to second what Shadowy said. There's no immigration problem in the United States either.
I don't know about your state, okay? That's your issue. You know more about me. But in
Whatever,
France,
dude.
the statistics
You're in denial.
are very, very clear. Listen to me, Evan. In 1970, in France, we had 10% of the population who were not French citizens. Okay? And in 2020, we have 14% of the population who is not French citizen. Basically, that means it's an increase of the foreign population in France of 0.0125%. It's nothing. You cannot even look at the graph and detect it per year. So please stop with immigration.
What about all them train jumpers in the channel and the truck riders? What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, what?
It's part of the
Shadowy is speaking the truth for Europe. Banana, 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 banana.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Most of the guys
Shadowy,
that cause
stop
issues in
your
France
stupid
have their grandparents were French citizens.
What about...
What happened to Vaughn's microphone?
What's the
It just
problem
gets
now?
worse and worse. No. The Drew's idea is, basically putting them in almost
I
like a
think we
nice
should
jail.
reverse the issue about Ukrainian
Discount
on
jail.
our
Trust me,
population. I
the
think we should put the
immigration-
container at the
immigration
Poland
in
borders
Europe-
and let the guy from Africa come in Europe.
The immigration in Europe is bad, trust me.
countries.
Immigration in Europe is really, really bad. But trust me, Europe is still more
That's the French
than
Empire, right?
80% white.
So
Okay.
I just want to respond to Drew's idea. The thing is that, of course, that is totally ignoring a lot of these internal issues, a lot of internal politics, the interest, the how it contributes to the economy, the slave labor or cheap labor or whatnot, voting and whatnot. Of course, that's ignoring all that. But let's say they do have the will to do this kind of thing. I would say that it's easier to just take the gun and point at the ships. If you come in, your invasion, we shoot you. 100% nobody will dare to come. It's simple as that. It's just a matter of, like, if you have the will to do all these things, you might as well just use bullet. Bullet is cheaper. You don't even need to feed them.
No, they want to feel good about themselves, so they want to take the refugees, the genuine refugees. The problem is the criminals are coming with the refugees, and those the criminals are the ones they want to stop.
Hey guys, the problem.
No.
Most of the people.
If it's really up to me, if it's up to me, they have to take photo. They would. No. If it's up to me, all these so-called illegal immigrants will be all kept in the concentration place first. Each of them will be take photos. Then we'll do a note. Then we'll have this like the dating app. You swipe left, swipe right. So the pretty ones will get to stay. You'll get like 100 votes for each refugee. And then if you get 100 no's, you'll be like ejected, kicked back. Or you get 100 rights. Yes, welcome to society. You're pretty enough.
Okay.
Get the problem for the Europeans, and the Europeans get to vote whether they get to stay. Is it?
You feel good also, right? You also feel good.
Guys, here's the other issue.
Biggest problem.
And this is something nobody basically speaks about. Is that
my microphone works now?
Yay! Like, let's say immigration.
Yeah. Hey, Shadowy, what the fuck? What about all them train jumpers in the tunnel and the train riders and the fucking truck riders? Is that why you can't even got no immigration, because you're just a pass through?
Vaughn, 1 second.
So you have to understand that basically the illegal immigrants who come to France, they are so badly mistreated by the French authorities that they have just one idea to go to England, to London.
That's exactly what Drew is saying. You treat them badly, so they will go back.
And this French administration is very good for that.
Change your name to Coco.
It doesn't really work,
An
right?
illegal immigrant, you are fucked in France.
So here's the issue that almost nobody ever wants to address, is that there are a lot of economic benefits to businesses when it comes to immigration. I'll give you an example of the United States, right? If you go to,
We don't have a problem.
if you go to Florida, right? There's an area I went to. It's called Immokalee. It's basically just orange farms, right? And they have all these like small towns full of Mexicans, right? Those guys right there, you will never hear them getting bothered by immigration at all. Why? Because that's where most of the fucking oranges and citrus fruits come from, right? Nobody ever bothers those guys at all. Number two, if you go to the huge farms in the middle of the United States, you will find all these meat processing plants. All the cities around those meat processing plants are full of what? Mexicans and people from Central America, right? So nobody bothers them at all. So if those people don't do those jobs, the average person is not going to stand in the American sun to pick oranges and to pick all these kind of fruits. So there's that benefit. And the state itself knows there's a benefit to letting these people in. They are aware of that. When they said that, remember when the whole drug war was going on with Obama, when the drug war was officially stopped in Mexico after killing about 49,000 Mexicans, when the drug war was stopped, that was right after the U.S. government announced that the U.S. labor force has been balanced, there is a high possibility, and some people made a connection. There's a high possibility that drug war was to push all those people into the United States. Of course, they're not going to tell American people that, but that is what they mainly were doing. So even these European countries,
Don't you want me, baby? Don't you want me? Oh.
So I believe also these European nations also depend on very, very cheap labor as well. So there's an incentive.
Yeah, that's true. I would say that the biggest problem in Europe...
Europeans are really ignorant about the rest of the world. But you Singaporeans and Africans don't know much about our internal politics and history.
So
we don't know about that too.
the thing about the problem about
people
the
that
problem about
understand European history.
So the problem about the problem about immigration in Europe and also in the United States Macchiati made a long list of things that is more than obvious, and I could say the same for Europe. Especially after the pandemic, many people that were working in Europe left Europe, and and also Europeans kind of got used not to work that much, and people actually nowadays work much less, and the money they get is actually enough because salaries has risen, even if the cost of living has risen too. But the thing is that we need people to work. There are a lot of jobs that are not fulfilled. Everywhere, everybody is complaining. Even if economical output in Europe is going down, there's still this problem. We don't have enough workers in almost all areas. And the interesting thing about this is that Europe needs a policy of open immigration. But the European Union somehow and some European countries block any possibility of making legal immigration. If there was a real open door policy, most of these people wouldn't have to put their lives in danger through those going through the sea or going through the Sahel, being victims of all types of human trafficking, which is horrible. And we could get actually the people that we need to work in our countries. There's a lot of things. And the same the US. If you guy, you have the US has a really bad open door policy. Legal immigration. It's very difficult to get to the US legally, but it's very easy to get in illegally. But you guys need workers. Then you end up getting all the trash that you shouldn't. Well, we could actually have, and Europeans as well, we could have the good people we need. But let's also face it. For many African countries, South Asia and Latin America, if actually the Europeans and the US make an open door policy for legal immigration, a really good one, then these countries are fucked. Because people there, if they make like international job markets, open international job market for everybody, then countries in Africa would have their people with formation all leaving, and these countries will be in a very bad shape. Fortunately, African countries will be able to grow in the next 10 years to be very attractive. And they are sometimes. I remember when in 2011, there was a big crisis in Portugal. Almost 200,000 Portuguese went for Angola.
What?
And Angola was attractive and it was good. So I hope many African countries can do the same and become attractive. But the thing is that if we should have an open market policy. But many countries will be in very bad situation because their best people would leave to us because we still have better conditions. Nevertheless,
you're still trapped in this. Sorry.
There is a solution that's in between these two of illegal immigrants and legal immigrants.
If you are white, you are legal. If you know white, you are illegal.
No.
Roughly, that's the thing in Europe.
Are you like 10 years old? What's going on?
There is a middle ground. So instead of having this huge like this illegal immigrants, yes, you should allow more legal immigrants, but you don't allow legal immigrants in the sense that they
Where is MGS getting all of these bananas?
and then they
From the
stay there
BBC.
forever. So what like for example, what Singapore does is like we need foreign workers to come to Singapore to help us do our construction, to help us do various things. Like a lot of us have helpers at home to help with the kids and clean the house and whatnot. These people, they come here, they make a good salary that's far more than what they can make at home, but they're not allowed to stay. They're not allowed they're what we call migrant workers. So they will come and they'll stay here for a few years, and once their contract is finished, they are sent back to their home countries. And they are legal migrant workers. They don't add to the population, but they help with the
BOZ do Povo is legal. Banana.
Yes, I am.
Yes.
Very
So
legal.
for all those like farms in the US that need people to go and pick their oranges, it's perfect for this kind of migrant worker. They come in, they have a contract that lasts maybe 3 years. They do their 3 years, and then they're sent back to the home country where they come from. It's win-win because those people from the poor countries, they want this because back home they don't have a lot of job opportunities, or they can't make US dollars or whatever. So they come to the US, make a bunch of US dollars, and then they go home. So there's no issue of them overstay. I mean, there'll be overstayers, people that try to hide. You arrest them and then you deport them. But those people, most people will come and they honor their passport and leave.
Drew, what if they have children in that country? What do you do?
And what do you do then?
Yeah.
The
thing is that
in the country.
You're not allowed to get
the thing
married.
is that it's easier to.
No, you can't do that.
Jared, go ahead. Jared, go ahead.
It's cheaper to have illegals.
Jared, go ahead.
It's cheaper to have illegals. If you have a legal worker, it's you have to give them legal payment. If you have illegal workers, then you can pay them whatever you want. There was a case here in Latin America, in Chile. I remember that there was a politician, like a right-wing politician, that was super vocal against illegal immigration, and then they discovered that he had a sweatshop with a bunch of illegals that he had smuggled into the country, and they were working in his sweatshops. So I guess something like that is what happened with illegal immigration, that the people that are most against immigration usually put harsh laws against immigration so that the immigrants are in a precarious condition and they need to work like under the table, like without the proper regulations.
Well, actually, quick response to Drew, real quick. Sorry. So you can't make up a solution that basically violates people's human rights. First of all, it's not possible because you have problems internationally. So you can't tell people they can't give birth because they're in your country. You can't do that.
Okay.
It's
That's literally happening. It's literally happening in Russia, in Singapore, in many countries.
No,
you can't tell people. No, you can't tell somebody they cannot have a child or they cannot have sex. You can't do that, obviously, because first of all, that will happen. Then what will you do? Are you going to kill the children? What will you do? So in other words,
because they violated the contract.
The thing about it is there is a million. There are a lot of solutions to these problems that don't necessarily involve violating people's rights. I know people are angry and emotional about illegal immigrants and shit, but you can always resolve these issues. Of course, you can stop letting them in one way or the other, make things difficult. Obviously, you can't do that, and that's one of the solutions. But if you decide that you're going to let people in, and then you tell them, "Oh no, you can't have children, you can't have sex, you can't," that's impractical.
No.
So,
that doesn't happen. There's countries that have a law of earth, and there's countries that have a law of blood. And in a country that has a law of blood, it doesn't matter if you're born inside the country, you're not a citizen. You can get deported if you were born, because you have to have your parents have to be nationals. And in a country with law of land, if you're born, then you get citizenship automatically. But it depends on which country. I mean,
Yeah,
having children or not has nothing to do with the legal statutes.
I did actually finish my point.
I think you get
Real quick.
passport right away in
So it's
the
the
States.
same thing. So it's the same thing. So that's the point I was getting to. Instead of telling people they can't have children, you can basically change the law and tell them you cannot become a citizen by birth. But for some reason, there are people who just want to go to extremes and violate people's rights out of emotions. You don't have to put people in cages. You can actually stop them. You can actually do a long-term solution, like somebody was suggesting. You know, don't kill those people. Don't destroy their countries. Don't overthrow their governments. You know, or don't tell the former French citizens that these former French colonies. Don't tell them, oh, you guys are French. And then when they come to France, they say, oh, no, you're not that French. You know?
David Sanchez click the $sign and type pretty much any gripe or idea in your head. If it includes bananas, that is way better.
Okay. Well, but yeah, the reason I think Drew is having Drew position is basically Drew has come from Singapore. Singapore doesn't have the issue or the creation story like America or the EU did. The EU spent most of their entire existence basically invading other people's countries and telling them, "Oh, we are one." America was basically found that was almost the same principle, invading other people's country. So, and I think from the creation, from the oldest history you can find in any religious book, people have always moved. People will always move, legal or illegally. Illegally, movement created America. Europe may have been there where it is today, but they have crossed their borders illegally to invade other poor countries and do things they have to do. So today we are discussing this today. Who know what discussion was discussed back in the 1500s when Europeans shows up the first, second, and the third times? Africans are like, what the hell are they doing here? They said, well, we are here. So they came to it. Movement of people is a natural thing. But what Drew was saying about all these little hurdles, as he said, as Gabriel defined, in the US, if you're born there, you're a citizen there, just whether your parents are illegal or not, but you become a citizen just by birth. So until they change all those laws, all of that is complication. Don't go against your constitution. Don't go against your own thing. Just don't invade people's countries and make them refugees and expect them to go somewhere else. You say you're free. You say you are the most free country in the world. They want freedom. You brought war and chaos to them. They come to you for freedom. So I accept them. What's wrong with that?
So I want to justify. I just want to corroborate what Drew say. What Drew say is correct. This is how Singapore works, because we have very strict immigration laws. So if you come to work, you get a work permit. You don't get a give birth permit. You can have sex. They don't ban you from having sex, having boyfriend. No, the thing is once you have baby, you can't work. Then basically they will not renew your permit. You will just have to go back. So you can get pregnant.
There's a way out. If the work permit holder finds and marries a Singaporean, they can stay. If they get married.
Yes. So you can get pregnant, but the thing is, when your permit no need to renew, you should get kickback. You should get kickback to your country. So because Singapore have very strict immigration laws, because we are too small, because we are rich, but we are very small.
You're a city.
So if we do not control the immigration, everybody will flood over to Singapore. No, because we are surrounded by poorer countries, so they all come here to look for work opportunities, and then the whole country will just collapse. We basically we are now setting up laws to basically force so-called cheap laborers to become a rare thing in Singapore. So now the foreign levies, everything is super high, super expensive. So even you have cheap laborers, I know that like in Europe or United States, they like illegal immigrants because it helps to bring down, make things cheaper, right? But Singapore is doing the opposite. We are putting a lot of levies, to reduce the use of cheap labor, to force users of robotics, AI and whatnot. And we now, like, you go to McDonald's or whatnot, now you have the kiosk, you just order from the kiosk, that they want to reduce the number of cashiers and everything. So that's Singapore's law. And in Singapore, you give birth in Singapore doesn't give you Singapore citizenship. We go by blood. So like if I have a children overseas, they give birth overseas, it's still Singaporean because it's based on me. because I'm the parent and then I'm Singaporean, so my baby will be Singaporean. But so it doesn't work the same as the Americans or the Canadians, where you pop out in that country, now you're that citizen. We don't play with that game because we know that if we do that, you'll see a lot of pregnant women in Singapore appearing at the airport. So yeah, that's
Are you allowed to have double nationality?
No, not allowed. So that's why that's why what Drew was saying about permanent residence is that you are allowed to stay in Singapore long term if you qualify.
No, but
there are some hidden criteria.
If you go to America,
I cannot. If I take a US citizenship and then I got discovered, I'm not sure what will happen to me. Basically, I commit a crime. So it's not allowed.
Revoke your Singapore citizenship.
Yeah, I don't know which one.
Have another citizenship, they revoke your Singapore citizenship.
I'm not sure if they just revoke or they will force me to revoke the American one or something, or I will get fined. 100% I will get fined for something, because you're committing a crime.
You're gonna have to pay.
Yeah, so even the permanent residency in Singapore is not permanent. You still have to renew every, I think, 5 years or 6 years. So it's not a permanent thing. Just that, but once you have it, your rights and everything's are a lot closer, very very close to the Singapore citizenship. That is very similar. You can buy house and everything. So, but what Drew is trying to say is there is policies you can enact and solve the problem. The problem is, do you want to solve the problem? That's all.
Okay, you're allowed to buy a house.
The same policy is that here in America they gave you a green card. This is almost the same as a permanent residency. Also, people also forget most of the immigrants here. I said recently, not the one, but most of the previous illegal immigrants here came here legally and overstayed their visa. Yeah, and some people. So back in the day, that was like a majority of the illegal immigrants in this country. One of them was my uncle. They came here back in the 80s and didn't see the need to interstate. Actually, he didn't stay willingly. He came with a presidential convoy, and the president came and died here in America. They were from Guinea. He came and died in Pennsylvania, so he just didn't go back because after the president died, there was a coup d'etat. So he said, okay, fuck it. He just stayed for 40 plus years.
So guys, we have someone from Congo, Brazzaville, and there was some very interesting events in Congo. So perhaps which could tell us a bit about what was that some American kids, the guy. Come on, voz do povo. I can give you can talk.
Povo, hold on.
So the thing is, so we heard that some American kids and the guy tried to make a coup, something really sketchy. Can you tell us a little bit more of that? How is the relationship of Congo with America now?
Man, I can't say. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I can't really say much. I can't really say much about it because the story is still unraveling, and there's much more to take in it. But from what I could see is that this has been happening for a long time. When Tshisekedi took office, he said he wanted to solve the Uganda problem that was with the Tutsi and the Hutu. And we all know that the Chinese are working even in I think it's what's the country? Sorry, east of
your mic is not good.
Yeah, just slow down a bit.
Yeah, your mic is.
It's connection problem. It's not the mic problem. He's a connection problem.
It's just connection.
His connection is
just slow down a bit.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll slow
Try
down.
again.
No, it's a connection. It's a connection issue. I think you might want to downgrade your resolution to like 480.
He's already quite blur, right?
He's a 240, man. He's a 240.
And when you talk, don't make sudden movements. If you don't make a lot of movements, it may help.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, try again.
Hello?
New Age.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Better?
Yes.
You hear you.
No, we can't.
No, can I hear you?
Oh, we can hear him, but his image is not following up with his voice.
So
okay, so what I was saying is that they always have been an issue of cross borders. Did you guys hear me? Or
yes, go on.
Yeah, we got you. I think he's delayed, man. It's okay. It's all good.
It's a delay. It's a delay.
Okay, so what I was saying is that they always having an issue of border between Congo and Kinshasa and all the rest of its neighbors. So the coup d'état is nothing really new. As we well know, I recall that the Ugandan president was also trained here in the U.S. to become a president before he got office. So all this here is just news to kind of like take the main attention out. The main attention that should be put on Zaire or Kinshasa is the simple fact that Tshibi trying to take the American and the Jews out of the cobalt mining. And right now, I think it's over 200 people that lives in the Bukavu side that was killed on the retaliation by by the American citizen who stays there. That's not being reported. So they're taking very small news and giving it to the public to see. But the real issue is the one that they're not reporting on the cobalt mine. I think last 2 weeks, over 2,000 of their cobalt mine, I won't say employee, but those who work for them for cheap labor had died over the explosion that happened. And in the Bukavu side, the massacre that happened because of the Ugandans that came over and decided that they was going to take a lot of the portion of that land back in Bukavu. And that's not being reported. So what we're seeing is just the simple fact that the news that's supposed to be reported is not reported, just like they did with COVID and all the rest of the stuff. It's just a facade that they're giving to the public saying, hey, pay attention to this, but don't pay attention to this here. That's pretty much it.
Oh, but you meant Rwanda, not Uganda, right? You meant Rwanda, not Uganda, right?
Yeah,
I meant to say Rwanda. Thank you. Rwanda. Thank you.
I figured.
Yeah.
So, Voz do Povo, what did you want to say? Sorry, I kind of cut you.
Just one. Doesn't matter.
Voz do Povo never got nothing to say. He's BBC.
No, topics. Because he's from different Congo. You want him to talk about the Zaire. He's from Congo.
But seriously, why he was saying he's right? Why he's saying it's right? There is this huge movement to basically try to nationalize the mines and things back to the Congolese government control. And this is going to way before the re-election season. And it was the same coup that triggered the coup in Guinea. Whenever they try to nationalize the mines and the minerals, coup always happen. But that guy, the Congolese president, he's not going to survive this coup. He's not going to survive that presidency. Because
I have to say, you as a French citizen, it's just a coincidence. It has nothing to do with nationalization of mine, okay?
What?
It's just a coincidence. No, nothing to do with that.
Of course, yeah.
As a French citizen, I can tell you that, okay?
Actually, I take it back.
There is also some interesting coincidence. There's also some interesting coincidence in all these. So the guy 1 week before said that it was much better to work with the Russians and Chinese than with the Europeans. And he said something like, it was a bit too shocking. And the next week, someone tries to, the president of Congo, of Zaire. Yeah. And then the next week, someone tries to kill him. But the thing is that's a coup that you can't even imagine. It's just like a few American guys, actually, most of them kids, 20 years old or something like that, old military people, trying to make a coup against presidential guards, extremely well-trained presidential guards.
It was supposed to be bigger than that, but people who are supposed to be, some people backed out of it.
Oh.
So yeah, it was supposed to be bigger than that, but some people backed out of it. So now there are people who are saying that actually those guys who are patsies basically lied to by the government itself. There are people who are saying that they started when they were live Facebooking it, like on Facebook Live. Those guys believed it was going to be successful. They were shocked when it did go well because there are some people within the military who were supposed to join them and they refused. So now it's like, okay, so what happened? Did the military find out did those guys in the military find out that they have already been discovered, or did the government of Congo actually set these motherfuckers up to go ahead and try a coup, and then it all blew apart? I would say the latter. There's a high possibility the Congolese government had a lot of intelligence, and they basically stopped it in advance.
One of the reasons that shit failed is because the guy who was supposed to take over got killed. And a lot of people was like, what the fuck are we gonna do now? That's why a lot of people on the government side that was supposed to join them, they was like, if we join them, what next?
No. It's when you have Russians and Chinese as a friend. When you have Russians and Chinese as a friend, you know everything in advance.
I don't believe this coup had any fruit in it to overthrow that government. I think somebody about to lose out on their business, on their minds, try to create a fiasco as a distraction. Everybody in our head of that group came from Israel. Their son, their father, or the American with them. I'm not kidding you. They all came from Israel.
I know that.
So, and one of the major disputes currently going on right now is having to, again, the same nationalization thing I'm talking about, the same coincidences, is trying to take those mines from those Israeli mining companies and give it back to the government controls. And whenever those this isn't the first time, as the New Age mentioned, this isn't the first time. Whenever there's any move towards that direction, there's either coup happening or some fiasco happening or new militia pop out of nowhere. And when Africans want to do coup d'etat, it's not somebody come from outside. Nobody have ever come from outside in Africa and do coup d'etat and win. It's always somebody close to the president. Coup d'etat that come from outside, somebody is they're not serious about it. Now, there's not a single coup in Africa where the person came from outside.
That was the plan.
And went. So this is a complete, as New Age mentioned, it was a complete distraction, it was a complete scare tactics. Oh no, we can harm you if you screw our contract, if you take our minds away. This is our business. And because if you want the coup that will take over, that was enough manpower to seize the country. The men that took over the Guinea presidency was less than 40 men. Yeah. And the people that went in the presidential parties was about the 12 people. So the president guard, talk about Prata, the president guards, this for sure. When you start shooting, they took off running. They're not going to die for that idiot of a president. They're not going to die for him. But this coup, this supposed coup, again, this was not a coup. This was somebody just walking. There's a coup in place. I don't know who's going to do it, but there's a coup in the background.
But what about Americans? Involved, the foreigners
in the background in the DRC. How do you know that?
Huh?
Well, let me. How do you know the background in?
I just because Africa have this thing, right? You can feel it. You can kind of taste in the air. Whenever a coup is right around the corner, you can feel it. And my prediction so far, I can tell you, I'm not 100% accurate, but I've heard someone in here. But Congo, this guy.
What you said is very sad,
But
when you have a feeling about coup, it's a very sad state of mind. I'm sorry for your country. In France, we have the same thing about protest and strike, but it's not the same thing.
I don't agree.
No, DPA need the FCS coup taste meter. That every week we have a meter whether there's a coup coming or not. Then a taste meter, this today is 80 points. It's getting very close to 1. Great.
As if everything wasn't already connected to Congo, which it is. I'm going to throw in a couple more things connected to Congo. One is that the Americans took over a Chinese railway through, I think, Namibia, and were planning to refurb it in order to get resources out of southeast Congo and towards the Atlantic. And the Chinese were going to rebuild one, I think, in the other direction. And these are two rival, basically, resource extraction railways of the kind that everybody tries to build in Africa. So those are connected projects. And the United States was in Kenya in order to support Ruto and putting a military base in Kenya. And the main purpose of that would be to protect their railway, screw up the Chinese one, and also screw up any possibility that South Africa, which was in its election campaign at the time, would be able to make a deal with the Chinese to do a serious railway from South Africa up towards Djibouti, which is the main Chinese port and presence. So if the Americans are sitting there in Kenya, they're blocking any possible Chinese north-south rail route in Africa, especially if they have a military base there. So this is the Americans sticking their nose down in Kenya just in order to block Africa or block China in the chess game. It turns out in the South African election, the EFF, the Economic Freedom Fighters, took about 10% of the vote, actually less than they had before. And now there's a coalition fight to see who the government will be because the ANC does not have a majority. Now, the ANC can lean one way and work with the DA, the Democratic Alliance, which is sort of a west-leaning country consisting mostly of the non-black population of South Africa, or they can somehow cut a deal with the former president, Jacob Zuma, who formed his own party called the MK, which is more of a Zulu-oriented party, or they can make a deal with the EFF, and they actually can make a deal in any of those directions. But the problem is that the EFF's agenda is now kind of blocked by all this activity in Congo and in Kenya. They won't be able to get their, intended railway all the way up to Djibouti and do these deals. They might still go the other direction, but the Americans, because of their railway through Namibia, are going to find a way to block that. So this is this massive chess game where the Americans are just trying to block African development. That is their only agenda. Stop Africa from developing, period. And it's really a shame, but that's what's leading to Congo becoming such a chaos. They want it in chaos. And the Israelis do too.
That's actually interesting.
That railway you're talking about, right? The Chinese didn't abandon it because they abandoned it, because every mines that will basically transport it becomes almost financially stupid. America is not building that railway because America is going to mine it. America is going to use that railway, as you said, to block the other road that comes that intercept it, and also just to launder money. They will never fix that railroad. They were never going to complete it. Yeah. They have no financial gains to them whatsoever to a mine, because the reason Chinese abandoned that railroad because it was not financially conductive, whichever the word that is. That's why they didn't abandon. Actually, it's actually a functioning railroad. It still works. It was just not maintained. That's all. So, but America will use that.
Totally, I agree. It's capitalism 101. You are not trying to develop things. You are trying to control monopolies, which means you're preventing someone else from developing them. So that if they get the franchise to mess with that railway in Namibia, then it can't be repaired. If Congo's in chaos, nobody can get the resources.
I think you mean Union Railway in Angola. It's in Angola, not Namibia.
Congo, Zambia,
sorry, you're right. It's in Angola.
Zambia, Angola. Congo, Zambia, Angola. This is 3 countries.
Yes, it's called it's the Bengala Railway, but now they gave it a new name. It's called the Lubito Corridor.
Yes.
The thing is that let's see what the Americans do. The Chinese did renovate that railway. The railway didn't expand it in the sense they wanted, although it exists all the way through Congo. It was never functional in that sense. The railway was a bit abandoned. It was actually managed by a Portuguese firm, and they also didn't make much of use of it. They just had like one train running a week. And now the Americans came.
It's one way only.
Yes, it's one
goes. The train that come back. There is no two way.
And now this was just a few months ago. The Americans made a big contract with American firm and a British firm, and it's a bit strange. They are promising a lot of investment, not in the Angolan side, but in Congo and Zambia. Let's wait if they do something. But the Chinese already lost interest in that railway, so it was not really stolen. The thing is about the railway exactly on the other side, the one that you said that the Chinese built and paid a lot of money through Tanzania. And it's working. It's connected to all the other rails, but the Chinese build it on European track. So it's not really connected to the other ones, which are in the so-called South African gauge. Or gauge, I never really know how to pronounce that word. And let's see, I don't think they can really compete. Africa is too big. And also in terms of Kenya, well, Makiadi is Kenyan, so he would actually be more able to talk about it. There is a lot of Chinese projects in Kenya. They don't always work. So if they don't work, why would the Western works? So that railway that the Chinese built from Mombasa to Nairobi. Nairobi, yes, it's perfect. It's amazing railway track. Also in European tracks, although most of the tracks in Kenya are actually also South African track, South African gauge. It's not running very well. It's not. It's too short, or it should be expanded, but it's also not working very well. And there is another huge project which will be very interesting if it is finished, which is the Lapset corridor. Also mostly from Kenya, which should connect to Ethiopia and South Sudan. And I don't see the West trying to steal that project. They wouldn't have money to invest it. It's yeah, I don't know. It's
that's what they
the Americans are trying hard.
They definitely.
Let me just finish. I'm not going to change topic. I'm just adding something else, which is we see the Western countries, especially Europeans, paranoid about supply lines. This attempt to steal some kind of corridor for themselves, it's becoming a bit too illogical. We see actually that very interesting is in the Caucasus. Also, they are trying to take away the connections from the locals or from the Chinese or from the Russians. Nobody really understands. It's just pure paranoia. It has no sense. This gateway, global gateway, something like the European Union created against the Belt and Road Initiative. We don't really understand what they want. They're just paranoid about getting something, but they don't really do anything. They promised billions and billions to the Africans, and that didn't bring anything. Sorry, Makiadi, go on.
So the whole thing with Kenya and the United States, that visit that Ruto did to the United States and all that, there was a whole lot of bunch of aesthetics, right? So there was nothing concrete that came out of it. And one of the issues is very, very simple, is that there are countries that suffer from lack of, legitimacy. Kenya suffers from too much democracy, right? So meaning that one political party can never win twice, right? Like, you are so lucky if you win a second time. Every single time you have to form a different political party for them to vote for you, right? So what happens is, after Ruto's time is done, it doesn't matter what deal they have made, another person will easily undo what they have done. Now, the deals with China have stuck. The reason why they have stuck is because, regardless of how you feel about China, they are practical. And the West doesn't have money. So Ruto, even though he seems to be somehow a lackey of the United States, he can't do anything about what has already been done by Uhuru Kenyatta. He can't do it. One, because those projects are insanely popular. The Chinese were not as like how the Europeans were doing it. I know it's soft power, but it pleases the public, right? So if you build a titanium mine, build a couple of schools around there. It won't cost you nothing. In Kenya, people don't need AC or heat. So you're just putting up buildings and windows, and that's it, right? So the local population loves that. If you compare to the Canadian mines, where they don't even pay any taxes, they are very unpopular. So the point is that the U.S. is on a back foot in Africa in general. It's been humiliated in Niger, and you heard what they were saying about Chad. The president of Chad was like, oh, the U.S. has to go. And then the U.S. said, oh, it's not yet concrete. We'll wait until the elections. in Chad. So literally, which is insane. Like they made that statement in front of everybody, which is insane.
Yeah.
But so yeah. So the whole thing with Ruto at the White House, first of all, him sitting in that seat at the White House, you got to understand, like from my tribe and his tribe as well, the whole thing about respect is a big deal. Him sitting there looking like a schoolboy was horrible in terms of what the people saw. It looked very childish. But either way, the US can't barely do anything because one, they don't have the money to pour there yet, and second of all, the US is not making any long-term goals like that anymore. They really are not. Everything they're doing is literally short-term. They're behaving as if they're about to die or something. You know.
And they are, right? They don't really have a future in the continent.
Brother Dupovo unsure about pronunciation of the gauche. How about the douche bags?
I want to correct two things, right? The first thing is that what most people fail to understand. Number one, you have to understand the Chinese interpretation of the Rail and Beltway Initiative. They explain very well why they're doing it, but then if you don't have expertise or you don't work for the rail, you don't understand why that particular project, particular projects are left alone, right? So in rail, you have two different sections. You have passengers and you have freight trains, right? Passengers carry human beings like us, and freight trains work industries, right? Like coal or whatever minerals or whatever Kenya has or these other countries have to provide. So when the rail is built based around those commodities that could make the track functional and gain a percentage, right? And increase the country GDP. The gauge that we're speaking of, it was projected to be what, 1.5% of Kenya GDP, right? It's pretty much a functional project, but the issue, if you actually read the research and you kind of focus a little bit on the Chinese interpretation of building all these rails, you see that they was looking for industries from China, workers or engineers from China to come from Kenya and from the Kenyan government, same as the one that they tried in Congo to implement these different manufacturers in these different industry to be able to gain money out of it. At the end of the day, Chinese, they're not building this rail for it to be free. You have to be able to pay it. How do you pay if you're only moving people, right? Freight has what you call a timestamp, how you call it, gain. But passengers has a timestamp gain. But freight train has more of a lucrative gain to it because you're working and you're moving goods through and forth, right? The beginning of a currency. I give you an apple, you give me a banana, we go away. But now we have the dollars. So that project, if you read the papers a little bit, that kind of specify that it failed because the lack of industry that was surrounding the project. So because of the lack of industry that was surrounding the project in Kenya, same as in Congo, the instability of the Congolese president say, well, we have gold here, we have coal here, we're going to make industry here. They were unable to produce this industry. And to give point to the other Kenyan brother who's all the way at the bottom right, he said something very important. He says that it's not that it failed, right? But what I would add is it lacked to produce the industry that was required to maintain the rail and pay back the Chinese government for all the work that they are putting in and sending the engineers over to work that particular rail for them. So that's just the only insight I wanted to give. So when you think about rails, you have to think about the simple fact that you need something there to maintain that rail and to bring GDP of that country back into the pocket of those who have invested in that country.
Exactly. And that's exactly why I say the U.S. position is just a show, because they're not going to fix that, because that rail is not financially viable rail line. That's why the Chinese backed out. So the U.S. is going to go there, they're going to use that rail line to launder a bunch of money from American taxpayers and give it back to the politicians. Say, oh, we are fixing this railroad in China and in Africa that would never finish. Because that is, as Niels mentioned, you have to build it because for a reason. You can't just build it because you want to build it. You have to build it for a reason, to transport people and goods. And if there's no people and goods on this road, why should I build it? So they should have backed up. After they look into the further, I'm not like, yeah, we can take it. No.
They're not building up for people.
I'm not going to take a base just to screw up other people, as CH mentioned. just to screw up the movement of the other race line that probably cross that line. That construction will never finish. It will never start. It will never finish. And this is
FCS. They're not building that for people. You know, Benguela is the party where this train is gonna end. This is where the biggest port in Africa is.
The U.S.
You know, they just want to steal shit in Congo, so that shit goes straight to Angola, and they sell that whatever country is gonna buy them.
The U.S. barely use train to move a loot or move a man's around. The U.S. believe in air and sea. That's how they export all their loot.
Yeah, but
so
you know,
it's safer to take the loot in a Osprey craft from Congo to the nearest coastline than to put in a train.
Yeah, a lot of people is gonna find out. You know, there is a lot of people in Congo. So basically, West Congo is one of the areas.
Really?
West Congo is one of the areas with most of minerals. That's why they want to steal that thing from Congo, go straight to Zambia and then Angola. You know that it's like, you know, that line is like traveling from London to Portugal by train.
It's longer than that.
It's a long way, you know. It's a long way. It's gonna travel. It's just gonna travel 3 countries. But trust me, it's gonna come from southwest Angola, to go all the way to the east.
Okay. But keep in mind though that rail lines are not just about moving goods. Like they're rights of way. So if you have a right of way, you can also build a road. You can also build a power corridor. You can also build a telecom corridor. You can also build a water pipeline. All of that stuff can be done if you have the rights of way of a railway. So in some sense, those rights are more important than like to have an east-west route or a north-south route through the country cleared like that allows you to kind of control the future development of the whole country, especially in areas that might be where there might be, say, a good renewable energy place in like a desert or something with a lot of solar, and you want to move the power around, or you have not enough water in one place and a dam somewhere. Those rights of way become incredibly significant in future development. So controlling them, even if you intend to do nothing with them, is significant. I want to come back to a point Prada made, though, which is about the kind of senseless grabbing of these corridors. Part of it is motivated by that, the fact that they're multi-purpose and you don't know in the future what you're going to be able to trade for that value. But consider also this. On a larger scale, we talked a whole lot about immigration and labor today, and robots are replacing an awful lot of unskilled labor. And so there's this long-standing curve of the devaluation of labor to consider. Something similar is going on in minerals. Recycling of minerals is getting much, much, much cheaper and easier than it was. So if you've got a junkyard, you have something that's more valuable these days than almost any mine. But also important is that very advanced materials are made of cheap molecules like carbon nanotube meshes and things like that are actually becoming super cheap. And they're like more stronger than steel, more lighter than aluminum, and more conductive than copper. And over the next 20, 30 years, that's just going to be everything. So there just won't be a mining business between the recycling of metals and the carbon materials. You just don't need them. So there's this countdown here. Some things like certain rare earths and rare gases like helium and neon and copper might be the last conductor that's sort of still worth mining, but a lot of things aren't going to be. So there is this kind of departure of talent out of the mining industry, leaving dummies in it and dummies in policy around it. Like if you're stupid enough to think that mining is controlled as the future, then you're just not a very significant person anymore in geopolitics, and your plans are probably still being understood and heard in the dummies that are running, the tank division of the military. But the serious decision makers aren't even talking to you anymore, because the future is not about the control of mines or raw materials like that. Food is much more important. But even land is becoming less so because of these different ways, vertical farming, artificial backgrown food. We have to make food, right? And sea resources and so on. So what you see happening in Africa in some sense is almost a habitual hangover. This grab the resources, grab the rights of way, and try to control something that might matter for another 10 years, but will not matter for another 30. And so you've got these grab and sell on speculation people, like the 75% of all mining companies that raise their money in Toronto. Just somebody just mentioned the Canadian miners don't even bother to put up a school, and they exempt themselves from taxes because they know this. They know they're not there long term. They're there to loot some mineral, sell off what they can, sell the shares to some sucker, and leave. And that actually is the paradigm for the future. Like, mining is not the future of any country because of this material science changes. Kind of like you will not be able to be a cheap labor country for much longer because robots will undercut the cheapest labor you possibly can. So Africa is in a kind of a dilemma now where people still think these things are valuable and critical and important, but over the course of the next 20, 30 years, they just won't be. So the danger is that important projects get delayed because America tries to buy up some of it and China tries to buy up some of it, and they're each just trying to prevent the other from getting a hold of it. In the meantime, the mine doesn't get built, the factory doesn't get built, the farms don't get built, the water pipeline doesn't get built, and then in 20, 30 years, when every country is got its own robots and carbon fiber plants, they won't need anything from you, and you'll just be left poor. So the tough part for leadership in Africa now is, cut the best possible deal to get something immediately, something that is actually lasting infrastructure. And that's really hard to do without consistent government.
I think.
Can I say something real quick, please? Just give me about a few minutes. I would like to kindly disagree with you, CH. The reason why is because if you look at the way, when you say mining, you have to remember that mining is just not, like rocks or coal and all this type of stuff, right? Mining also goes into the industry of gas, right, or petroleum, right? All those gets congregated into the same category or the same process, right? If you ever work for a gas, I forgot to call it the company I used to work for. It's called gas station, right? So there's pipe underneath the ground, very deep, right? And they extract this gas, and there's different type of gas that the earth hold. I'm not gonna go into it, but all I'm trying to say is this: is that 10 years from now, we will still need gas. 10 years from now, coal will still be there. 10 years from now, rock or this mineral that's found deep in the core of the earth will still be there. The point that I'm trying to say is this, right? Is that if you look at all these controls of all these minerals and all these mining industry, kind of like why these countries are fighting to trying to like get a hold of it and hunker down, is because Africa is still a country not only developing, but they're still trying to understand what it means to create or manufacture their own goods. So all these 10 years projection that you're speaking of, it's not really a priority for Africa or a deal to be made. It's whoever controls it could really handle the country, right? And what I would like to add, and not to go all over the place, is if you look at the Bengali, or I forgot the gentleman who was speaking over, I forgot to say, the M23 rebels controls from Bukavu all the way going back west towards us and Angola, right? And if you see all the industry where you have Rwanda and Angola in the back going forward with Kinshasa, you see that all these production of good that they're holding is coal, number one, salt, number two. I didn't think you could actually move salt in rail, but I realized that you can move it in bulk. And number two is gravel, which Kinshasa is really lacking of, but what they could mass produce of. So to kindly just say, I don't think that's the best deal that a president should cut, is to see the innovation of the future while he has not yet improved the current situation of the things that he hasn't built. It will be almost a waste of time to cut a deal that you do not control in the future. That's what I'm trying to say.
So I'm just saying maybe 10 years, but not 20. And if you delay the development for 10 years, trying to control it long term, you may find that there is no opportunity in 20. And I flatly disagree. about the value of gas and coal, I think they're both utterly worthless within 10 years.
So, my point, although I agree with everything that CH mostly said, just the timing I disagree, because the world is growing, and what New Age wanted to say more or less is that you have a whole continent that still needs basic stuff, energy, for instance, and food,
water.
Of course. And the population in Africa is growing, and they need to develop, and especially modernity, if we call it like this, is expanding on high velocity everywhere in Africa, but also in Central Asia and other parts of the world. But in Africa, it's amazing. I was talking the last week with someone from Benin, and he was saying he has been living in Germany for 30 years, and he was saying each year I go to my country, they are developing. It's getting better and better by the year. It's amazing the velocity of things are going. But this velocity, it's still not able to produce the basic things that, of course, Africans also want for themselves. Electricity, basic water, healthy food, and so on and so on. Healthy healthcare and so on. So schools, now basic schools, like Macchiati was saying, just a building, it's enough. We do the rest, we don't need much more. And these are things that, of course, Africans want, and this will take a lot of time. The world is growing much faster than what we think, and so all these minerals will still be needed. And like New Age was saying, well, the tracks are not just for and I think are not just for minerals, they also are for other stuff. That they are needed, because these populations are developed. These populations new products, because they are getting into modernity, and modernity costs a lot of things. We get all these things from the shop, but we don't realize all the work that is involved in order to have all the things. Nevertheless, CH is correct. If we, especially in the Western world, are not making these developments fast, there won't be enough for the other ones in Africa that are doing their first steps now. So it's very important that we in the Western Europe start abandoning certain things that we don't need. We already have the technology, and we have the ability to start doing them, like carbon fiber, like so many things he actually numbered. They are extremely important, but in Africa they will still need all these things. They are very basic. They still don't have. And energy is one of the biggest problems that the Africans will have to solve, because modernity without energy, it's not modernity. And this is something they will have to figure out, and probably they'll still burn a lot of coal for a while, oil and whatever, if they are not given in time the technology that allows the so-called green energy or green paradigm that they are trying to bring into light. And this is important. They have the right to come also to have the development. I know the planet is dying, the planet. They have waited all this long, and we didn't give them. We said that in the 60s, we promised the Africans development. It didn't arrive. In the 90s, with the end of the Cold War, we promised Africans development. It didn't arrive. With the pandemic, we promised Africans also a lot of money. 100 billion, the European Union said. Where's the money? Didn't arrive. It's already 3 years. Oh, yeah, it went to the war. Of course it went to the war. The war is more important than really developing countries, than really transfer technology that will allow these people to develop fast without old technologies. But if they don't get the new technologies, they will have all the right to use the old ones. Sorry, wait. You talked too long.
So I agree with what Craig and New Age and said, and a lot of what Prata has said as well. So just that, of course, the timeline for what Craig said seems very tight, and I'm not sure if that's applicable to Africa, like what New Age have said. Like, I mean, maybe for China, for the very advanced economies, I think it's very true. Like the technology is flying away really fast, and Europe is going to struggle very hard. America is going to struggle very hard because China is going so advanced. But I think Africa is a bit different. I think maybe some parts, maybe the capital, those major cities, maybe they will go very high tech. But I think most of Africa is going to be still lower tech. So as a result, I think they still need a lot of these resources. Like not everyone can go electrical. Like can go electricity. It don't make sense. Like if Africa, certain countries, like even South Africa is struggling with electric generation. You tell them to use electric cars, they're gonna have a massive traffic jam. The moment one car breaks down, everybody dies, man. So I think,
but they don't have an oil refinery either, right? Like, so they don't have that infrastructure. I guess what I'm pointing out is this. I agree with you, Wyatt. You'll see like China, Singapore, South Korea, a few top tier countries will just have all of the robots, the AI, the carbon fiber materials, and they'll just not be interested anymore in acquiring any of these resources that used to be critical. They'll be kind of out of that economy. There will still be a middle economy where these things are still traded and the technology is old, but where I think Prada kind of has it wrong is that the energy cost of using these old technologies is extraordinary and ridiculous. So the example I would use is cell phones. Africa literally never had a landline fiber optic kind of infrastructure. It put up a few fiber optic towers and a lot of cell phones, and it leapfrogged its communication environment into the 21st century without ever being in the 20th. And I'm saying that Africa should look for many more opportunities like that, because that works better if you don't already have a legacy infrastructure. Don't build a 20th century coal-based or nuclear power plant thing, because it's totally uneconomic. You could build a geothermal well and a couple of hydro dams and a lot of solar panels way cheaper than that. And then you could run your much more low energy, even if you are importing all your phones from China, do that. The danger here is to think that the right path is to look like Europe and go, slowly with a sort of a horse drawn and then a coal and railway infrastructure, and to think you're going to go on that same path. In fact, the opportunities are always there to leapfrog and completely get away from that. So maybe railways aren't even the right answer anymore. Maybe we're just assuming that they are. And I think that there's some old thinking and some new thinking both going on in Africa. And the danger is that you think you're going to go on a development path that looks like the 20th century, but that is no longer economic, and your decision makers trap you in it. Whereas what you really could have done was go and get all the latest tech from China, be it EVs or cell phones or robots or whatever the hell, and just go 100% into the year 2025 and forget the 20th century. Like,
so
just forget it.
CH, you consider nuclear energy old technology?
Yes, it is an absolute total failure. It would be an economic mistake of the worst order to invest any effort at all into nuclear fission.
So quick question. If you have a country of 100 million people, how much do you think you need? Or what kind of technology do you think you need to basically electrify a country of 100 million people?
Well, the first thing you need is lighting, right? Because you need to be able to read at night. That's the basis of your education system. So everybody's got to have LED lighting, right? That's the first thing you would want. And you can run LED lighting off of a dinky solar panel on your roof during the day. That's nothing. That's the first thing. The second thing is, when you're looking at your food industry, which is fundamental to feeding people, you should be, especially if you're a country that has got the labor like India or in Africa, then, don't build some kind of monoculture giant field thing that with huge, like, fossil fueled tractors. That's a mistake. Like, build yourself around, what you're actually good at.
I'm asking about the technology to actually generate the electricity.
Well, the cheapest electricity generation right now is offshore floating wind. So if you have a coastline, then you put up wind turbines offshore in the stable trade winds.
Wait, so
geothermal is second.
Okay.
And then wave power. And then hydroelectric dams, if you actually have them, are the best storage, right? Because you can back up power in them.
And you're sure these technologies can actually supply 100 million people?
Yes,
Of course they can. Look at Europe right now. Europe is doing it.
Okay, so generally, I know they can. I know they can theoretically, but in the state of which a country is in at the moment, let's say the Congo with 100 million people, right?
Yeah.
There is no single country in the world that managed it yet. It's all theoretical. It's nice, but there
No,
isn't
it's about
a single
30%.
country
About
that
30% of
will
all
be able
world
to do that.
electricity generation is renewable now. In some countries, it's like 80%. So it depends. It depends on what country. And if you already have coal mines, of course,
As a country,
feel
you need
free
energy
to.
to grow as a society. You need energy, and wind and solar panel on your roof is not going to run your wedding shop. It's not going to run your machine shop. It's not going to run. It's not going to run your foundry. No, you need real core hardcore energy, and the most
No,
reliable.
you're just wrong. You're living in the wrong century, and you just have to go look at the map
No,
of it. and
they
see.
haven't had any century at all. They have been lacking everything
I'm saying you
behind.
can't do this with fossil. You can't. You can't do it with fossil.
Nuclear energy or something close enough. You cannot
Nuclear is
run
too
a foundry
expensive.
on a solar panel. My entire house is solar in a state in Africa.
You're just wrong. Nuclear energy is too expensive. It takes 10 to 15 years to build a nuclear plant. They cost easily 5 times more than putting up wind turbines, and it's a loser. It's been a loser everywhere it's been done. It's just wrong and
It's
stupid.
longer than a wind turbine, and it's more reliable than a wind turbine, more than a hydro. Are you serious?
The word reliable is not real here. You have to build a reliable power grid no matter what you do.
I think we have to agree. I think we have to agree to disagree.
No, you're just wrong.
Has been with
The
his
statistics
forward
are there.
talking.
It's proven. You're done,
Forward
and you're at
talking. We cut his talk. We
So-
cut his
so I-
talk, and he's still having his
So what-
finger all this time
So what
trying to
Craig
finish
say-
his saying.
So what
I'll
Craig
offer this
said just
one
now-
fact. The one fact is of all of the world's investment right now in power generation,
It's
only
in
1% is nuclear because it is all corrupt and all military driven. It has
Okay,
nothing to
so
do with economics.
let's
That's
agree
the fact.
to disagree.
Look that one up.
So there are certain
Let's
things.
finish his thought.
There's some things that Craig said was actually correct. Is that no, there are certain technologies that you don't have to pursue to develop to the 21st century. Like what he said about handphone is entirely correct in what happened in Myanmar. So Myanmar was under the junta, right? So after when they opened up, suddenly no telecom companies can go in. Then they went from no internet to suddenly 3G, 4G. So they suddenly have internet. They suddenly the phone can access internet. But because they have no internet age, they went straight into the social media age. All they know was Facebook. So they use Facebook and they thought that Facebook is internet. That's how they jumped. They jumped so sudden that they didn't have this internet first. Then they learn about internet. Then they go into social media. They straight away jump into Facebook and thought that Facebook is the internet. So and of course, I think by now they learn better. But it's just that this jump of technology is possible. But I also don't think that it's possible for everything. And also I also don't think that industries want to share certain technologies. That because if let's say you're China, you are able to have certain kind of materials or robotic machineries. You don't want to share because if you share this technology, they don't buy from you. So I think the propagation of this technology may not be so straightforward. I think they know these advanced economies may want to hold back. So the African countries definitely depend from country to country based on their limitations. They probably need to have good policies. We really need to nitpick what you need, which thing you can jump, which thing you have to use the older technology. Like electricity, it's not an easy thing to build a dam, and maybe solar panels may not be that efficient. So then you may be landlocked. So there may be a lot of problems. So end up you may just build a coal plant, which is the cheapest, the easiest, most straightforward power generation. And it's more important to power the country rather than try to go for the high-tech solution. I think solar panels, even I think within the solar panel industry, I think there's still some revolution or some new technologies coming in and a more efficient way of using solar panels and whatnot. So
China's dumping
I'm not
them
sure
right now. They're free, basically.
Yeah, so a lot of things is currently happening, and there's also, of course, there's when it comes to industry, there's 3D printing and whatnot. So a lot of things may be coming and going all at the same time. It's very confusing. So it really up to the individual African countries to really make the best policies, make best decision. But I think railway cannot run away. You still need railway. I think because of transportation of goods and everything. So I don't think we will ever reach the point where we are all self-sufficient. Like those sci-fi movies. Whatever you need, you just press one button, then the 3D printer will start to print for you the food. I want to eat some pasta, then you print the pasta for you. I don't think that will happen in our lifetime or ever. So I think we will still need transportation. So railway, I think as an infrastructure is still meaningful, but whether it will make money, I think it's another story altogether, because it may be a loss-making thing because railways are still expensive to make. Or they could just build roads. If you look at some of these so-called trains in China, they instead of building train in Singapore we have the MRTs and LRTs, they basically have they just paint the road and then they have the bus. It's like a bus that operates like a train that will just follow the route. So that could actually solve the problem for Africa. You don't even have to build the train track. You can just have roads. Then you would just have a series of buses that look like a train.
Why? Why?
Yes.
When it comes to transportation issue in Africa, it's not that Africa is not as packed, as populated as you guys want to believe. If you're in a city, you're congested. Once you leave the city, there's nobody out there. Yeah. So that's also tend to be the problem. If what you mentioned in the bus, like in Florida routes, that bus can only function in city. Going between cities and cities, they're going to say it's a very few movement of people on this route. And most people spend their entire life in that town, never go to another, not because they don't want to, because they have no reason to go there. Yeah. And so Africa, from outside, Africa is fat, you get 1.4 billion people, but on the ground, they are very empty and very removed from one another. So of course, the highway system works. The train system, what I also mentioned earlier, the reason why the China also abandoned that train may go through 3 or 4 countries, but these populations need documents to cross those boundaries. So if you take the people from Angola, they have to stop at Angolan border. Not enough people. There's a lot of people that live in that area, but most of them does not move beyond 50 miles. So this is why also people don't invest more in train or these rail systems in Africa. Mainly, majority of the rail system in Africa is for moving raw material from the mines, and between the mines and to the seaport, most of them have nobody in between, just empty land, valleys, and forest. Yeah,
I think it could be a possibility based on the development of the country. Like if you think of like China, like maybe many decades ago, the people might also have no reasons to move between provinces. Like is with the development, then suddenly because of the needs for work and everything, people start to connect, and they have the train networks and everything, so people can travel and do the work. Because it's a chicken and egg issue. It's like because people don't travel now, so you don't build a train. But then if you don't build a train, how people can travel? It's a chicken and egg problem.
Even in Europe, 30 years ago, there was not so much movement of people. Even if we were already inside of the European Union, this immense amount of movement that we see in between European countries now, it has 25 years maximum, and it was exponentially growing. Now it's a little bit less because of after the pandemic, but it was not something that exists before. So I think it also has to do with modernity, this necessity to move around. And the thing about tracks, the problem is that a rail can transport big amounts of merchandise and heavy one. And that's more difficult with trucks. Of course, you can do it with trucks, but with trucks, you need more cars, you need more drivers. And the railway is actually easy to repair, and it is easy if it is repaired. If you don't repair it, it still works, but it's not so efficient. But technically, a railway is much easier to repair. And as I said, it allows the transport of big amounts of merchandise. Let's say that until more or less 10 years ago, nobody was paying any attention to railway. And the idea of railway was actually a technology that was about to die. Yes, there was big projects, mostly for passengers, high velocity projects, but very little things were being done for cargo. The Chinese came with that idea, and they were kind of right. We do need railways for cargo. First of all, because if we have all that amount of cargo going through roads, it will be it will be complicated. So rails make it easier. And if you look at cities that are developing, we don't know why they were built there, but they were built there. It's how it is. And these cities are going to grow. If you want to give those people a better quality of life, you will need to transport a lot of things. I think it was New Age who was talking about graving, which is you need to build to use with cement. If you don't have it, and if you don't have it right away around you, you have to pick it from much further away. And this is important to grow cities. There are have more quality of life. And let's hope that I think it's very good, the idea that railways came back to life. I don't think we'll see, unless there is some type of aviation technology that is going to be created that can transport as much cargo as a ship. I don't think the railways will become a technology of the past at all. What we may see, though, is new technology of tracks that will be even more cheaper to maintain than the technology of 2 tracks. So there is also some lost technology that could be regained or recovered, which would be just with 1 track, not 2. And this would solve a lot of problems, because when you have countries with different standards on railways, that's also a bit is a barrier. Sorry, Macchiari.
But the FCS, have you ever been to Kenya?
Once.
So let me tell you something. If you go across Kenya, your theory will be wrong. The whole country is freaking populated, man. There are lots of people. That's why that railway the Chinese made, that's why it's a passenger railway, because there's a lot of movement of people in Kenya. It's densely populated.
Can I?
Okay, when I was in Kenya, I was in the north area. Well, this is 10 years ago, so maybe things have changed now.
Yep, man. The birth rate there is like 2 million people a year.
Yeah, I think it's Kenya, Ethiopia, and Nigeria. These countries are extremely populated, and also some countries around your area, actually. Benin and all that. Those little countries, they are actually quite populated for their small side.
No, they're populated in the cities. Go outside the cities, I'm telling you, it's an empty land.
Yeah. FCS is in the Sahel region, right? So no, the Sahel is the Sahel. So yeah.
No, he's a bit more to the south of the Saheli, where he lives is like beautiful forests, right?
No,
huge forests.
My Land Rover, I have on the back. Land Rover, a Forerunner, the Sahel Rumor. That's the tag I have on it. If you ever see that vehicle on the road, I'm done driving it. It said the Sahel Rumor. I just roam everywhere. So that's why.
Real quick, I want to ask something. There's something that I think Craig is mentioning that I just caught up to. If you look at there's one thing that I learned as I was listening to him. If you look at like China and you look at their first rail, well, not their first rail, but the 1875 rail in Wonsong province, right? You'll notice that the way the British built it, even without a permit, is that once the British built that rail, or the UK built that rail, you notice that the Chinese actually took that to learn that new piece of technology in the time when China was going through their 100 years, of improvement. So there's 2 things that I picked up from what Craig is saying, right? If you cut a deal, with new technology, to give the same point to what DPA said, you could have a jump of innovation or a jump of ideas based on the deal that you cut, so you could allow your population to kind of learn that technology or grasp the technology far enough to make it profitable in that country. And the best example I could give is in South Africa, first dam that they made, I forgot the name of the dam. Well, no, sorry. It's India. The one that they did by the is Tiger something. What's that province between Bangladesh and India? What is it? The Tibet? Okay.
Sure.
Anyway, if you see the dam, the first proper dam that India built, it was an Indian made, right? It was made by many different foreign countries that came in and populated and sat within that region, like towards the Tibet side with Nepal, and they ended up making that dam. But what India did is India was so smart to the point where they copy and they flood the region with so many of their people that when their people got to the technology and when they were ready to make their dam, compared to how they're fighting back in China, they don't need help from foreigners to come build their dam because they had a jump in innovation because of what other foreign countries did. Like we take example from Korea and Japan, right? The reason why Japan was able to mass produce and be more dominant compared to China back in the time is because Japan allowed the UK, the France, and other foreign countries to come in and invest in this technology. And when they actually left that technology, the Japanese took that advantage to learn it. And once they learn it, China compared to Japan, there's no comparison. But the reason why they were so strong is because they got that technology, which allowed them to have a leap year, I would say, in innovation to be able to conquer China during the war. So what I learned in conclusion from what Craig is saying is, okay, you got to deal with this, you got to deal with the innovation of the new century, not only because you want to advance further, but your people must also learn this technology, right? That's what we're seeing in Kenya. The Kenyanese people are starting to learn more about rail and I call it engineering and manufacturing because they allow China and the US come and put this technology, and the government was smart enough to let their people go and actually work under them. And now that projects are being pulled away, like the Kenyan president said, it's not that we lack manpower, we was lacking innovation within our people. Now that we have it, we just need assistance with money, just exactly the way he said it. So that's the only thing I would say in terms of when I was listening to Craig, Wyatt, and Provo and everybody was saying, I said, this must be what Craig is really trying to say.
That's exactly how Singapore grew so fast. Because Singapore, so when after we got independence, what we did was that we tried to attract all the MNC come. We give them good deals, and then we have cheaper labors, so they come and build all the factories, and our people get to learn all these new technologies and build up some kind of know-how so that we can actually go to the next stage. And we taught this to the Chinese, and the Chinese under Deng Xiaoping realized that, it's a good idea because it works for Singapore, so they did it. And then in the end, China became the crazy monster that it is today because of the same thing. They allow the technologies to come in, but of course they have advantage of market size, so they did certain rules to force technology transfer. In Singapore's case, we didn't. We simply just say that no, you open up. We are open. We open up our economy. You can come and build your factories and whatnot. Our conditions is that you have to use our labor. That's the condition. In China, it's a bit different. It's like you have to use our labor. You have to use you have to do technology transfer and whatnot. And then they basically took your IP and then they just do duplicates. They clone and then they don't respect IP. But that, of course, that's China. So for all the third world countries are the same because there's a lot of protectionism. Like if you look at Indonesia, they are very protectionist. So like they say that if you want to start your company in Indonesia, 50% ownership must be Indonesian. And this actually does push back a lot of potential investors because it's like now I may lose my IP, so people don't go in. So there are this kind of thing, and then a lot of countries, especially bigger countries, are like this. They're a bit protectionist, so it does limit investment into your country. The fact is that if you dare to open up, yes, this technology you may not be able to absorb, but your workers will learn it. And they will become entrepreneurial because once they learn all there's to learn, they realize, it's just like this. Then they can start their own company. But they may not use the same IP. They may develop their own ideas. And then that's when your company, or your country can grow. Like China now, after learning all these years, how long only? It's only been 20, 30 years. They already start to develop their own stuff. In the beginning, they just copy and paste. But now they develop their own things. You look at BYD, build your dreams, the cars, the electric cars. They are better than Tesla, arguably. So
the amount,
I want to actually agree.
the amount of people with education in China right now, with high technological education, it's amazing. So we are expecting China to develop. The problem that we probably will have is that technology will split. But if we keep on this pace of war, that Asian technology and European Western technology go so much apart, they are not compatible anymore. Sorry, Craig, go on.
No, that's true, and I think that's a problem that you may end up with an almost more divided first, second, and third world technologically, especially with sanctions going on. But I wanted to completely agree with that point about the rise of Japan. It goes from being forced to open up in 1863, then by 1905, their navy sinks the Russian navy. And then the next 40 years, they go on to conquer a 2 million square mile empire in the Pacific. They become fantastic airplane builders. They become fantastic ship builders. They were terrific scientists. And then China, on a much more peaceful path in the last 40 years, developed itself into like the world's largest economy by any reasonable measure, like GDP, PPP. So Africans should be looking at the way China did this and the way Japan did this, and not the way that the Mideast kind of got itself trapped in a resource cycle, and not the way that Europe bootstrapped itself up through a much longer period of time as these technologies were invented. So the question is, what are the technologies that you want to really master and really deploy across the continent? One of the issues with rail, and back to Prada's point, it was only the Shenzhen Agreement and the fact that you could travel visa-free through Europe that really made rail travel take off. I'd say that until Africa has a customs union, passenger rail is not going to be as big a thing, or even regional aircraft. So that's probably not the starting point. But if we want to, back to the energy and power situation, one technology that I think the African Union should be paying a lot of attention to is extremely high voltage DC power cables. Right now, China's the leader in these. They're 800 to 1100 kilovolt cables, so like 1,000,000 volts DC. And they only lose like 1.5 to 3% of the power over 1,000 kilometers. So this is a really, really strategic technology.
It will be very useful for all the African nuclear power plant.
Well, so here's the thing. Africa is bigger than we think and less populated than we think, because most of our maps distort how big it is. But it does have extremely high population density and industry centers. And it also has places where there is a lot of wind, a lot of sun in the Sahara, a lot of geothermal potential. And what it lacks is navigable rivers. It doesn't have a system like the St. Lawrence or the Mississippi or the Danube, really, except for the Nile. So when you actually look at the energy and transport issues in Africa, you probably are thinking first about build a completely state-of-the-art power grid. So wherever there is a lot of power, you can get it somewhere else. It's very strategic to have, for instance, the Western Sahara generating a whole lot of solar power, and then you're in the early evening when you're starting to need a lot of power over in East Africa. Like if you just had one really high voltage cable to move solar power while it's still bright out in the West Sahara right to East Africa where it's already getting dark, that would be an immensely valuable resource to have to move power across the continent.
But
so that's
quick
a
question.
technology that's very useful.
Quick question.
I want to put one more technology in there, though, which is regional aviation. If you don't have the density to do rail, looking at short haul aviation now, 300-meter long runways and hydrogen fuel cell electric motor planes, they are insanely efficient. Something on the order of 30 to 50 miles per gallon. That's a really, really powerful technology to build a transport network. And then as people start to move, then you can consider upgrading the capacity to
By
rail.
the way you guys are using the term technology, can you actually substitute that term with infrastructure? Because if you think about it, there's nothing Kenya has that Japan doesn't have technically, right? I mean, if you think about it, like we have 5G, we have all that stuff. The only thing we lack, I guess I would say there, will be the infrastructure.
So this is this is
the
why I
long-term
was saying,
planning over multiple administrations, the rights of way, the consistency at delivering it over a period of time. You indicated this is a problem in Kenya with the government's not being consistent, but you also said that the things that are popular with the people tend to stick. So if they can make a 20-year power grid plan and, you know, implement it, then there's a lot of hope for their economy.
yeah. So that's why Craig's know the idea about the moving solar power, through different places. This is an example of what I'm saying. The different countries in Africa, they need to find a niche. Maybe certain countries may be better at create. They may be more centralized. They can become the transport hub for all these small planes that to really connect the places, or even build railway hub to connect Africa. Then that becomes a core commerce, core income or revenue generator for that specific country. You don't have to have everything, because if you have everything, you become China, and then nobody can do business with you eventually. So if you can trade, then you can do one thing very good. Another country can do something else very good. Then everybody can trade, and everybody will be peaceful. Everybody will be happy. So we may look at the Sahel region or the Sahara region. It's like, wow, so sad. They got nothing. But you got sun, you got sand. Try to do something about it. If they can find a solution, like Singapore is building a massive solar power plant in Australia. We pay for it. We build it, and then after I think 50, 30 years, I don't know how many years, it will belong fully to the Australians. But we invested it. We built a solar cable from Australia all the way through Indonesia to Singapore. So we secure our electrical needs for the next X number of decades. And then we believe that maybe after 50 years or how many years, there will be new technology that we can use, that we don't need this, and then Australia can own it. So similar things can happen in North Africa. Do you have a lot of sun? Do something with it.
Okay.
FCS.
Yeah, something also, getting involved in the business industry in Africa. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's when I come to know certain things. In my process of creating my ISP services I'm working on currently, I get to know two things. When it comes to technology exchange, the West don't try at all to bring that. As you say, you guys went to Singapore, went to Japan, and they clone it and try to know. When it comes to whatever they bring, even the antennas I need, the antenna that I got from the States, to get them to export these antennas to Africa, it was almost impossible because of my job and other clients that I had. And so this is just for a test project. Anyway, the conclusion is to even get those radio antennas for my ISP services, it was almost impossible. For reason I don't know, because they know I cannot clone that. I don't have the means to clone it. I have no means to copy the intellectual property right on that property. They know all of this, but they very much restrict what technology goes and what it goes for, and most of what that comes there, but contractors do the job and take it back. Yeah, so that's one thing. So in the context of but also about power, the part of time I live in Liberia, my entire childhood I've grown around solar panel. The house I grew up in, the house I born in, my family, I've always had solar panels, always. Even the house I live in right now, the house I'm in right now, it attached to the grid, but it has solar and a backup battery attached to it. I've always believed in solar, but solar is not as convenient as some of you make it look like. When it comes to at that scale, at that national scale, it becomes one of the most difficult things to handle. That's one part. But and also the maintenance that comes with solar panel. Also, this is just my house back in Africa, like 45 kilowatt panels that I have, complete production. But the maintenance that comes to this, it's not difficult, but it's just small, just for my house. But the maintenance that comes with it at the national level, that would be one of the most cumbersome things to maintain. But that maybe I'm just not skilled enough to run it. But that is a very complicated feat. But in the context of infrastructures, I think the issue what we have us in Africa is we try to build what we see on TV in the West. I think that's the problem. We don't build according to our environment. We don't build according to what we have.
This requires a great degree of cooperation and a willingness to relinquish some power. Part why Pan-Africanists failed. Leaders don't want to give up any of their power. Has this passed?
Of course. That is She's right. She's definitely right. Because
Pan-Africanism failed most and foremost because of neo-colonialist policies.
No. Most of the failure comes from, example, the group or the Moja in Liberia. They think they have the absolute blueprint to solve the problem. Do not listen to the Moja come from Gambia or the Moja come from Mali, because they believe whichever group think they have the absolute solution, every other group should follow their movement.
The main problem is African countries.
Yeah. Just 1 minute. Let me finish. Yeah. But in the course of infrastructure, where I live currently back home, there was this bridge that always gets swept away. Because again, they have some UN, some US agencies that live around there. They'll come and build this bridge, and after a few rainy seasons, the monsoon can take it away, go away. Because again, they don't build according to how the African environment is built, because since they work in America, it must work in Africa. It does not work that way. You have to study the environment, and the bridge that me and my siblings put together will build, I'll be almost 6 years now, still there. Still stands. Because again, I'm not building it basically to just drive car over it. I'm also building so water can pass, and there's not a trash coming from upstairs that up the stream. Because again, you may build a bridge perfectly, but the trash that comes from upstream that you don't have no control of, once they call it under the bridge, it's gonna eat away the earth, and now the bridge crumble. So what we build the same thing they build, but we make sure there was no bulk trash coming from upstream to come and clog the bridge down. So that's why. So most of the cleaning happened upstream then before it reached the bridge. It's been running for almost 6 years. So how you guys do this? It was actually cheaper than what it's been, but it still stands. So that's also one problem also we have in Africa. We don't build. We try to build as what we see over there across the oceans, and I think that's the problem. Even the people that comes to build, when they come to build what they know. I don't blame them. They come to build what they know. My caddy is saying, by the way, it is off topic. Please send me a message on Telegram. I want to talk about something. But running a cable from the Sahara, the sub-Sahara region to East Africa, as CH was saying, of course, in a country as Europe, make perfect sense. But in Africa, every country that goes through, it's a different politics, it's a different requirement, it's a different policy. So there's so many
the issues are multifaceted and interconnected. Poor leadership is possibly a feature of neo-colonialism. No.
Actually, I'm going to answer partially the question she asked before, and this one by simply stating, this is what I'm saying. The main issue with Africa, there's nothing so unique about Africa as people think it is. The main issue is very, very simple. The country is at war with the West. The continent is at war with the West, but Africans don't seem to realize that, right?
They don't seem to realize that.
They think all these coups are coincidence. They think all these people who have been killed, all these wars that were happening, they think it's a coincidence. They don't understand. And there's one guy who actually said it, and he said it out loud. And that's why I say I always listen to these people in the think tank. This guy who analyzes the Ukrainian war is some type of colonel from his name is like Meisner or something. It's from like Austria or something.
Marcus Reisner from Austria.
Marcus Reisner.
Everybody listen to him.
That guy was asked. This is a war between NATO and Russia. The guy said it out loud, and I knew this, but he said no. This is a war against the West and the global South. He should not have said that. This is something they talk in the background. It's not something you're supposed to say. But that dude is one of those practically minded Germans, so he said all that. But anyways, these leaders, most of these leaders who are in Africa right now, are there mostly because the West wanted them there. Not necessarily put them there. He put some of them, but it's because those people are acceptable. How are they acceptable? They are only acceptable because, for example, the president of Kenya will allow Canada to mine stuff without paying any money. That's why it's acceptable. And secondly, most Africans don't understand how much it is about business than it is about conquest for the sake of conquest, right? It is mainly about business. It is those companies. Even the governments of these countries barely make any money from all that. It's the oligarchs who talk to the government. Right now, what's his name? Bill Gates is more powerful than any African leader. That dude can unleash the might of the United States on almost any country, indirectly or directly, right? So it's not a coincidence that the waning of the power of the Western nations is going along with the increase of development in Africa. The weaker the West is becoming, the better off Africa seems to be getting. It is not a coincidence at all. That's what I want to say.
Even France don't even know that the United States is at war with them. Don't talk about the African civilians. Like France got kicked out of Africa, and they was like, "What the fuck is happening?" And they don't even know it's the Americans that's behind it.
Shall we? Yes, I wanted to add something about the energy in Africa and the global south. I'm a firm believer in the nuclear power. I'm sorry, Craig. I don't agree with you. But I think the future of the nuclear power plant is not the actual power plant, because we are right. They are just too expensive, just too complicated. And you need a lot of things to make them working. But the next generation is going to come, the thorium reactor. They have a lot of things for them. You don't agree, but we are going to see China is actually building one of them, and is going to finish in 2026. So in a few years after that, we have to have the result, and we're going to see. One of the main advantages of this technology.
50 years of research on that, and it's gone nowhere. The complexity is astonishing, and you still need the same, all the same supply chain problems.
And they need 2 years to build it.
Please.
Okay,
I'll
so
do that
the
again.
Chinese media are lying. So sorry.
So this
okay,
time,
I'm going to continue. I'm sorry, Greg, but the
No,
main
go on.
interest of this technology is that you don't need waters. So basically, you could put it nuclear power plant in the center of the desert of Saudi Arabia, and it's working. And that's very interesting for the technology. The other big advantage is that you only need for the fuel basically the waste of all the other nuclear power plant. China has said that they have already secured enough energy with this technology to last for 1,000 years. I don't believe the number, of course, but you know. And guess which country has the most nuclear waste usable for this technology? France. Yes.
Yeah.
So I think
you can
one
make
of
nice
the
batteries
amazing technology. No, you can't. I think an amazing technology they are also trying to develop, which could bring a lot of security, especially for some countries that don't have the ability to develop their power grid immediately, is actually those mobile power nuclear power plants, like that the Russians are trying to build. And if they do that, they will actually help a lot of countries in developing fast before they can really develop their own power grid. And one of these new small nuclear power plants can actually bring relief, energetic relief for a lot of countries. We have to realize that most African cities, well, I hope Mayor Kabi will speak about that, don't have electricity the whole day. It's just a couple of hours. Most cities, and if you get out of the capital cities, it's very rare to have a city where there is power. Even power grids, and this is something that I think it should shock any Western to realize that this is possible, that this is still like this, because we are not aware of a situation where we don't have power, electricity. It's amazing. But even in India,
read something about like mini nuclear power plants, right? I think some countries are trying to develop it. Like
the Russians already did. The Russians already did.
Yes,
they have huge amount of orders for that. They won't be able to build all the orders they have, but that's why the United States already tried to convene that they are also going to develop those types of mini power plants. I doubt that they will have either they steal the plans from the Russians, or they won't be able to develop small power plants in that such a faster.
United States have that technology. Like,
hold on, guys.
When is the last time United States?
Yes and no. A very good example of a country with breeding them is Finland. Finland, they have a lot of medium city around the coastline. And between each of them, there is a lot of space. And it's very difficult to build a big power plant just for this small city. And in winter, you need a lot of power in Finland. So this solution would be very easy for them, just basically to put a floatable nuclear power, very small floatable nuclear power plant in the harbor of the city, and you could give power plant to all the city very easily.
Sure,
and if you have a problem, you could just move the power plant because
they have a problem,
it's ownership.
They used to get their energy from Russia. They used to produce their energy in Russia.
Yes.
Then they lost all
I had a long convo with a Nigerian Uber driver where I tried to explain that the issues are tied to the overall global system. In the end, he thought I was just shifting blame.
Well, the problem about Finland is they don't really have nuclear technology of themselves. They have been getting it from other countries. They were never really able to develop their own, and I doubt it. They will have any sympathy from the Russians to get their order first if they need one. So I think that's. And like Craig said, we have a lot of technology developing really fast, and probably when it comes to it would be possible to supply any of these ships to Finland. They already have a new solution, and we have to believe it will be like this. That's why I think for many African countries, these small nuclear power plants could be actually a good solution for those countries to develop their own power grid when it comes to it. It is very interesting topic that you guys were trying to bring up, which was the global south. When I'm finished, I'm sorry. Before you said you just wanted to say something, and then you talk, and we were all waiting. So now you also have to wait until I talk. That's it. That's the power of. Okay. So and if you keep interrupting, I will talk longer. So the thing is that you guys said something very interesting that I don't think most analysts are able really to realize. This is a war of the global south, let's say, and the West. Quite true. And it's very important trying to analyze it and expose it as well. I'm not sure that the global south really wants it to be exposed, but that's what they're doing. And we see many countries doing really strange things lately. Like we were initiating this conversation today, where I arrived to the chat room, was about, for instance, the fact that India was taking out their money of the Western financial institutions. 100 tons of gold were taken out of England, of London, of the Bank of London, which is impressive. Why are they doing this? Of course, they are doing this for a reason. It's about the war. They are getting themselves free of any of these constraints and sanctions that may be imposed on it. So now, New Age, please, you have the floor. It's all yours.
Okay, why?
To say very fast, you can say now.
So I just want to regarding the small nuclear reactors. So there is only 2 operational right now. One is made by Russia, which is the floating one. Another one is a Chinese one, which is connected to their grid, which is actually a lot bigger than the Chinese one. And then there is currently 4 under construction right now. 2 of them is by China. One is a super tiny one, only 10 megawatts. Another one is a 125 one, which is probably I'm not sure what is it for. One is by Russia, which is a 300 megawatts one. So this is a rather big one. I'm not sure what is this for as well. And there's one by Argentina, interestingly. So there's one by Argentina, which is like half the power of the floating one. So it's pretty interesting. There is a lot on the list, but it's all designs and license, but none of them is actually, only 4 is actually under construction, 2 is only operational. A lot of designs, There's a lot of designs from every country. Yeah. So
they've existed for 50 years. We've been using them in nuclear aircraft carriers and nuclear submarines. And per kilowatt, they simply cost 100 times as much as any other kind of power. It's strictly an expense issue. It can't be solved. I predict total failure for all these nuclear things. You can have a nuclear barge, I guess, that you could haul to some place in the Arctic or where you need a relief ship or something. I guess there's some niches where it could be useful, but it will never ever be a practical solution. There's good engineering physics reasons why nuclear doesn't work at all and can't be made to work. When I did an analysis of this last year, nuclear fission ended up not even in my top 20 list of 21st century power sources, things we'd be using in 2050, and nuclear fusion didn't even make the top 10, even if it works. I mean, there's just a fundamental problem here.
Explain. What do you mean it doesn't work?
It doesn't work because of neutron scattering. Neutron scattering is impractical.
Fission.
No, fission or fusion, both of them.
So you
They're
can't
both
use it to
relying
boil
on neutron
water?
scattering.
So you can't use it to...
Here's the problem, and you can't solve it, all right? You can't. You should give up on nuclear for this reason. The problem is that when you break apart atoms and scatter neutrons, right, that you have a very, very difficult problem in capturing that energy, and it destroys every material it touches. It creates highly radioactive isotopic substances, which are, in a chemical sense, not very easy to manage because you've turned them into a different substance. You end up needing insanely exotic materials like calandria tubes and things like this that make the military-industrial complex look like Walmart, so your supply chain is insane. You can't produce many of the same thing. Some countries like France and China and Russia did manage to make like 20 or 30 or 50 reactors at once and build up this insanely complex supply chain and keep it going with generations of people for like 10 or 20 years at a time. But now they've largely lost all the people and they can't maintain what they have, and the refurb is one-off. It doesn't become an industry. So neutron scattering itself creates such a difficult engineering problem that it cannot be solved. This is physics. You can't fix it. Now, when you actually look at the much, much simpler machinery involved in harvesting wind or wave or geothermal energy, it's way easier. Like, it costs way less, and you can deploy it in a year instead of deploying it in 15
So are
years.
Russians stupid for depending on nuclear energy, or why do you think they choose nuclear energy?
Yes, on China too.
They don't really choose it, and it's more of a security issue. It's more that the advantage of nuclear power is that you can run a whole research city or a rail gun somewhere without having to have, you know, a long distance power line to a hydro dam or some other asset that can be damaged. It's military reasoning that causes countries to do nuclear power. It has nothing to do with civilian. It's a bad civilian investment. They do it for security, military reason.
I will also add that it's also for the
nuclear power plant. It's a stupid idea.
Everything military, everything nuclear is military, in my view. Strictly.
I will also add that the reason to even continue to invest in nuclear is just to retain the technology. Because if you don't invest in it, you don't build new nuclear power plants, you will lose the people, lose the know-how, and then you'll go back to the we'll go back to the
nuclear bomb, right? Because if you want the option to make a nuclear bomb, you have to have a nuclear reactor around. So it really is the logic of the arms race that keeps nuclear power going. And if we just abolished all nuclear technologies, then we wouldn't have the fissiles around to make the bombs. We'd be able to get rid of them. And since they're uneconomic, it's valuable. So in my mind, that's a practical solution, to abolish all nuclear everything and just literally ban teaching it. Just get rid of it as a technology. Wipe it from the face of the earth. It has no practical use at all.
So what you're saying is very interesting.
No, basically, what you're saying is basically the neutron scattering he's talking about. It's like you have 10 tennis ball, you throw it down the tube, because 4 didn't go down the tube, so now the 6 that went down the tube because of those who should cancel it. Now, of course, yes, the nuclear energy is very, 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 very viable. It's very viable, very more dependent.
Of course it is. He's just saying bullshit, please.
Yeah,
you're just wrong. It just isn't possible to make it economic.
1,000 scientists.
I think we have to agree to disagree on this point.
Yes. No, I don't think so. I think it's a military priority to get rid of this technology. Like, it's too dangerous.
So there's somebody bullshitting, and we need to figure out who it is.
Well, I want to say something real quick. Well,
I want to point out one fact, and that is that Israel has been assassinating Iranian nuclear scientists, killing them. I think this will accelerate, and that all nuclear scientists will be killed before the end of the century. Everyone will be killed by somebody else's agents.
Okay, but to what F was saying, right? To what F was saying,
It's a military technology, and the way to suppress it is to wipe out the people who know it.
Okay, let's go. Yeah, but to what F was saying earlier,
it's going to work. Seriously.
Yeah, to what F was saying earlier, I think Mike Kelly or maybe New Year's mentioned earlier. Africans don't know they're at war. They feel like when Europeans came back in the 1600s, they think they came because they love them, because they care for them, because they have not seen an African before. They forget to know they're at war, and and that's the mentality. That's why they can't go any forward, because like, how the hell for the past 70 years, America and Europe is so far giving them aid every year, billions of dollars, can't go nowhere. But they think they just some of them just have in their head, Europe can do us no harm. Europe means nothing but good for us. If you try to tell them that no, these people are actually at war with you, mentally, physically, emotionally, economically, every leak can add to it. They are here for their interest, and they will get what they want from you. If that means destroying you, your culture, your whole village, 10 times over, they will do it. They didn't come here they came in the 1500, they lose it, they went back. They came in the 1600, they didn't stay. They came in 1700, they didn't stay. They came in 1800 and finally got a foothold. You also World War II was in the 1990 or something. World War I was in the 1600, the 1700. World War III was in the 1800 when they finally got a foothold. When they came as a unison from east, west, and the north, they came from every angle and attacked us and won the war. Well, they won the war and won every battle so far. And Africans stopped fighting, thinking these people came to fight you because they love you.
With that in mind, I'm advising you to strongly ignore the nuclear advice from the Europeans who are telling you to pursue the nuclear direction. Run away from that a million miles. It's a weapon against you. It will not help you.
We need it. Okay. Someone mentioned earlier. I think it was Shadowy. He said all the nuclear weapons is in Europe, but not all of them. Majority of them is in Europe. I said yes. They're the only one have the ability to basically destroy the whole
continent. When I was saying in Europe, I was meaning in Russia. Don't forget that. Because if you remove Russia in Europe, there is not a lot of nuclear weapons. There is some in France, some in Britain.
The same people that claim civility, they're the one that have the ability to destroy the entire planet 10 times over. But for some reason, that is simple. But Africans refuse to fight. Africans refuse to believe that they're at war, and that's the reason why. If someone is fighting you and you believe they're not fighting you, you're not going to fight back. The moment you fight back, that's when you know, okay, this is war.
That's the problem. Like we saw that in the Iraq war, right? When those people are getting bombed, they will talk to the camera and they will say, "What did I do? I'm only a shoemaker. Why did they kill my whole family?" Because they actually believe that the US had only a problem with Saddam. How 1.4 million Iraqis died? Nobody knows. But they thought that the problem was Saddam.
Was with Saddam.
But these guys are now crying on the camera. And this is one thing I keep, like, Russians sometimes piss me off, right? All these, even some of these Z pushers are still talking to people in the West and saying, well, I hope after the war we'll all get along. I'm like, dude, these people want to annihilate you. They have written books about how they want to annihilate you.
Not just that. You have killed
former Secretary of State. Write books about even naming different regions of Russia and how they're going to divide them. Why do you want to get along with these people so bad? You know, they behave like people who have been colonized before. It doesn't make any sense.
War peace. Let's do war peace.
For world peace.
World peace? No, man. No, these guys, these Russians, they say that because somehow they really, and that's what you've seen in Africa for a long time, where even the person who actually colonized you, you still want to get along with them because you're somehow still attached to them. The thing is, Russia, other than the period after the Soviet Union fell, they were never really colonized by the West. But for some reason, even some of their most hardcore Z supporters are still like, oh, this is just a misunderstanding between our leaders. No, it's not, bro. It's in their system to destroy you. Like.
And that is exactly what Africans have to know. Every time we have the security conferences, right? And you mentioned this, all of them feel uncomfortable because they all want visa to go to America and Europe. Like the people, I point him. I said, this guy over there in our suit that came from Austria, wherever he was from. I said, he's your enemy. Don't go kill him, but just know he's not here to make you shine and outshine him. He's here to make sure Austria outshine you every day and every night. I'll point him out. Whenever I get the podium, oh no, it's always like, you're crazy.
Kenyan brothers, let me say something. Word. We have to speak from like expertise and like understanding history, right?
No,
when you
FCS,
speak of
FCS is not from Kenya. You're from Liberia, right? FCS.
I'm from Congo. Oh no. But I want to say this, right? So Pan-Africanism, right? It was never created to really protect the interests of Africa. It was created by Henry Sylvester Williams. It was created to defend the descent. Yes, it was. I know the history of Pan-Africanism.
How far can you go back?
For you to lecture me. Hold up. It's hard for you to lecture me on Pan-African because we learned this from very young age in Africa, and even my dad, who was a diplomat, told me this. Right? The person who created it, he went to England, or he was a lawyer. He was a Trinidadian, Henry Sylvester Williams. When modern Pan-Africanism came, right, when it hit Ghana at first, it was to protect anybody that cried out descendant of African descent. Right? It was never truly created to surround the populace that did or the interests of Africans. Now, I will tell you why. If you see the global breakdown of how Pan-African was created together, right? Everybody had their own claim and suggestion of what they should do and how they should protect it. Now, this is where I will bring in CJ topics and I kind of put it together. If you read in the comment, he said we should learn from China, the times of Mao Zedong, right? The way they built China back up from the ground. This is called, and I will also add a topic on there, it's called condensed technology, right?
Don't forget that China has had one of the worst civil war in history of humankind.
Oh, let me finish. I haven't finished my major. I major in aerospace engineering, and there's two things that they tell you. You have to learn how to do condensed, right, technology. This technology is, if one technology costs a lot, or brings much more resources to build, you must be willing to condense it. So when he speaks of nuclear energy, to me, when I hear him speak about nuclear energy, what I hear is that solar panel has more energy because they created the silicon cell, which is very rich in what African actually need to develop a little bit further on to gain more energy on their Western Sahara part, right? As an aerospace engineer, you have to know a lot of chemistry and what cells and all these nonsense, right? That's number one, right? What I hear from him, he's saying that, okay, if this technology requires a lot of resources, shift your attention to technology that you could mass produce at a shorter time and being able to gain an advantage or leap year in technology to be able to build your inventory, right? Like the way China did with their computer chips. They saw what the US was doing, right, in 1965, and they saw, hell, they have microchips that we need to have high process UV light in it. Let's take this technology, right? Let's bring it. They tried it in 1970. It failed. Once they realized that they could buy reasonable small microchip, right, from Norway and gain knowledge of that, they was able to invent their own chip, UV chips. So at some point, when you learn from history, you see that when you grab something little that creates something, right, like solar energy created silicon cells, right? And if you bring silicon cell and you invert silicon cell, right, like the way China did, you gain a lot more experience in what you call inverted light, right? It's a whole theory that if you want to read about it, I ain't gonna talk about it. So that's number one, infrastructure, right? You cannot build infrastructure, right, without your people actually having a niche, like Wyatt say, or DPA, right? The people must have a niche to understand what they are trying to build, right? You can't say, oh, let's build infrastructure like Africans like to say. Okay, what infrastructure you want to build? Infrastructure has a lot of levels to it. What infrastructure are you saying that we must build? What is the niche of that?
Wasn't kidding American propaganda being unbeatable. Unfortunately, it's in Africa too. On another note, I don't understand the relationship between Russia and Europe. Why does Europe look down? Oh.
Well, I want to finish this quickly. The last thing I want to say is that when you talk about infrastructure, you first have to be able to put in order your private and your public sectors. Africa don't have neither of the two working separately from each other. So when you're trying to build the infrastructure, you must understand what your niche is in that country, what that region actually requires, or what that region could build. And then from there, you could build the private and public sector. When you build the public sector and everything, now you will have people who are saying, hell, this region, we have a lot of this. We want to be able to produce this, or we want to be able to build this and do this and do that. And just to add and to finish, I know you guys don't like me talking so long, right? We all know that all Europeans are actually Slavic brothers. Of course, you will have fights among Russians and European. And also, the simple fact is that after 1945, after the war, right, when all the three powers came together, Churchill, Stalin, and I think damn, I always forget his name.
Roosevelt.
When they came together, when they made the deal, right, the Russian wanted still to control the region that they took from the Europeans. But the European had the idea that since the US had more of a diplomatic structure to it, they wanted to gain more resources from having their own independence. That's why after the war, the only thing you heard was independence, and you also heard what democracy. So that broke the actual understanding between the Poles, the Slavs, right, and the Saxon. It broke that relationship so far apart because now you had three major head power that was bringing about the difference between European structure, just like Africans, right? You have South, West, East, right? They came into it with Leopard. He broke the Central. The French broke the South, right? And then the United States broke the West. So all of a sudden,
Europe was never united before. Until the European Union, Europe was never united. There was some empires trying to grab more land, but there was no unification. I think it's a very interesting. Wait is having his finger. Sorry, wait, go on.
Yeah, so I just want to say that maybe Pan-Africanism is really unnecessary. Maybe it divides more than it brings people together.
Thank
because
you.
You see, there's no such thing as a Pan-Asianism. And if you look at Asia, you know that it's impossible. Like it's literally impossible. Japanese and the Saudi Arabians are so different. You know, like how to Pan-Asianism. So clearly, Pan-Africanism would probably be very problematic because different tribes and different part of Africa is really far away, very different. Like the Zulus and the Egyptians. Come on, man, they can't even sit together. They will be like they're two different monsters. So I think maybe it is this concept of Africa as one entity is very misleading. I think it's maybe it causes more problem than it solves. Maybe it's like maybe the countries need to really be more focused on themselves and their immediate regions and develop from there, rather than FCS disagree. FCS.
I think the thing is that we have to understand a bit the history, but you guys up there probably know more. But I will say it very shortly, is that the fact that Asian countries had a better cultural background that separated themselves. So they could, and they also never lost completely their structure. So they had their elites, they had their mental structure, what happened in Africa is that on the 60s, these countries found themselves, many ethnic groups found themselves together in a so-called new country. And they had almost the colonialism was about destroying all structures they must have had. So, but Pan-Africanism is something more complicated. Go on, you guys.
So other than the people within the African continent that call themselves Arabs, the differences between the rest are nonsense. There's literally we have half of Somalia in Kenya, and there's nobody complaining, right? So we have another half from Sudan, South Sudan, and a ton of Ethiopia from all the conflicts of the 90s. I've never had one Kenyan say these people should go back to their country. So the population doesn't give a crap. If I go, I've been to Namibia and them, when I go there, I can literally move there, live there, and I'll get along with the public easily, no problem. So the differences within these countries are not as we don't have cultural differences like you would imagine we do. Our languages are different, but even if I go to a French-speaking country, I'll get along with those people in a second, no problem. Now, the other thing is the question of Pan-Africanism, as Wyatt said, it may not be useful. Yes, because as long as we know who the enemy is, there's really no ideology required, to push us forward, right? But on the other hand, there's also the question of whether should there be at least a little bit of a driving ideology, because as we all know, you can explain reason to 1 million people, but the average there's a certain percentage of human beings. I'm not saying they're stupid or they're silly, but there's a certain percentage of human beings in every society that cannot be technically explained out of just pure reason. They need something that triggers a habit, and usually ideology comes and kicks in, and sometimes it develops naturally. So there may be a need for a general belief system. It doesn't even have to have a name everybody can pick, but there needs to be a general belief system to basically kind of guide the average person forward. I believe that for sure. And on the last one, the issue of African unity, it's especially, as I said, the people who don't call themselves Arabs, these guys have no issue integrating. Like, they really do not. Like, and eventually it's inevitable. Like, it's literally inevitable. And it's gonna mostly be driven by economic reasons. Like, already Kenya and let's say DRC is doing a lot of business. A lot of Kenyans have moved to DRC. A lot of people from DRC have now moved to Kenya. So eventually, that's how it's basic. So eventually, it's inevitable. The question is there a necessity to speed it up because either there's a window that's closing, or there's an issue in the horizon, or world war is coming, or something like that? I think that's what I would say would be the main issue.
I think we are here confusing Pan-Africanism with a lot of things. So we have the literary political movement that appeared almost spontaneously. So the idea of Kabbalah for Pan-Africanism is fully unfair. Yes, it is true. It was developed by people that were educated on the metropolitans in France, in Portugal, or perhaps even in Britain. Yes, it is true. But these people needed to wake up. You see, after the slip of initial colonialism, which was very brutal at the beginning, and then people just were obliged to accept that reality. They still were fighting, but they needed these new elites appeared in a way to wake up people. And what they did as well, which was very interesting at the beginning, was to discolonialize their own mind. So they created a system, an interpretation system, how to discolonialize their living, why they live in this situation, how was it that it came to be. And these people at the beginning, they wrote really very good stuff. They came first with poetry and literature in order to be able to explain into words. And from that literature, more ideology, more political ideology was born, and they solidified most of the Pan-Africanist independentist movements. Most countries wake up to their independence through these new ideologies. And they were very interesting at the beginning. They were never lost, fortunately, in Africa, and they exist. And we have something different that many people talk a lot. Pan-Africanism, like the African Union. Yes, it is okay to talk about it. Like Macchiavi said many times, this unity exists in terms of people recognizing themselves. Africa is a very big place, but it's also a very special place in terms if you compare to other continents, it has something that unites these people all together, more or less. But economically, this is going to happen. There is a big project to create a free trade zone for all African countries, or at least the ones in the African Union, and it will bring something. Like Macchiavi also said, at the moment, this modernity that is coming to all these countries, it's making also a lot of mobility. A lot of people are traveling from one place to another. Trade is increasing every day, and this is now the Pan-Africanist ideas, the ideology. They are very interesting to recover. So we have the freedom fighters in South Africa. We have now also in Burkina Faso, the Sankarist rebellion, somehow we can call it like this. And this is a new renovated Pan-Africanism. Also the guy in Senegal now, it's very interesting, these ideas. And what they want more or less, they are interesting. I don't know if they will work, Miami. You can explain that, why you do think it won't work. But I find it very interesting. They are renovating their self-awareness. They are not sleeping anymore. This is part of the war, a wake-upping, understanding what is happening, why they are not able to develop, why they are not able to get some basic stuff, what is blocking their development. And for that, you need an ideology. And I think the Pan-Africanists, the first ones were very good in waking up, but that needs to be renovated because we live in a new century. We have new demands, new preoccupations, and these
Music break people. Go pee red. Red wine go to my head, make me forget that I still need her so red. Red wine, stay close to me. Don't let me be alone. It's tearing apart my blue heart.
Go on, Miami B. FCS.
All right. For me, when it comes to that, in the context of the Pan-Africanists, okay, of course, they are one of the basically four blueprints that basically push that liberation movement. Once the Europeans started leaving Africa, they can credit for most of it. The reason Pan-Africanists become what it is today is after they started voicing their opinion for the blacks in America. And that's when America took it personal to destroy them. And that's when they went and started basically doing a coup d'etat and started basically killing them off one at a time. If they have never get themselves involved in American politics, because they were the voice for the black American at the UN, Malcolm X, MLK, all this Edgar Hoover, all these black leaders in this America, because they could not represent themselves at the UN. It was most the Pan-African leaders, Sekou Touré, the Kwame Nkrumah, the Amikaba, the Sankara, they were the one voicing up, talking for them, and so basically trying to bring cases against America at the UN level. But anyway, so that's just. But when it comes to the unification of Africa, for me personally, I'm not for it. And making Africa one big country, I'm not for it at all. I will not support it today. I will not support it tomorrow. If they can get it working, of course, they can get it working. But me personally, I'm not going to put my time in that because it's very risky, it's very dangerous, and it's very, very, very much something that we should not even go around. Because Africa, the North have no idea what the South does for a living. The East have no idea what the West does for a living. We may all look the same, but we're all on a different rhythm. People in the West, as we said the last time in that cool discussion, those in the West of Africa can better understand, better work with one another than those in the East and the West. Yes, I'm saying that for a fact. You can come from the East and live in the West comfortably, no issue. But until you have to vote for somebody to rule the East and the West, and that's when you're going to know the differences in African cultures. So a federation of regions make more sense than one big country. But in the context of currency, they can have one mutual currency. You don't have to be in one country to have one currency. If you can use the US dollars in Congo and in Liberia, then you can use one currency in all over Africa. You can also open the border lines so they can move around freely and easily between the federations. But it would be a very bad idea to have all of Africa under one leadership, because all it takes is to have to elect one puppet, like what we have in Senegal right now, to hold our presidency. Then you have the same thing you avoid back in your corner, is to have one leader representing Africa being controlled by the West again. Then you're back to square one.
But the FCS, when I said integration, I did not mean one president.
Okay.
I mean it meant like the countries would just integrate, and one of them, of course, one of the leaders would be obviously for economic reasons. No, I'm not talking about like it becomes like Russia, where you have the president in Addis Ababa. First of all, if people had to hold elections that would be a disaster. That would have to be the wisest thing we could ever have.
Exactly.
It will be the most uncorrupted election ever.
Now, just imagine. He's in Kenya. I'm in West Africa. We're more like 6-7 hours apart from one another. So when their polls are open, we are still sleeping. Yeah. When they are voting we are still dead or sleeping our sleeps. So again, definitely that whole people have pushed that out. United Africa nonsense. Even EFF. No, I'm not for that shit. I'm for federations of states that want to get along, like what AES is doing. They should do that, and they should have one mutual currency. And on the passport, they can have one passport, no issue, but they can have the way that if you have an African passport, you can move around easily. But the reason why they're not allowing that today is because of development, because certain countries are not developed at the same level. If you can say Malabrian passport,
Pan-Africanism was just an example. My point was more about cooperation. BTW, I like the music that was playing before the start of the open mic.
She's going back to the beginning. Okay, Effie, I understand, but yeah. but today the Pan-Africanism today definitely doesn't. To me again, is having completely turned to. There's a Pan-Africanist group on Telegram that somebody added me to it, and they get so annoyed with me, they took me off because now we should include people and their 200 identities. Oh, there's a malign African group that they can't come publicly because of countries like Ghana and Uganda. So we should put a voice in part of our movement to liberate Africa. Yeah, I say, listen, man. If you can discover you have 200 identities, I still have no idea where my borderlands start from. Go focus on your identities. Let me focus first on who's running my country. Then we have two different struggles. You can identify as tree, as monkey, as a baboon. That's you are full enough. You have satisfied. I don't know I don't even know how far I can go out. When I travel between these countries, I travel like I've driven almost all the way as far down as Angola in a vehicle. Moving around is very easy. It's already very easy. But if I was not moving the way I move, it make it easy for me. But if I was moving just like a regular African guy traveling with a luggage in his hand, I'll have 101 issues. Whenever I travel that way, I'm having issues. Whenever I'm driving my vehicle and they say, okay, this guy obviously does not need to stay in my country, doesn't need anything from my country, they let you through. And that's the reason why the integration is not happening. Because if Kenya was to allow any African with African passport to enter Kenya, my people will rush to Kenya and fly to tomorrow because they believe Kenya have more better opportunities to offer than doing Liberia. And that's the reason why they will not integrate, because they're not developing at the same rate. And this is the reason.
Actually, Kenya is about to do that.
To do what?
Visa-free entry to Kenya for all Africans.
Yeah, of course. You can, but that is if you but once you get to Kenya, what happens once you get to Kenya?
Huh?
Once you get to Kenya, what happens?
Well, once you get to Kenya, you can go or whatever. The thing is, if you can't get the free healthcare and all that, what are you gonna do?
Okay.
So you have to go.
FC, can I ask you a question real quick? Sorry, CH, just a question. I just want to ask you a question. Actually, number one, you said something that caught my attention. You said the Egyptians don't really believe that they're African. That is that what you said, right?
No, that's not what I said. I said Egyptians have no clue what's happening in South Africa. When
somebody said the Egyptian doesn't really. Somebody said it. I know I heard it because I took notes. But let me ask you this question. Okay, if you didn't say it, let me ask you this question. If I were to ask you, do you know the reason why the Egyptians don't consider themselves Africans? Do you know the reason why?
Because they're not Africans.
They're not African because of what? Because of what? Tell me, because of what?
Because just as the way how you call it, the people, Netanyahu doesn't belong in Palestine. It's the same way they don't belong in Egypt. That's
they're Illuminatis. They're Illuminatis.
I want to say nonsense, DPA. I want to say this. I want to say this. There's a book, right? It's called The Umayyad Caliphate. I want you to read that carefully, right? Read that carefully and understand it. And the second thing I want to ask, sorry, CH, I know your fingers is tight. Is if you guys are speaking of having different states, I guess you will say different regions of Africa in terms of like you have Kenya that's more of East observing Congo, Kenya, or like Gabon, Cameroon, and all those stuff to have like one statehood. My question to you is, do you know how many empires were in Africa at one time that had actually those type of limits? Do you know how many empires was actually in one place almost at the exact same time in Africa that tried that and failed?
I think New Age could do his own show because his region / perspective may be assaulted like no other on our tortured earth.
Okay, example, Mali Empire. The Mali Empire did not fail because of it expanded out. Mali Empire failed because of I guess that's a conclusion, but it's basically initially in the 900 it didn't go that far. Once they started including other people, that's when they changed to the Mandan Charter, their constitution. Basically in 1200 they started including other people. But when they started failing was basically when they tried to basically do away with their customary things and started to do more of a religious caliphate setup. Then that's when it started to break apart. And that's when the Sangay, the Boke people start breaking away, basically becomes their own. Anyway, that's a whole different discussion. I don't want to go there. But no, if you give an area, but no, Africa have had many empires. Even my part of the Africa, West Africa, they have had more than, if Liberia, Sierra Leone, Guinea, they have had more than 7 different empires within a 200-year period. So,
history is probably just not helping the development conversation. Whether you're talking about 900 CE empires or you're talking about Pan-Africanism in the 60s, who cares? The technological and sociological world we're in now is a bit different. So I think some of these things that I'm hearing are happening. For instance, cooperation just between 2 or 3 states, like, you know, the Sahel Confederacy states have agreed, you know, to work together on things, and that creates a Saharan state about whatever, it's over 1,000 kilometers wide, I think. Maybe there you could start to build a solar cable across and find a customer for it. And I think the prospects are there to build local industries. Solar thermal is easier than solar PV. You can basically use one-way mirrors to and pump heat into storage like they do in Australia, and build up that kind of an industry if you want. So there's a lot of bootstrapping that could be done industrially and politically. But I want to actually point out that any continent of people that's relatively poor is probably still about 90% farmers. And I think Africa is a lot of farmers. And I want to just point out that the biggest problems you have are bottom-up problems of farmers. One of the most poignant things I heard about Africa's infrastructure problems were that a farmer somewhere, I forget what country it was, it might have been Nigeria, could have a tremendously great melon harvest and could like harvest 40 melons at a time at perfect ripeness and get them to the market. But the market was only able to absorb like 25 of those melons that he could sell at once. So at 15 melons that he just ended up rotting because he couldn't get them to the next town to sell them. And I guess he wasn't able to find out before getting to the market that he could only sell 25 into the current market and leave the other 15 until next week's market, right? So you got a basic information problem and a basic transport problem, and you could solve it either way. He could pre-order the melons, he could have urban customers buy them and have them deliver baskets. A kid with a solar-powered e-trike could be buying up excess melons and moving them to the next town. Really simple stuff like this, but it's the difference between that person being a subsistence farmer and that person being able to make a profitable living is the difference between whether that 25-30% of his crop actually gets sold and used. He might sell it to somebody who's making, you know, freezing the melons, like because he's got a freezer, or making juice of some kind. Like that's the really basic rubber hits the road stuff. You look at what people are actually doing, and you look at what they're not able to do because of a logistical or a communications or an infrastructure problem, and then you look at the way that potentially wasted products could be not wasted and could be turned into value-added products. And that's really where the rubber hits the road in terms of development. So a lot of talk about ideology from the top or about infrastructures that take a lot of external investment is nowhere near as important as understanding your actual local farmers market level economy problems. And if you understand those problems, you will make more progress faster.
That issue, the farmers market, has been resolved. It's basically been resolved by the worst people in the world, who we call middlemen, right?
Yeah.
So those guys, they're basically like, if you go to most countries right now, they're the ones that buy everything. People barely go to the markets anymore because everybody now has a supermarket. So everybody goes to the supermarket for their food. Even farmers go, even people in rural areas now go to the supermarket. And then, but all the produce is bought by middlemen, and then the middlemen probably sell it to some other guys. But when it comes to agriculture, mechanization is the biggest issue, and basically agricultural ideas and technology. Like
is that actually helping you though? Like, is that the economy you want? Because it doesn't seem to be the economy we want in the West, where all of a sudden we are all relying on supermarkets, and our inflation rates are at 25%, and the middlemen, as you point out, are ripping us all off, and the selection of what we can buy is limited.
It's not a question of what we want, it's a question of what does the system find necessary. If those supermarkets were not needed, or people were conscious enough not to want them, they would disappear. But the beautiful days of wonderful green markets, which I wish I have a place in Seattle, and they have a nice freaking what do you call it? They have a nice farmers market, and it's the best time of my life. Like, I just love those markets. I eat so many things. Those people are so knowledgeable about all kinds of foods. But in reality, when you talk about like a country of 60 million people that have to be fed, at the end of the day, whatever seems to work, you just have to let it be until you find something that works better. But yeah,
for urban areas, sure, but you still have rural people are still going to be rural people, and they're still growing the stuff, right? So, like, you can have compromises in an urban area. They come with opportunities, right? Somebody get a factory job because they live in the city, but just don't let the rural areas devolve into basically sacrifice zones or places that have become unlivable. Even China hasn't made this mistake, right? They moved a lot of people to the cities, but they did a lot of work to make the rural areas livable. And that's still a bottom-up problem. And I think if you went in the countryside, you find these places don't wholly disappear, right? You find there are still villages where everybody's still fundamentally swapping around in minimal
I
trading.
promise you, CH, I'm just glad that the countryside of Kenya is not full of meth.
Yeah, well, that's what you get if everything gets sort of centralized and industrialized, and your rural areas become sacrifice zones. That's what we see here in North America when people lose hope and they don't think that they have a future in a rural area. Like, Africa hasn't made that mistake yet, and they shouldn't. And if you look at these countries that we were talking about, Japan and China, they did not culturally lose what they were when they changed. And maybe an advantage was they still had their local religions, they still had their local culture. I mean, Africa's got a bit of a challenge in that Islam and Christianity have kind of colonized it, but you have native breeds of those things that are more friendly to your own culture. And even when you're talking about something like the Anglican Church, the most influential figure in it is actually probably Desmond
Steiner. I think there might have been 3 or 4 original spawning points: Frog Pond 1, Crab Lagoon 2, Piss Pool 3, Crappaville 4, Primordial Sludge Lake 5.
Okay.
I honestly don't know what that means. But like,
because we were talking about where human come from, you know, someone say Africa, I say I'm not from Africa, I think I'm from Mars. Then after that, it just devolve into don't know what hell.
It's history. It's not going to help you with a current development problem. What will help you with current development problems is start at the lowest level that works, whether it's the farmers market or the
Kenyan people speak in such a smooth manner.
Yeah, I really don't like the super chat interruption thing. I think it just should be dropped.
It's money. It's money.
I agree with you.
Yeah, well, you know, then just bring up people who have nothing to say and interrupt them, right? Go get Wayne.
It's getting very late, so I'm going to go now. It was a pleasure to talk to you guys. I wanted just to say thanks for the great conversation on one side. On the other side, that there is another super chat where they asked, why did Europeans look down on the Russians? I think Europeans look down on everybody. and even within Europe, we look down on each other. So it's a kind of old habit. We have a bit more of respect for Americans, Japanese, and Koreans, but that's just it. That is just it, unfortunately. And the Russians have, I don't think if they really have a complex of inferiority, but somehow they do suffer a bit for not being completely accepted within the European mentality, and that's why they developed their own
they're okay with the Japanese and the South Koreans because they are their bitches. That's the only reason.
Yeah.
The moment they stand up for themselves, or they'll be faced with the same kind of hatred as they have in Russia.
Exactly. The same within Europe. We see how do they look down on Hungarians and now against the Slovaks and whoever dares to raise their voice or say some kind of discontent towards. They always look down. It's very sad. I think democracy is completely losing its ground in Europe. It didn't used to be that bad. It's becoming a kind of mainstream one-voice party.
I think the worst is the freedom of speech.
Yes.
It's totally paralyzed by the mainstream media.
My position is this. When it comes to the EU and the West, if you're doing what they say you to do, you are their friends, they have nothing against you, you are the equal, supposedly equal. The moment you challenge anything they say or you go against their interests, you are Russia, you are China, and you are every other person that is monster in this world. So I don't think they look down upon Russia because Russia doesn't kiss ass to them. So they go off of the tent and Russia is backward Russia. The moment you see Ukrainians are Russians, basically. All of a sudden Ukrainians are a God gift to mankind. Because before this, I guarantee you, if you look at a comment, they'll tell you Ukraine was another end of the shithole or country. So yeah, so when it comes to Europe and America, that position is this: you kiss my ass, you are good. You don't kiss my ass, you are bad. So
exactly.
So I don't think.
Have a nice week.
That's what we are going now to call banana value.
Can I close?
Yeah, so anyway, we should do closing because it's been 7 hours plus, and so it's brilliant because the Americans are not around, so we can talk a lot about Africa. We chase Von away. Von
just Von away. No, when it comes to Africa, here's the funny thing, right? They talk about you know global forum almost like this because you're from Singapore. This guy is in France, so. You don't have to know. This is sometimes when we go into deep military discussion, I keep quiet and learn. I read. I try to get notes and read on those things. If I see your subject line is about Ukraine or something, I do a recap on Ukraine. I try to do some recap before I join his chat. Sometimes I'm seeing you go on live, but I don't join until I guess do some little reading on some certain things before I get in. Here's an opportunity for you to learn about another culture, another people. But when it comes to America, my times in America, American doesn't want to know. They don't want to know anything about anybody else except Europe and America. Outside those people, this is why sometimes they are surprised or they are completely thrown out of when they get an African perspective or anything like, well, what? You guys can talk? Yes, motherfucker, we can talk. but yeah, so they have most of them have no clue what is beyond America. And the ones that do not behave in America, they go to Italy, they go to the Romans, and they go to the Anglo-Saxon. That's it. Beyond that, even Poland is recently some American have Poland in their conversations. But you will say the Romans or the Greek or the English. That's it. Or the rest of the education, the rest of the understanding is America. So, and living among them for a while now, I come to the conclusion. If I have to give it to you, I'll give it to you. If you turn back away, then turn back away. But for Von, he's a cool guy. But the moment to go to Africa, I don't believe you know anything about Africa. Instead of listening to hear something about Africa, he would rather just say, "Oh, fuck this shit. This is out of my topic," and I walk away. Yes,
you summon him.
I summon him. Finally. But yeah, Von, please.
No, we have to speak about China for Drew to come.
But yeah, this is my closing right here. But no, seriously, it's not You don't have to say anything if you don't know. If you have questions, ask questions. Oh, when I came to America, nearly so many things in this country threw me off. The language threw me off. Even the mathematics threw me off. How to do math, it threw me off. So it took a very long time to learn. But you're home, Vaughn. You're home, so you don't have to twist. You don't have to force yourself to learn anything. But this is forum right here. You have to do Africans. We are discussing African topics, Ukrainian topics, all kinds of topics. If you don't know what's happening in the topic, you just listen. Maybe next, okay, so I didn't know this. Now I know. I didn't know much about Singapore, but through while talking, again, just in Singapore, I look at, okay, this country is a very interesting country. I have back my school days, I had a little recap on history lesson in Singapore. Didn't interest me much, but now, okay, my line of business, I come to say I have some little interest in Singapore that I can connect to my business in Africa. Anyway, but yeah, so through this platform, I get to know some things about other places. So, Vaughn, here's an opportunity to get some one or two things about Africa. It may not be 100% accurate, but we'll give you can say, I know African guy. What is it? Juro, a bombastic speaker. That they give me one or two information about Africa. Sorry, why?
But Vaughn is hearing. He's just not participating. That's why he can come on when he hear you. You see,
of course
he's around. He has been listening all the way.
I can see him. Of course, I can see him. But yeah, but while closing, please, Makiadi, please message me on Teams. I have some project I want to pass by you. And for New Age, my first time seeing you here. To everybody else, it was a nice long discussion. And a special shout out to Effie. Effie, I don't know what you do, but for the constant support for this channel, congratulations. And for all the other trolls, all the bananas givers, if you want a banana, contact Voice the Popo. He can get more banana than I can give you. But with that said, everybody, you have a good.
I sent you a message on
in the lounge.
Telegram.
On Telegram?
Yeah, I sent you directly on Telegram.
Okay, perfect. All right, I'll reply to you. Something I want to talk to you about.
You guys are all in the lounge, right? So no, as long as you join the lounge, it's easy to keep in contact.
Yeah. I don't see it, but I'll find you. Oh, I see. There you are. Perfect. I see you. Okay. Well, that said, again, you have a good night, and Zelensky holds, and Trump is going to jail. Oh my God, I just pissed off Vaughn.
Yes, we are all going to listen to Vaughn closer now.
Vaughn, you want to respond to FCS before he jump off?
I'll go last.
Oh, damn.
I want to go last, so I'll wait.
All right.
Okay.
Good night.
Okay,
all right, bro.
Bye, FCS.
Thank you.
Shadow V, closing.
Yes. Since we have someone from USA, I'm going to speak about Trump. I'm going to give you my point of view of the question. I think he's going to go to jail. I think he's going to be elected being in jail. And I think he's going to grace himself as his first act as a president. So he's going to be free immediately. And that's going to be a banana justice, basically. This is what's my closure.
Banana.
Banana.
Closing.
Can somebody else go first? I need to message something real quick.
Okay, New Age, your closing.
Like I always said last time, this gathering is very important because most of us don't have a voice, right? We try to voice certain things out, and sometimes we don't hear and we don't get other perspective from people. And I think, like I always say, I like this channel and I like the open mic events because it allows people from different parts of life to really hear, even though they might disagree, but it's all fun, right? And we learn a thing or two, like I learned from CH. You listen attentively here and there, you will pick something up and you will think otherwise before you respond. So keep it short and simple. Your channel is great, DPA, and I don't understand what the banana justice is, but I will end with that.
Don't worry, it's not important. They just like to hear the word banana
Republic
by the super chat. So I'll get Craig go first, so that McKiady can give McKiady a bit more time.
All right. My comment on America is going to be really simple. Trump is out there attacking the judge that convicted him. Biden and a bunch of senators were out attacking the judges from the ICC and from the ICJ. So somehow it seems that to be a political figure in America, you have to attack judges. This is not a good thing, but it's kind of a sign of what's happening as they degrade into a sort of a baldly mask off empire. Just attacking judges is something emperors do. So I don't think there's any moral high ground in either of these parties or people. And I think that system is just going to continue to get worse for a while until there's some kind of weird revolution going on. I almost don't care. To me, it's a form of amusement. I'm exposed to it because we live next to it. But, you know, there's no respect for process going on. And 99.8% of all people accused in the American system end up convicted. And you charge someone with 90 things at one time and make him defend himself against them all at one time, that conviction rate is going to be 100%. So there's every chance that Trump will win on appeal, and there's every chance that this whole thing will turn into a circus, or that he will be elected from jail, as Shadowy says. Eugene Debs ran for president from jail. So I just think this is all, the world should look at this from this perspective as a general indictment of the unfairness of the system and a general disregard of American power figures for law in general, international and domestic.
So you agree with
Not
me?
just
But
going to be a mess. So on Africa, I think we said most of what we had to say, but I want to point this out. The Romans and the Greeks built ports, they built aqueducts, they built roads, and when they left 2,000 years ago, sometimes that stuff is all still there, and some of it is still working. Right? Roman aqueducts are still working in Africa to this day. When the French left Niger, they tore out the power cables. They smashed everything. Like, it's very clear the difference between working with Italians and working with the French. The Italians and the Greeks are your friends. I think the Russians and the Chinese also will be your friends. I don't ever think the British or the Americans or the French will ever be your friends. Just on the track record, some countries leave in place what they built because they're proud of it and they don't mind that you benefit from it. And others are just straight up thieves who will smash what they built because they don't get to benefit from it anymore. And when World War III turns out to be everybody against the French, I hope the French have the self-respect to start it. That's my close.
We have no self-respect, you know. We are French.
Thank you, Craig. Macchiari.
Yeah, so yeah, I've been away for a little bit, but I really missed this thing. I was listening to it most of the time. I'll basically get it after you guys do it because of time and whatever. But yeah, interesting conversation as always. I learned so much. And as I was saying, CH, I was telling you that either everything you said about nuclear is very true, and it's a really awesome information, or it's utter bullshit. But I will read
one
on
or
it.
the other.
I will read on it, by the way. I will read on it, like, because that's very interesting. I've never had that perspective before. And even though I don't want you to be right, I really, I'm going to read on it. I'm going to study it. The next time you see me, we're going to be either at the same level, or I'm going to be just right below where you are, but still punching good. Yeah. But other than that, guys,
it's the way to do it.
No, we'll see. We'll see. Nowadays, I'm telling you, every time you hear anything, there's much more to it. Everything is always more complicated than everybody tries to present it. I don't know how many times I'll ever say that. Even if somebody talks about something very simple, how to peel a banana, fuck, it just becomes, it's never as simple as that, you know. But anyways, guys, thank you again. And no, I don't think Trump is going to prison. I think he'll be a felon. But that stops him from voting in very many places, but that does not stop him from running for president. I think he will run for president again. But he's not going to prison. They're not going to do that. They know what they're doing. So what they're doing
You
is
were working as a waitress in a cocktail bar. When I met you, I picked you out. I shook you up and turned you around, turned you into someone new.
Thank you. They're going to. I think they're going to weaken him as much as they can. Once he agrees, remember, like when they passed the Ukraine deal, that was around the same time they agreed to adjust Trump's bail money. They had asked for more money that he could actually get. And then when Speaker Johnson went to meet him and Trump agreed to the Ukrainian $60 billion, all of a sudden his bail money got reduced. So these people know what they're doing. These are games they're playing with people. So when I see people getting so emotional about this shit, man, they're playing with you. Trump knows it. Everybody involved knows it. But yeah, but awesome, guys. Awesome conversation.
Thank you, Macchiari. Vaughn, closing.
Yeah, I was going to say Trump will be fine. He'll be president. It doesn't really matter if he's in prison or not. Nobody cares. You know, hopefully things change. If you want to find out about the Ukraine war, you really need to watch Wyatt's sit reps and frontline reports and frontline changes. You know, there's been a lot of stuff going on in Ukraine the last 2 weeks, and obviously you're not going to get a whole lot of it on the open mics because a lot of time is going to be spent on like colonialism in Africa or other things that aren't really that pending, like a 5-minute coup. But if you want to really get into the war and deep dive and talk with people, look at maps, discuss tactics, weapons, the things you see, videos, you really need to come on the open mic and hang out for a few minutes so you can get an invite and you can be in the chat, in the private chat, because that's where you're going to get your fill of the Ukraine war right now. Y'all have a good week. Love the open mic. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, Vaughn. Thank you, everyone. And there is still one more super chat that is coming up. And
okay, see you later. The last one.
Don't you want me? You know I can't believe it when I hear that you won't see me. Don't you want me, baby? Don't you want me? Oh.
So
I
see you later.
I think he's singing. Bye, Shadow V. Thank you, New Age. All right. So, yeah. Thank you, everyone, for watching this, the DPA Open Mic episode 81, where a lot of things developed over the past 7 days. Seems to be all leading towards World War III. It's not a good thing. Not a good thing. With the statements coming out from China talking about they are setting up this global security initiative, which sounds like global defense initiative, which is from Command and Conquer. With Russia, that is no good. There's Shangri-La dialogue is currently happening in Singapore, and there's some clash of opinions between the Philippines and China. Of course, China is also pressurizing Taiwan with there's exercises, because Taiwan have a new president who is also more pro-independence or pro-Taiwan than anti-China. So, and then of course, United States, the New York State Court basically convicted Trump on 34 charges of I don't know what the hell. I don't even know what is the 34 charges. That is so ridiculous. So it's no good. Unbalanced. United States that do not know what they are doing and are totally caught in infighting is going to be bad because they cannot do proper balance of power against Russia. And China, the Ukraine war pushed Russia towards China, creating a massive power imbalance because Europe is now super weak, militarily speaking, and is very dependent on United States. And United States can't balance. United States is no longer the military power it was 20 years ago. It can't be the balancing power against Russia and China combined. Russia and China combined is more powerful than United States, which is why now we are in the state of a world imbalance in terms of power. Because if it's three powers, China, Russia, and United States, all existing separately, is still pretty balanced. But with Russia and China together, it's extremely unbalanced, like super unbalanced. So, yeah, so things are not good. this open mic is very interesting. Half of the open mic we are talking about Africa because not all the Americans are gone. Then we have half the panel, Africans and people who are interested about African topics, so we can go so much in depth into Africa, which is usually not very usually the case. So it's very good. We don't have a lot of East Asians and Australians. Maybe it's the open mic timing. So we can't talk a lot about Asia. And maybe we are still very small. I mean, because the Ukraine war is more interested by the Europeans. And so we have a lot more Europeans and Americans watching DPA. So no, DPA is still not very well known, maybe in the Asian region. So it will take some time to build. Anyway, thank you for all the super chats. There is a lot of super chats over the past this past 7 hours plus 7.5 hours, because we have 50 super chats. So thank you guys for helping me to fund my work on the DPA Open Mic. It's a huge investment of time for me. It's not just the 7.5 hours I spent to host and moderate the discussion, but it's also I have to sleep and prepare for open mic. I cannot just go into open mic because 5 hours, 7 hours stream is super long. So I have to go to sleep. I have to make sure that I have the energy level to actually handle this, because as you can see, I'm always very busy. I need to manage many things. And now, so always looking left and right, managing the multiple platforms and chat with everyone. So sometimes I can't handle everything. So yeah, so I need to have enough rest. So, and yeah, so for those watching on the main channel, on the if you see the icon, the logo, the profile pic is black color, you are on the main channel. You need to go to find the DPA Open Mic channel and subscribe over there if you like what you are watching. So DPA Open Mic continues on the DPA Open Mic channel next week. I don't think I will I will cast it on the main channel for next week, because I want to keep it to the open mic channel. We want to build that channel. So as I mentioned in the beginning of the show, I multicast it on the main channel because I didn't post any video, so might as well do the open mic on the main channel as well. And so I'll see whether I have energy later. I will still have the sit rep to do. I haven't done any Ukraine report over the past 24 hours. Now probably coming to 48 hours. So it's time for me to do the Ukraine war mapping. And yeah, thank you everyone for watching and participating in the discussion, in the live chats, in the YouTube channels, live chats, on the main channel, open mic channel, on Rumble, on Twitch, or in Twitter. I don't think I don't really trust Twitter numbers, but anyway, yeah, that's it. And do press the like button, subscribe if you have not subscribed, and I'll see you guys in the next update. Bye, guys.
Ideas like rivers, they ebb and they flow. In the meeting of minds we grow. Together we stand, let's not first share the line. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice is signed, invading the future unconfined. Opinions like colors, vivid and bright, clashing, merging in the light. From whispered winds to roaring night, in our discourse we ignite. Together we stand, lovers yet alive in the Frozen, Adolescent Spaniel, aber English. I look at Deutschland, New York, something to say. Come on.
Is the music playing? I was trying to play the music, but I didn't hear the music. So, I don't know. Bye, guys.
Ideas like rivers, they ebb and they flow. In the meeting of minds we grow. Together we stand.